discounts or promotions, prices may vary.
Did you know that the only cause of mesothelioma is exposure to asbestos? Did you know that many local area tradesmen were exposed to asbestos and didn't even know it? The sad reality is asbestos-related diseases are often fatal, yet entirely preventable. Pittsburgh-based Goldberg, Persky, and White understands the complexities of asbestos exposure and are dedicated to fighting for the compensation you deserve. GPW can't change the past, but we'll work to transform your future. Call 1-800-COMPLEX to learn more.
You know the rush when you reach that goal, when something you've worked for pays off. That's success. At University of Maryland Global Campus, we believe you should never stop chasing it. That's why we offer a skills-based education that helps move your career forward. Learn how to apply emerging technologies like AI and data science. Build your leadership and critical thinking skills. Apply now and save with no application fee. Classes start May 13th. Learn more at umgc.edu. Certified to operate in Virginia by Shell.
The KDKA radio text line is driven by Kenny Ross Auto Group. Find your best deal and Pittsburgh's best warranty at kennyross.com.
Hi, this is Larry Richert. Join us day one of the NFL Draft on the Big K Morning Show, 5:30 until 10. We'll talk to former Steelers GM, two-time Super Bowl champ Kevin Colbert in our 7 o'clock hour.
All right, here we go. 866-391-1020 is that number. Woo! I want to play this report again because I'm kind of lost on why this is mandated, required.
The law forces public schools to display a poster or framed copy of the Ten Commandments in each classroom. The ACLU filed a lawsuit in December claiming the law violates the First Amendment. Texas Democratic State Representative Vicki Goodwin.
This just seems like we are trampling over the freedom of religion.
The appeals court ruled the law is compliant with the First Amendment because it does not endorse a religion or stop anyone from practicing their own faith. The case will likely wind up before the Supreme Court. Michael Wallace, CBS News.
Isn't this more exclusionary than anything else? I'm not against the Ten Commandments. Don't take it as such. I'm just not. But why do we need to do this? And we're not doing it here. We're doing it in schools in Texas. It just feels like, and the Ten Commandments is based on Judeo and Christian tenets from the Old Testament. Okay? This feels like super Christian, far-right, MAGA preachers want this to happen. And they found a place deep in the heart of Texas where there's an audience for it. And I just don't understand. If I really had an audience with one of those preachers, and I'd say, hey, listen, and, you know, they got crazy names, and they all have Roman numerals after them. They're like whatever, the fourth, okay? And they got these preachers, and I said, can you harbor that sort of atmosphere in a classroom without posting those things up? How about you get a good teacher in there? And they push forward a lesson not to kill, not to hurt, not to steal, not to covet your neighbor's goods, not to swear. Hey, we're not allowed to swear in class. Do we really need to post a copy of the Ten Commandments up there? Even they know you don't have to post that in order to essentially teach those lessons. This is wholly unnecessary. It's grandstanding. It's trying to make a point. It's trying to say, we did this. And then it gets into, and that last caller showed his true colors. What are you going to have next if we don't post this? You're going to have me speaking Spanish in America? Like, come on, get off it. Seriously. Jason's in Pittsburgh. Hi, Jason.
Hey, how are you calling?
I'm good. Thank you for asking.
I'm good. Good. So, number one, do you associate the Bible with the Catholic Church also?
Yeah, to some degree, yes.
Okay, so that makes sense. Number two, you speak. I listen to you almost every day.
Well, thank you.
I like to laugh about some of the topics. I think they're hilarious. But you are number one Iceman, correct or incorrect? You're giving us all these stories every day. 90% of the people you're talking about are what?
What do you mean, Iceman? George Gervin? What do you mean?
No, speaking about ICE. How ICE is so great, how they're doing their job, how they're getting the illegal immigrants out of our country. most of those illegal immigrants are what?
In this country illegally.
Go ahead. No, but what ethnicity are they?
What? What ethnicity? There are many of them.
Yeah, where are they coming from?
Many.
What countries are they coming from?
Oh, many.
You go ahead. Call me what you called the last caller. I understand.
No.
I know that's where you're going to get.
No. You asked a question. I'm trying to answer it. Many from Mexico and Venezuela and those countries.
Okay, so how do you just call that guy a racist when he's bringing up that? Exactly what you just said. You just don't say it on the air daily.
What does that have to do with 10 Commandments in a schoolroom?
Oh, my God. It doesn't have anything to do with the 10 Commandments. It had to do with the fact that this gentleman brought up about Mexicans, and you called him a racist.
Right. I brought up about no. See, I brought up about enforcing laws on the books. How does that make me racist?
So this is my last question. Would you be okay with the Sixth Amendment only being put up?
The Sixth Amendment or commandment?
Commandment.
Do you know what the Sixth Commandment is?
Do you know what it is?
I believe it's thou shalt not commit adultery.
No, it is thou shalt not kill. With all this school
Are you sure?
stuff, I'm not. Yeah, it is. I am 100%. It's thou shalt not kill. I get it. You don't go to church anymore. You don't follow this. I get it. I totally get where you're coming
I do
from.
go to church. That's the crazy thing. I do.
Yeah, you have been lately. I know you have been. You've been going to a non-denominational. I understand you grew up Catholic just like I did. You don't go to the Catholic Church anymore just like I did because I can't go somewhere where there's pedophiles. It's gross.
Right.
But
do you have to, I don't need to put up a sign at Giant Eagle that says thou shalt not steal for people to know you're not supposed to steal. Why do you got to put a sign up at an elementary school to say don't kill?
But see, why are you going to change my subject? What I'm saying is the issues that we've had in our country since, 2000? Or before when Columbine happened? So if these kids are walking into school every day seeing a sign that says, thou shalt not kill, how is that hurting anyone?
Thou, not thy. But anyway, how about we just teach it? How about we don't need to have it written on a big sign somewhere? That's Texas, so I don't live in Texas. Look, they can do what they want. I just don't think it's proper because it's more exclusionary than it is inclusive. And if you have a public school, then where does it end? You're going to put everybody's religious artifacts up? You're going to go with everybody's religious beliefs? This creates more of a problem than there ever needs to be. Just teach the tenets of this. Teach the meat of it, and we're good. Don't need to put a sign up, especially the commandments. That's just my thought. You made all good points, though. 866-391-1020, traffic time. PJ Fitzpatrick, Home Improvement Traffic Center. KDKA AAA Traffic, powered by Bowser Chevrolet.
Thanks a lot, Colin. I'll keep it short. It's a long list. The mile marker, 747 I-376 westbound. There's been an accident reported there, as well as the active accident on East Ohio Street and State Route 28 northbound, as well as 107 Crestwood Court in Marshall Township, and 38 Southern Avenue in Pittsburgh, as well as 126 Ryan Place in Pittsburgh. We'll keep an eye on those for you. I'm Trevin with AAA Traffic on 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA.
Listen to KDKA Radio on the Odyssey, iHeartRadio, or TuneIn apps.
In Pittsburgh, Chase is proud to root for the home team because they're our team too. We cheer from the bleachers and on the sidelines. We cheer for gymnasts and quarterbacks. And with more than 25 local Chase branches and 5,000 nationwide, we are right beside you, Pittsburgh. Neighborhood bankers, digital tools, national strength. Chase, make more of what's yours.
JP Morgan Chase Bank, N.A. member FDIC.
Thank you, Andy Emroyd, for introducing Harmony Garden Organic Insect Control to Pittsburgh.
Nothing is safer, nothing works better in killing pesky insects. Protect all your plants with Harmony Garden Organic Insect Control. It is 100% non-toxic and earth-friendly, not insect-friendly.
But is it safe for our new puppy?
Harmony Garden OIC is safe for people and pets. Just spray and walk away.
Visit participating True Value hardware stores or go online to harmonyoic.com.
There's a new kind of energy at Starbucks. When your day needs a reset, try the all-new energy refreshers. Strawberry acai, mango dragon fruit, or the all-new mango strawberry. The refreshers you love, now with extra caffeine. New energy refreshers only at Starbucks.
Snakes, zombies, public speaking. The list of fears is endless. But the real danger is in your hand when you're behind the wheel. Distracted driving is what's really scary and even deadly. Eyes forward. Don't drive distracted. Brought to you by NHTSA and the Ad Council.
For years, Gone South has been a podcast about crime in the American South. But for our new season, we're widening the lens. Through deeply reported, narrative-driven stories, we're digging into the myths, scandals, and power structures that still shape the South, and, in a lot of ways, the country itself. Follow and listen to Gone South Season 5, an Odyssey podcast. Available now on Apple Podcasts, Spotify, or wherever you get your shows.
For generations, you've listened to us in your kitchen, catching baseball games on your front porch, and ending your day as your bedtime buddy. Now, you can watch us every day on your TV with our new KDKA Radio YouTube page, or by clicking on KDKARadio.com. It's presented by Metropolitan Windows. Same great content, more live visuals. The voice of Pittsburgh, 100.1 FM and AM 1020, KDKA.
This is Joe Cordell of Cordell & Cordell. Cordell & Cordell is the largest family law firm in the country, with over 35 years of helping clients navigate divorce. If you or someone you care about is facing a family law issue, let us set up a 1-hour Cordell Consult. The Cordell Consult is a meeting with a local attorney who will give you clear guidance about your options, whether it's a separation, a postnuptial agreement, divorce, or custody. CordellCordell.com.
Pittsburgh and Cranberry Township. Joseph Cordell. Licensed in Missouri and Illinois only.
Big box appliance and TV stores move volumes of product. They're not focused on you. You know who is? My friends at Voss TV and Appliance are. Family owned and customer focused since 1960. Rick, Matt, the entire team. Experts. They know appliances and TVs inside and out. Voss has a huge selection of brands. Their own team does delivery and installation. And Voss's prices are amazing. Shop Voss's South Hill showroom. Go to VossTV.com or call 412-650-VOSS. Voss TV and Appliance. The lowest prices, guaranteed.
Your drive just got easier. It's Colin Dunlap on the voice of Pittsburgh. 100.1 FM and AM 1020. KDKA.
All right, I got the biggest question about the NFL draft. I mean, the biggest one. Coming up at the top of the hour. There's no question it's the biggest question. I mean that. By the way, Vapor Trail's out of here at 5:55. I got to get to the casino for that concert. I don't know how long I'm going to stay, but I'm definitely going to get there in pretty short order. And, I have a big question before we're out of here today about something being bestowed on someone during the NFL draft, one of the draft picks. I got a big question about it. Listen for The Drive at 5. The stories driving the news every single day at 5. It's brought to you by ServiceMaster Greater Pittsburgh. Demand the yellow van. So Texas, we've been talking about this for a while. There's that song, Texas, that Ella Langley sings. It's on every 3 minutes if you listen to the satellite radio. Something about Texas. I'm from Texas. You know that song? My gosh. You can't turn on the radio without it being on. It's half decent, though. So I'll give it a 1 thumbs up and another half thumbs up. Anyhow, so Texas is having the 10 Commandments mandated and a conspicuous copy of the 10 Commandments be displayed in every classroom in every public school. Why? Honestly, and that's what I go back to is the easy question is this. If you didn't do it, can you not have a place that still exudes kind of all those things? Why do you have to post it? You just get into, I think, a place where you build your own slippery slope. Dale's in Brookline. Hi, Dale.
Let me see how smart you are. What's fornication?
You're not Dale. This is Lou and Aspinwall.
What are you talking about?
You're Lou and Aspinwall. You did this before once, Lou.
What are you talking about?
You know exactly what I'm talking about.
Are you drinking?
No, I don't drink.
What's fornication? What is it?
Dude, I know what it is. I also know you're Lou and Aspinwall.
What's fornication?
All right, hold on. Stay on the line for a minute. I'm putting him on hold. 866-391-1020. Text me right now. Was that Lou and Aspinwall or not? For all the regular listeners, I put him on hold, and I want texts. 866-391-1020. Was that, he said his name was Dale in Brookline. Margot's not here today. She's down at the casino, and I'm going to see her in a little bit when I get out of here. Didn't he pull that charade before where he said he was Dale in Brookline, and it was really Lou and Aspinwall? Lou and Aspinwall has such a signature voice that I don't think he can trick people. I'm going to take a different call and then go back to him because I put him on hold. But I want your texts. Did everybody else, did your antenna immediately go up? Isn't that Lou and Aspinwall? Anyway, Tony's in Burgettstown. Hi, Tony.
Hey, Kellen. Hey, it always amazes me when people say the country was founded on Christianity. The founding fathers, the majority of them were Freemasons, and most of them were deists. Thomas Jefferson was a deist. This is where the separation of church and state comes in.
Well, there's also this. The founding fathers expressly kept religion and government separate, Tony.
Right.
I mean, that's how it worked, and it's news to me. It would be news to the American Indians that this country was founded on Christianity.
Right. There were Christians. If you go into a Freemason's temple, there are Bibles, there's a Quran, there's the Torah. So there's no one religion that's associated with this country if you're going off of what the founding fathers practiced.
No, I'm with you, and that's like a terrible argument people are making. All right, the texts are in. Here we go. That was Lou. That definitely was Lou. Yep, it was Lou. Yes, of course that's Lou. Ask him about his car. Yes, that's Lou. Definitely that's Lou. He pulled that move before and said he was the same guy. Ha! I knew it. And more rolling in. Yes, that's Lou. Don't think about it too much. There you go. Now, Lou hung up. I was going to go back to him, but he hung up. He knows he's been caught. Why would he do that? Why would he use a different name? He used Tony in Brookline or whatever before one time. Mike's in Washington, Little Washington. Hi, Mike.
Hi. I just wanted to respond to a couple of things your previous caller said.
Sure.
You were talking about the Ten Commandments, and I just wanted to point out that there are some sects of Christianity that have different interpretations of what the Ten Commandments are.
Oh.
So, like, if you post one, you are privileging some interpretations over others. But also, early enough in our history, I believe some of our framers of the Constitution were so involved in government, our Congress ratified the Treaty of Tripoli that explicitly stated the United States is not in any way founded on the Christian religion. So, I mean, if you didn't go by the separation of church and state as we know it today, that's a pretty explicit indication we're not a Christian nation.
Right. It was a treaty of peace and friendship, right? Isn't that synonymous with what that is?
I think so.
Yeah. I mean, that's kind of... Now, the purpose of all of that was, you know, that in no sense was it founded on the Christian religion, and that meant that it was not like a character flaw against any of the laws or tranquility or anything like that, if I'm remembering, but it just didn't want to kind of pin itself into a corner, Mike, if I remember the Treaty of Tripoli correctly.
Mm-hmm.
And it's like, why not be as broad as possible? And that's the same thing with this situation in Texas. Why do we need to narrow it down to that point? Anyway, 866-391-1020. I'll take a bunch of people want to weigh in on the Ten Commandments. That's fine. I also want to tell you the single biggest question about the NFL draft. I'll get into that, but I will take your calls on the 10 Commandments. But first, demand the yellow van. Service Master Greater Pittsburgh. When disaster strikes, you demand that yellow van. Preparedness. Yep. Warmer weather in Pittsburgh. Storm season is here. Maybe let's wait till after the draft. It may storm again, right? Well, the question isn't if damage can happen, it's when it will. At some point, it's going to happen. Somebody you know, something's going to happen to their roof. They got an older house, maybe their windows. Well, a lot of water can get inside. Service Master Greater Pittsburgh going to help you out. Easy number, 412-RECOVER. 412-RECOVER. Demand that yellow van. Be ready when the storm hits. You call Service Master Greater Pittsburgh. The best call to make in the worst situation. Again, demand that yellow van. News top of the hour.
Concerned about traveling during the upcoming draft? Don't be. KDKA Radio and AAA Traffic have you covered. We'll expand our draft coverage with all-day traffic reports on your radio and your social media feeds. It's brought to you by AAA Travel. Travel with someone you trust. And by 100.1 FM and AM 1020. KDKA.
Hey, folks, it's Marty. All the time I'm talking about auto accidents, big crashes, big wrecks. Call 1-800-GET-PHIL or 412-281-5005. Look, Phil DeLucente and Associates, they're in Pittsburgh. They give free, that's right, free consultations. Phil and Ken Nolan, his partner, handle auto cases. I've worked with them a lot. So call 1-800-GET-PHIL. Call Ken Nolan and Phil DeLucente now at 1-800-GET-PHIL today. They're the best, folks.
I'm with Joe Potachnik from JP Roofing and Siding, a Platinum Preferred Contractor from Owens Corning. Joe, what does that mean?
It's an elite status. We earn that by using Owens Corning products to qualify for the Platinum Preferred warranty. That's a 50-year warranty on the materials and 25-year on the labor, 100%.
That's the upper 1% in America after 45 years, Joe. Congratulations.
Thank you, Larry.
Call JP Roofing and Siding, 412-829-7711.
Hello, this is Sarah Botkin, president of Botkin Family Wealth Management. I've been lucky in my life, and I'm grateful to the clients who've helped make our family-owned business a success. But like most of us, my beginnings weren't glamorous. I remember Ovi and I driving home from our small wedding ceremony 20 years ago when we spotted a great-looking grill out by the dumpster of our apartment. Should we change first or grab it now, Ovi asked. Now, I said, we don't want to lose it. In the pouring rain, we loaded that dirty grill into the back of our car. Ovi in his tux and me in my white dress, and we enjoyed it for the next 3 years. In those days, Ovi would drive me to work to save on parking and to spend time together since he worked nights as a waiter. Those were lean days, but they were filled with love, and remembering them makes me appreciate our blessings today. At Botkin Family Wealth Management, we're interested in hearing your story because understanding your beginnings is an important part of appreciating what it took to get where you are today. Visit us at botkinfamilywealth.com.
Securities offered through LPL Financial, member FINRA SIPC.
SchultzFord.com. 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 SchultzFord.com.
KDKA and KDKA-FM HD2 Pittsburgh. W261AX Pittsburgh.
Always live on the free Odyssey app. From the Aetna Medicare studios.
Proud to be the voice of Pittsburgh. 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA.
It's 78 degrees at 4 o'clock. I'm David Ballarado. They're officially cutting the ribbon this hour at the revamped Market Square. Jeremy Waldrop, the president and CEO of the Pittsburgh Downtown Partnership.
So we have doubled the size of the outdoor dining space of the restaurant. So there's 130% more outdoor dining for the restaurants that wrap around the square.
Also a new central pavilion, enhanced lighting, more seating, and more greenery. Governor Shapiro, the mayor, and county executive are all expected to be there. We're a day away from the NFL draft, and today they cut the ribbon for a key part of the fan experience, Steelers Country. The interactive exhibit is part of the NFL draft experience down at Point State Park. Peter O'Reilly of the NFL says with events at the park and at Acrisure Stadium, Pittsburgh is going to have a draft to remember.
This is probably the biggest we've done for sure. We've had great locations. We've been on the Rocky Steps. We've taken over Lower Broadway in Nashville. But this deserves a big footprint like this, given Steelers Nation and the fan base.
All of the events are free, but you need to download the NFL One Pass app to get the scannable QR code for entry. And just ahead of the draft, a new youth sports field is unveiled in Hazelwood. News Radio KDK's Tamira Rush has more.
Community leaders and NFL officials cut the ribbon on the new U.S. Steel Community Field at Hazelwood Green, designed to give local kids a place to play, grow, and compete. Steelers Charities President Art Rooney II said says the field carries on a strong local tradition.
Many of you may know the Steelers moved their headquarters right across the river here about 25 years ago. And from my office, I was able to look across the river at this site. And for too many years, there was nothing happening here.
The multi-purpose field will serve teams like the Hazelwood Cobras and Central Catholic High School, while expanding access to sports across the Mon Valley and Pittsburgh. Tamira Rush News Radio, KDKA.
Stocks are up today. The Dow up 341 points, the Nasdaq up just shy of 400 points, and the S&P 500 up 74. KDK Sports, the Pens will want to try to rally from a 2-0 deficit as they visit the Flyers tonight in the Eastern Conference quarterfinals. The Pirates and the Rangers will continue their 3-game series tonight down in Arlington, Texas. KDK Radio News Time 4:03. Time to call Dina Schmidt and Michael Coleman at One Health Benefits, 724-799-8873 for the right health insurance plan that can save you thousands. KDK Radio and AAA Traffic have you covered as we expand our coverage with all-day traffic reports during the draft beginning tomorrow. Brought to you by AAA Travel and by 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA. 78 degrees in Pittsburgh. KDKA AAA Traffic and the AccuWeather forecast next.
More amazing specials for the month of April at Coons Market. Isn't that right, Frank Dentisi?
Right, Rob. In our meat department, choice flat iron steaks are $8.99 a pound. In the produce department, large Dole mangoes are 4 for $5. In the deli, Coons 8-piece fried chicken is $6.99 each. An additional savings this week, selected varieties of wishbone salad dressing, 15-ounce bottles, 2 for $5.
It's all happening now at Coons Market. Coons Market, a Pittsburgh tradition.
It seems like just yesterday when I captured my son's first steps or when we recorded his soccer games on VHS tapes. Those moments are gone. But the old home movies and pictures don't need to be. That's why my son created Legacy Box.
That's right, Mom. Over 1 million families have used Legacy Box to digitally preserve their old home movies and photos.
Simply fill Legacy Box with your old camcorder tapes, film, and photos. They will professionally digitize and send them back on DVDs, thumb drive, or the cloud.
With Mother's Day around the corner, it's the perfect time to get your Legacy Box and save your family's history. After all, few things are as important as protecting your precious memories. Give your mom a Mother's Day present she'll never forget. Take advantage of our Mother's Day sale, which starts now. It's our best deal of the year. Save up to 60% off. Visit legacybox.com/radio and for a limited time, get an incredible 60% off your order. That's legacybox.com/radio for 60% off. legacybox.com/radio.
Don't delay in getting that plumbing repair done. Call Palucci Plumbing today for all of your plumbing needs. From trenchless sewer repair and waterline repairs and replacement, hot water tanks, sewer camera inspections, to Pittsburgh potty repairs, no job is too small for Palucci Plumbing. Owners Amy and Nick Palucci have been in business for 26 years, so give them a call for your next plumbing repair or replacement. Palucci Plumbing, 412-782-5050. That's 412-782-5050.
Finding great candidates to hire can be like, well, trying to find a needle in a haystack. Sure, you can post your job to some job board, but then all you can do is hope the right person comes along, which is why you should try ZipRecruiter for free at ZipRecruiter.com/radio. ZipRecruiter doesn't depend on candidates finding you. It finds them for you. Its powerful technology identifies people with the right experience and actively invites them to apply to your job. You get qualified candidates fast. So while other companies might deliver a lot of hay, ZipRecruiter finds you what you're looking for. The needle in the haystack.
See why 4 out of 5 employers who post a job on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate within the first day. ZipRecruiter, the smartest way to hire. And right now, you can try ZipRecruiter for free. That's right, free at ZipRecruiter.com/radio. That's ZipRecruiter.com/radio. ZipRecruiter.com/radio.
ZipRecruiter.
DJ Fitzpatrick, Home Improvement Traffic Center, KDK AAA Traffic, powered by Bowser Chevrolet.
Thanks a lot, Colin. There was an accident reported I-376 westbound, west of exit 74, Squirrel Hill Homestead exit. There's a shoulder closed there. That's at milepost 74.5. The slow traffic at the Liberty Tunnel in both directions, slowing down the flow on the Liberty Bridge. The West End Bridge is slow heading out of the city and looks pretty good as you're heading into the north side. Route 28 is a smooth move heading out of the city, but as you work your way towards the city, it's brake lights from the 31st Street Bridge. With AAA traffic, I'm Trevin on 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA.
Carpal tunnel syndrome, heart failure that doesn't improve with common medicines. These are some signs and symptoms associated with ATTR-CM, or the cardiomyopathy of ATTR amyloidosis, a serious heart condition with symptoms that get worse over time. Amvuttra, vutrisiran, is a prescription medicine given by a healthcare provider that treats ATTR-CM in adults to reduce heart-related death, hospital stays, and urgent visits. In a clinical study, Amvuttra was proven to help people live longer and have fewer heart-related hospital stays and urgent visits over 3 years compared to placebo. Amvuttra lowers the amount of vitamin A in your blood, which can affect vision. Other side effects include pain in the arms or legs, pain in the joints, and shortness of breath. These are not all the possible side effects of Amvuttra. For prescribing information, call 1-833-256-2748 or learn more at amvuttra.com. Ask your doctor about Amvuttra for ATTR-CM.
All right, here we go. 866-391-1020. I have no idea where I put my pen. Oh, here it is. Hold on. Found it. I'll grab your calls. Sarah, Jamie, everybody on hold, stay there. I promise I'll grab them. I just want to introduce this, too. I have the biggest questions from the draft. People are, who are the Steelers going to take? What's it going to be like? What's security like? What's this like? That's not it. At least not for me. You know what the biggest questions are for the draft, from the draft? Now, the government, local government, has ordered this sort of hurry up and clean it all up sort of thing. Crews are painting over the graffiti. They're making electrical repairs, enhancing lighting systems, picking up litter, making it generally nice around here. I'm all for this. Great move. Love it. Who doesn't want a clean city, a clean area, all that stuff? But I said it before and I'll say it again. Here's the real test. Will it look the same 3 months from now? Will city, county leaders stay on top of this? Or was this just a one-off for the draft? Those are very honest-to-goodness fair questions. And you won't be able to answer them until August or so. If it falls off and it goes back to what it was, then this area elected a bunch of dolts. If they stay on top of it, make a concerted effort to keep it this way, you can't control everybody who writes graffiti, but if they make a concerted effort to keep it this way, then the answer's the answer, and it's a good one. But it remains to be seen. The most important question, the answer to that remains to be seen. You can't answer it in the short term. Talk to me in August. Anyway, Sarah's in Greensburg. Hi, Sarah.
Hi. So I was listening to the comments about the Ten Commandments. First of all, the first person that I heard, he's wrong about it being our country being founded on Christian values, and the person who said that there's separation of church and state. Yes. That's number one. Number two, there are different versions of the Ten Commandments, not only in terms of Jewish, Protestant, Catholic, but also even in the Bible itself. There's a difference between Exodus chapter 20 and Deuteronomy chapter 5, just 5. Wording's a little bit different. And so when you want to put the Ten Commandments up, the question is, which version do you going to put up? And if they really want to be authentic, to be honest with you, I think they should be in Hebrew, because that's what the language it was given in. That's all I have to say.
Did
Thanks,
you go?
Colin.
I have a question.
Sure.
Did you go to Hebrew school?
Oh, yes.
People mesmerize me, especially when they make their, when I was in junior high, because I grew up in Sharpsburg, but I went to Fox Chapel, and I went to school with a lot of Jewish kids. I was able to be part of the bar and bat mitzvah sort of circuit. You get invited to a bunch. And the kids that were able to apply their Hebrew school stuff and read Hebrew, and it wasn't just memorized, like they were reading it, that blew me away, Sarah, how smart, because it was just like they'd only go on the weekends, and I'm thinking, man, these kids are sharp. They made these kids do a lot at Hebrew school.
Oh, yes, depending on where they go, but it's true that they can read it. They don't always understand what they're reading, but the fact that first of all, Hebrew's read from right to left, and it is with different characters. It's not like learning Spanish or French. The kids who have a bar mitzvah, they learn a lot.
And they wouldn't let anybody slide either. Even the kids who were my Jewish pals that weren't all that sharp, they made them figure it out.
Oh, yeah.
So, more power to you. I looked at it, I'm like, man, they put a lot of time into this. I'll tell you what, though. Those were the days. Those were high times. When you grow up and you have a bunch of Jewish friends, and they have those parties, because the bar and the bat mitzvah circuit became a one-upped thing. Like, oh, they had this party? Oh, we got to have this person there. Oh, they had this party? One bar mitzvah. How about this? They hired, it was like a sports theme. They hired TC, the vendor. You know who I'm talking about? The stadium vendor. They hired him, brought him into the party, and he walked around and handed out like popcorn and peanuts and Cokes and whatever. They hired him for the night. That was probably the greatest move in bat mitzvah history. Jamie is in the car. Hi, Jamie.
Hey, I'm just going to jump on Sarah's point that, the Ten Commandments are not just a Christian tenet. They're a Jewish tenet, actually come from the Old Testament, which is the Jewish Torah. The Christians have accepted it because that's where the Christian faith has originated from. That's my first point. The second point is the Founding Fathers believed in natural law, the philosophical view that God, the Creator, has instituted moral law for all of us to actually just know inherently, pretty much, which they are based on pretty much the Ten Commandments. We all know stealing, murder, or wrong.
Right, but I don't need and I think you align with logic is I don't need a sign that says thou shalt not kill to know you shouldn't kill.
Well, unfortunately, some people seem to need that. It's sad to say.
I guess.
It's sad to say.
I guess. But do you agree with me that this just feels like far-right sort of grandstanding and an I told you so and we're going to get it done? I don't know. It just sits wrong with me.
Well, I understand that, but there really is no separation between our God and our state because the Declaration of Independence is based on a God, that we have a God that gives us all of our rights. So you can't really say we can exclude God from our country because we're founded on the fact that there's a God. And it gives us all of our rights, and all of our laws are based on the fact that we have these rights.
That's good. That is a good point. But we can't exclude God. We can't. You're right. But if we start
all of our tender. So
wait a minute though. If we start to include a certain God, then I think that's where it becomes interesting. Then where does it end?
Well, I think most people understand there's only one God. You may understand him a little bit differently, but we're not all saying there's 100 gods out there. Some religions believe that, but most of us in this country don't. So
well, I don't know. It's wholly unnecessary, I guess, is the way I'm going to look at it. I want your calls on this, and I will take your calls on the Ten Commandments. Will the city keep up and the county keep up with this maintenance? Or is that all just a pipe dream, wishful thinking, and in a couple weeks' time, a couple months' time, it's going to go back to graffiti everywhere, garbage on the roads, yada, 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 this and that? I'll take your calls next. Traffic now. PJ Fitzpatrick, Home Improvement Traffic Center. KDKA AAA Traffic, powered by Bowser Chevrolet.
Colin, there was a crash reported on I-376 westbound, west of exit 74, the Squirrel Hill Homestead exit. There's a shoulder closed there. That's around milepost 74.5. There was also an accident reported on Frankstown Avenue and East Liberty Boulevard, as well as the 3000 block of Babcock Boulevard in Ross Township and the 2000 block of Sawmill Run Boulevard in Pittsburgh, as well as Middletown Road and Berry Street in Pittsburgh. A busy afternoon. With AAA Traffic, I'm Trevin on 100.1 FM and AM 1020, KDKA.
Listen to Colin Dunlap on Apple Podcasts, Spotify, or wherever you get your podcasts.
When navigating the many twists and turns of life, it's important to have a trusted financial guide to help you make the journey smoother and more rewarding. At Bill Few Associates, they've helped thousands of people navigate comfortably through the many milestones of life. They offer a variety of financial planning services tailored to suit each client's needs. Bill Few Associates Wealth Management. Find out more. Call 412-630-6000 or visit billfew.com.
The following is an editorial by KDKA Radio Regional Vice President Michael Spacciapoli.
Imagine the song Anticipation playing in the background like in that old Heinz Ketchup commercial. Now, you're driving through the Fort Pitt Tunnel in the city of Pittsburgh. The only city with an actual entrance presents itself in all its splendor. It has never looked better. Ever since we learned we could be hosting the NFL Draft, everyone got to work to make sure the city we love so much and are so proud of was even better than we imagined. Now, that's the superficial beauty, which is spectacular, but our true charm is us. Please welcome everyone with a smile. Go out of your way to be friendly, helpful, and kind. This is our time to shine, and I know we will because we always do.
This has been an editorial by KDKA Radio Regional Vice President Michael Spacciapoli. To view a transcript, go to kdkaradio.com.
Hey folks, my friends at NASCO Roofing take pride in exceeding customer expectations. Scott from Aspinwall was amazed at NASCO's quality, honesty, work ethic, and superior craftsmanship. Scott loved working with NASCO and appreciated that NASCO doesn't use high-pressure sales tactics like other companies. NASCO has satisfied thousands like Scott. Get NASCO on your roof. Call NASCO Roofing, 412-373-2000, 412-373-2000. Most jobs done in a day. Special financing available. NASCO Roofing, NASCO.
Dreaming of your next getaway? AAA Travel makes it easy with a wide variety of vacation options, from exciting cruises and guided tours to relaxing, all-inclusive resorts. Want to skip the airport? Ask about their no-fly cruises. Just hop on a comfortable motor coach from the Pittsburgh area to nearby ports like New York or New Jersey. Then set sail stress-free. No flying, no driving, just vacation. Visit your local AAA office or call 1-800-354-8761 to start planning today.
This is a Bloomberg Money Minute. A fresh record closing high today for the S&P 500 thanks to more strong earnings reports and hopes that an extension of the U.S. ceasefire agreement with Iran will lead to renewed peace talks to try to end the conflict. The Dow today up 341 points, 0.2% higher. The Nasdaq up 398. That's a 1 2/3% increase, and it's thanks in large part to a 16th session in a row of gains for chip makers. The S&P was up 1%, ending 74 points higher. Shares of cannabis growers soaring today on expectations that the Justice Department is preparing to reclassify marijuana as a much less dangerous drug than before because of its medical benefits. Curaleaf shares up 26%, Canopy Growth up 21%, Tilray 14% higher. And after the closing bell, better than expected earnings from Tesla, which sold more EVs than expected last quarter and continues to ramp up production of driverless robotaxis and humanoid robots. Tom Busby, Bloomberg Radio.
You've heard the news. Now, talk about it with Colin Dunlap on 100.1 FM and AM 1020. KDKA.
All right, one award, I guess, that'll be bestowed on someone, honor that'll be bestowed on someone at the NFL Draft. I got a question about it. I'll get into that in just a little bit. I'll grab your calls. People keep wanting to talk about these 10 commandments. That's fine. I'll grab your calls in a moment. Also, so many people chiming in on the text line, 866-391-1020, and they have no faith that this cleanup will continue and be the springboard into something that keeps us clean in our city and our county. They just don't. They say this was clearly an organized effort to clean up for the draft, and then they're going to let it go to pot again. Man, tough crowd, but, you know, it is what it is. All right, listen to this that just came out from PA Attorney General Dave Sunday. You know it's a once-in-a-lifetime event when this is the press release he just sent out. And there's a photo. There's a photo of, like, all these Steeler cowboy hats, these pirate hats, these Steeler Afghans, like blankets, and then kind of scarves, these different sunglasses, these T-shirts with crazy, like, Steelers sayings on, like the little guy, and he's, like, peeing and the urine's flying over to Cleveland. You know what I'm talking about? Like those zany shirts. So they're all laid out on a table, and I'm like, what is happening here? Dave Sunday's in town, and he's buying all these cool shirts? No. Dave Sunday put out a release, the Pennsylvania Attorney General, with all that stuff pictured, and it says, the NFL draft hasn't even started yet, but our agents are hard at work. Tuesday night, our organized retail crime section seized this counterfeit merchandise in the Strip District. Buddy, I really like Dave Sunday. You know this is a once-in-a-lifetime event if they're seizing counterfeit merchandise in the Strip District. Here's why. They have never sold any authentic merchandise in the Strip District. Not ever, not once, not one single T-shirt has been authentic in the history of the Strip District. But now, Reveneer Man's coming in and busting it down for the NFL draft? I mean, we're right on the cusp of taking it too far. I'm all for law and order, right? But, you're going to walk up and down the Strip District and say, hey, is this authentic merchandise? And somebody's going to look at you and go, no, it's not authentic merchandise. What do you mean? I've been standing on this corner since 1971 selling these T-shirts. No, they're $10. What do you think? They're authentic. They're Gildan brand or whatever. They're not a good brand. I bought them at Kmart and I screen printed them. And they're going to go, all right, you're coming with me, pal. Like, all due respect to Dave Sunday, who I really like, and know people who work in his office. But, cracking down on the Strip District? My man, you better be ready to dive deep if you're going at the Strip District. Yikes. Anyway. Whoo-hoo. I don't think I've ever bought anything authentic in the Strip District, nor seen anything authentic in the Strip District. I hope I'm not tipping them off, but that's wild to me. Not even the meat in the sandwiches is authentic. Everything is like fake in the Strip District. So, yikes. All right, coming up next, I will take your calls on the 10 Commandments in these Texas schools. And also, I have a question about an honor that will be bestowed on one of the draftees. We'll dive into that. We hit traffic now. From the P.J. Fitzpatrick Home Improvement Traffic Center, KDKA AAA Traffic, powered by Bowser Chevrolet.
Thanks, Colin. Once again, I sound like a broken record, but this is what's happening. A crash out on I-376 westbound, west of exit 74, Squirrel Hill Homestead. There's a shoulder closed there. That's around milepost 74.5. Accidents that are being worked on, Frankstown Avenue and East Liberty Boulevard, as well as the 3000 block of Babcock Boulevard in Ross Township, the 2000 block of Sawmill Run Boulevard in Pittsburgh, and Middletown Road and Berry Street. The traffic is slow at the Liberty Tunnel in both directions. It's also slowing down its flow on the Liberty Bridge. The West End Bridge is slow heading out of the city. Looks pretty good as you're heading in towards the north side. With AAA Traffic, I'm Trevin on 100.1 FM and AM 1020, KDKA.
The biggest reason Metropolitan Window Company has been in business since 1978 is our huge list of satisfied customers.
John, Maggie, and Justin Schmutzer here from Metropolitan Window Company, Pittsburgh's locally owned and family-operated window and door company for over 47 years.
When you choose Metropolitan Window Company, you're getting expertise and attention to detail from a trusted business that puts your needs first.
You're also getting our exclusive Infinity from Marvin 100% fiberglass windows that are built for life.
The most important part of a window is the framing. Fiberglass frames won't lose their dimensional integrity. They're the strongest, longest-lasting window you can buy.
And right now, you can save 20% and get financing on every window and door product we offer.
Stop by one of our showrooms, visit us at metropolitanwindows.com, or give us a call at 412-655-8411.
PA 1565.
I suffered with plantar fasciitis for almost 20 years. I would try drugstore insoles and supports.
If you suffer with plantar fasciitis, we know the search for pain relief can feel like a hopeless ordeal.
I thought foot pain was going to be with me for the rest of my life. I've been through surgeries, foot injections.
At the Good Feet store, we hear stories every day of all kinds of cheap inserts, expensive shoes, and other failed remedies people have tried that just didn't work.
I was trying all different things. Not a single one worked. And then I was driving past the Good Feet store, and I thought, why not? Give it a try. They wanted to make sure that they gave me the right arch support for my feet. Then it was like, okay, this is different. These make a difference.
Don't lose hope. Give the Good Feet store a try.
I'm so glad I met Good Feet. It changed my life.
Now open in the waterfront across from Yankee Candle next to Panera, or visit us in Robinson Town Center in Cranberry Township, or in Morgantown at Suncrest Town Center.
Thanks to the Good Feet store.
Been 30 time, would have been 30, no, would have been 30, being 30, been 29, if that'll help, been 29,000.
Get ready to bid on the equipment you need in the Ritchie Brothers Northeast Regional Auction on May 5th. Inventory is housed at locations in Pittsburgh, North Franklin, and Northeast Maryland, with in-person inspections available. Bid on a wide selection of construction and transportation equipment. Don't miss this great opportunity. Visit rbauction.com/Pittsburgh to sign up. Again, that's rbauction.com/Pittsburgh.
My name is Whitney Allen, and I'm a widow. My husband, Ryan, died. We never thought we'd ever have to use life insurance, but the unexpected happened. With Ethos, signing up was fast and 100% online. You can get a quote in seconds, apply in minutes, and get same-day coverage. No medical exams, and you can get up to $3 million worth of coverage. I am grateful we were prepared.
Get your free quote at ethos.com/radio. That's ethos.com/radio. Paid spokesperson. Time spent on application may vary. Online health questions required.
Wesley Financial Group is not a law firm, and Chuck McDowell, definitely not an attorney. This is Chuck. Do you feel stupid for buying a timeshare? Don't. It's not your fault. You were most likely told you could rent it, and it was a great financial investment. And the deal was available today only. If this happened to you, contact your resort or Wesley Financial Group for help today.
Call Wesley now for your free exit information kit. 800-939-1441. 800-939-1441.
This is Joe Cordell of Cordell & Cordell. Cordell & Cordell is the largest family law firm in the country, with over 35 years of helping clients navigate divorce. If you or someone you care about is facing a family law issue, let us set up a 1-hour Cordell Consult. The Cordell Consult is a meeting with a local attorney who will give you clear guidance about your options, whether it's a separation, a postnuptial agreement, divorce, or custody. CordellCordell.com.
Pittsburgh and Cranberry Township. Joseph Cordell. Licensed in Missouri and Illinois only.
From the Aetna Medicare Studios.
Proud to be the voice of Pittsburgh. 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA.
It's 78 degrees at 4:30. I'm David Ballarado. The news is brought to you by PJ Fitzpatrick. Need a new roof or just want to repair a small leak? Trust PJ.com. Well, officials from the city, state, and federal governments, as well as the NFL security, have all been talking about a zero-tolerance policy for disruptive behavior at the NFL draft. At least one group is planning to protest during the event. A group called the Anti-Trump Action Coalition is urging people to gain access to the draft through the NFL One Pass app so they can rally against ICE. ATAC calls this a disruptive and peaceful protest scheduled to start around 8 p.m. tomorrow night. Participants are urged to wear plain white T-shirts with anti-ICE messages. The state Senate today passed a bill that would prohibit biological males from participating in female sports in Pennsylvania scholastic teams. Senate President Pro Tem Kim Ward says the bipartisan vote of 30-17 shows both Republicans and Democrats alike support the move, which she says will put female athletes first and leave performative politics on the sidelines. A Bridgeville woman is accused of stealing thousands of dollars from a local middle school booster fund. Allegheny County Police have charged 42-year-old Valerie Kubiak following an investigation that began back in February. Police say their investigation found that Kubiak had made multiple unauthorized withdrawals from the account to buy vacations, visit sports gambling websites, and more. On Wall Street today, The Dow Jones Industrial Average closed higher, gaining 340 points. The Nasdaq also up, higher by 398 points, and the S&P 500 tacked on 74. KDKA Sports brought to you by NASCO Roofing, Pittsburgh's trusted and passionate roofer. The Pens and Flyers continue their quarterfinals tonight in Philadelphia, and the Pirates and Rangers will meet tonight in Arlington for Game 2 of their series. KDK Radio News Time 4:32. Time to visit RomeMonuments.com. Life is a journey to remember. Memorialize that journey. RomeMonuments.com. Our next update's at 5. I'm David Ballarado on the Voice of Pittsburgh News Radio KDKA.
Andy Amrine here for Harmony Garden Organic Insect Control. This is not your average garden variety insect killer. Harmony is your only insect control you need for your garden. Nothing is safer, nothing works better than Harmony. Spray your trees, flowers, plants to kill garden pests including aphids, green fruit worms, mites, soil lice, and russets. To get your bottle of Harmony, ask for it at any participating True Value hardware store or online at harmonyoic.com.
Hi, Paul Alexander here to let you know that KDKA has planned a fabulous 5-day Arizona getaway this September, and it's filling up fast. My wife, Shelley, and I want you to join us for an unforgettable trip based in beautiful Flagstaff, a relaxed mountain town that makes the perfect home base. From there, we'll explore the incredible red rocks of Sedona, travel by rail to the breathtaking Grand Canyon, a bucket list spot that everyone needs to see at least once. And then we'll take in the stunning scenery around Lake Powell with its deep blue water and wide open views. It's the perfect mix of sightseeing, natural beauty, and plenty of time to just enjoy where we are. And September is truly the sweet spot. Comfortable weather, no summer crowds, and everything planned for you. No guessing, no stress. Just show up and enjoy Arizona. Space is limited. Seats are disappearing quickly. Visit travelwithkdk.com or call 800-383-3131. Again, travelwithkdk.com or call 800-383-3131. Can't wait to see you there.
Looking for a great real estate agent? Someone who can help you sell your home fast and for top dollar? Go to ready.com, REDY.com. Because on Ready, agents will pay you just for the opportunity to sell your home. Yeah, on Ready, agents will pay you for your listing. Thousands of dollars up front just for a chance to sell your home. And it's easy. Just go to ready.com, enter your address, and when you want to sell. In just 48 hours, the best local agents are competing on Ready to be your agent with cash offers up front just to win your business. Hey, your listing is valuable. Don't give it away. Make those agents earn it. Get paid to pick your real estate agent. Go to ready.com or call 888-525-REDY. 888-525-READY.
PJ Fitzpatrick Home Improvement Traffic Center. KDKA AAA traffic powered by Bowser Chevrolet. Trevin.
Colin, there's still active accidents. The crash at I-376 westbound, west of exit 74 at Squirrel Hill and Homestead. There's a shoulder closed there. Also, there's an active accident being worked on at Northgate Drive and Sample Road. That's McCandless. Also, Frankstown Avenue and East Liberty Boulevard, as well as Babcock Boulevard and Ross Township, Sawmill Run Boulevard, and Middletown Road and Berry Street all have active accidents being worked on there. With AAA Traffic, I'm Trevin on 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA.
The KDKA AccuWeather forecast is brought to you by JP Roofing and Siding, Pittsburgh's #1 Platinum Preferred Roofing Replacement Contractor. Call 412-829-7711.
Mostly sunny for the rest of the afternoon. Highs in the mid and upper 70s, mainly clear tonight, low 53. Partly sunny, warm tomorrow, the high 78. Sun giving way to clouds Friday, a shower in the afternoon, the high near 80. For AccuWeather, I'm John Feerick, 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA.
There is treatment for neuropathy. I'm Dr. Dawn Spalla. At Allegheny Health and Physical Medicine, we treat neuropathy patients daily. No drugs, no surgery, just relief. Call 724-224-2224 for a free consultation in our Sarver or Brackenridge locations.
Breaking news for your home. Way Day. Wayfair's big sale is almost here, and you can score the best deals in home. Like up to 80% off everything home. Yes, you heard that right. 80% off with free shipping on everything. Plus surprise flash deals all Way Day long. We're talking outdoor furniture and essentials, rugs, and more. All at Wayfair, and all up to 80% off during Way Day. Shop Wayfair's Way Day from April 25th through 27th.
Wayfair, every every style, every home.
Progressive knows you think the grass is always greener, like maybe you ride a motorcycle. But today, it's raining. So you wish you had an RV, but if you did, you'd have to listen to some guy parked next to you at a campsite play his acoustic guitar. Now, before you start wishing you had a boat, remember, your brother-in-law would invite himself every weekend.
Permission to come aboard, Captain?
But one thing that is greener is the money you could save when you bundle your RV, boat, or motorcycle with your home or auto with Progressive. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company affiliates and third-party insurers. Not available in all states or situations.
The KDKA radio text line is driven by Kenny Ross Auto Group. Find your best deal and Pittsburgh's best warranty at kennyross.com.
Hi, this is Larry Richard. Join us day one of the NFL Draft on the Big K Morning Show, 5:30 until 10. We'll talk to former Steelers GM, two-time Super Bowl champ Kevin Colbert in our 7 o'clock hour.
All right, programming note, I'll be at Arts Landing tomorrow and Friday. So that should be a good time. I'm still ironing this out. Oh, wait, here we go. Oh, no. Yeah, so I'll have the chief of police tomorrow for sure, Jason Lando. I think to start the show, I should have Super Agent Lee Steinberg. I was texting with him. He's staying within walking distance, and I believe he said he'll drop by. But I've got to firm that up a little bit. We need to figure that out. But I believe this is all going to come together for just at 2 o'clock tomorrow. Arts Landing, I'm excited to see what Arts Landing's all about. I am. And that is the big question on the table, and I'll get to your calls in a moment, is this. There's been this cleanup, and this gigantic cleanup, and this sort of push. And I noticed it. I'll tell you what was interesting. About 3 weeks ago, maybe about 2 weeks ago, I'm coming down through the East Street Valley. I'm on 279, and I am just before, I don't even know the names of exits, but I'm past the McKnight Road exit coming south. Before where you'd get off to go to, like, AGH, you know, that exit right there on the right, and then it splits off. You go up towards the Veterans Bridge, or you can go all the way and wiggle around and go towards kind of like 65 and towards the airport and stuff. So I'm right in that sort of corridor where it gets dicey and where you can tell who the rookies are and who the vets are in terms of knowing how to drive on that stretch, because people pull ridiculous moves, or you just kind of keep it moving if you know what you're doing. Anyway, I'm coming through there, and I'm just before on that right, what is that, Venture Street? I don't know. On that right exit there, and I noticed what I've never seen before. I mean, in all my time, not that I'm some old-timer, but there's a cleanup crew. People in orange vests, people with big bags, and they had those grabbers, you know, like things that you hold in your hand and you squeeze so you don't have to make contact with the actual trash with your hand. You just kind of squeeze it and grab it, right? And so I'm thinking, wow, I don't know where they rolled these people out of. I don't know what they were doing outside of this or otherwise, or before they put them up to this. But I have never seen these people in my life do this. I mean, there's deer carcass that have been laying there for a year and a half. It's now down to bones. There are those same bottles that have been there since the pandemic, all that. And the real question then comes into focus, and it's the biggest question of the draft. For me, it is. This big push to clean up, to paint over the graffiti, to clean the roads, to get people like that out and sort of red up all the trash. Is this something that we're going to see a second wave of, a third wave of, a constant wave of? Or is this, hey, watch this, we're going to clean up real fast because people are coming here, and then we never see it again? And if we don't see it again, and it's August or September or whatever, local politicians should absolutely be taken to task. If we do see this turn into something that is a regularity, that happens all the time, then I do think they should be applauded to some degree. But the biggest question of the draft, for me, it's that it can't be answered this weekend. You need to give it time. You need to see where it goes. And you need to see if, in fact, it's something that continues. Jackson, Mount Lebanon, my man. Jack, what's up?
Hi, Colin. How's the family?
Fantastic. Margot's already at the casino. How about that?
He's probably drinking away and betting away.
Margot just kind of sips. She is a Margot can go the distance. Like, she can kind of have a beer here, make that last for a while, and then she'll be the last person standing.
Oh, that's good.
Yeah, she is atypical for her age. I mean, she can get after it for a while. She can hang for a pretty long time. Margot's an old soul.
You are.
No, Margot is.
Oh, well, she's smart too. She Ubers.
She does Uber. Also, wait, we're talking about the casino. That's where Margot is. Didn't you swear off of the casino?
Yes, sir. It took all my money, so I can't go back.
You can. You didn't get on some list, did you?
Oh no. I could go back, but no. Nope.
Call 1-800-GAMBLER. So anyway, what did you play? Slots or card games or what?
Both.
Both. What was your card game?
Blackjack.
Oh, you ever play Pie Gal?
Who?
Yep. Nope. What about, you don't play any dice games?
No.
Okay. All right. What about roulette?
No.
No, just blackjack.
Blackjack and slots.
Okay.
And I got a question for you.
Well, go ahead.
David Mollerado had a story about boys and girls sports.
David Mollerado, yes.
And it wasn't unanimous vote?
Yeah, how about that? It was like 17 people or something voted against it?
Yeah. Well, they should be hung.
But no. We can't advocate violence nor death here. We're not Iran. This is a country that has law and order. But I think they need their brain examined.
Well, yeah, but I was thinking more about like mutiny on the bounty hung.
Oh, okay. Got it. Yeah, that makes sense. So I agree. You know who was a big, and I didn't go through the names or whatever, that Lindsey Williams, who's a local politician. I think she represents my district. She was one of those zany ladies that was like, no, boys can play in girls' sports and girls can play. She was wild about that. She made no sense when she talked about it.
Well, your daughter's a wrestler.
She is, but she wrestles all girls.
I know, but what if you were in a match and all of a sudden some boy was going to wrestle? You'd flip out.
No, I wouldn't flip out. I would just say you're not going to wrestle him. Not at 15 years old. It's one thing when you're before puberty, and it's quite common before puberty. When you're 7, when you're 8 years old, and even at this age, you can elect to be a girl in the boys' bracket if you want, but a boy can't be in the girls' bracket. That just is common sense, and there's no argument for me that is on the other side of it. But if you're 6 or 7 or 8 years old, it's common that boys wrestle against girls. It's becoming a lot more common that there are enough girls to fill out a full-on girls bracket, though.
I understand.
Yeah.
Okay.
All right. Jack, do you want to go to this concert tonight? Jason Aldean, do you know who he is?
No, I don't want to go either.
Good call. Great call. So Jackson, no for the night before. 866-391-1020 is that number. Traffic now. PJ Fitzpatrick, Home Improvement Traffic Center, KDKA AAA Traffic, powered by Bowser Chevrolet.
Thanks a lot, Colin. The number of accidents that I reported earlier, there was about 7 of them. Well, 4 of them have been cleared. There are now active accidents at the 2000 block of Sample Road. That's in Hampton Township. The Northgate and Sample Road McCandless accident still being worked, as well as the Middletown Road and Berry Street accident in Pittsburgh. Slow traffic at the Liberty Tunnel in both directions, slowing down the flow on the Liberty Bridge. The West End Bridge is slow heading out of the city. It looks okay as you're heading towards the north side. And Route 28 looks good heading out of the city, but as you work your way into the city, there's brake lights from beyond the 31st Street Bridge. With AAA Traffic, I'm Trevin on 100.1 FM and AM 1020, KDKA.
Listen to KDKA Radio on the Odyssey, iHeartRadio, or TuneIn apps.
The day you retire, everything changes. Risk feels different. Income matters more. Mistakes cost more, and recovery time gets shorter. Secure Money Advisors works with families preparing for retirement by focusing on income, taxes, health care, and legacy planning in one comprehensive strategy. Claim your complimentary copy today at righttrackbook.com. That's righttrackbook.com, where your retirement journey begins on the right track.
100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA, covered by JP Roofing and Siding, Pittsburgh's #1 platinum roofing company. Pittsburgh is on the clock. Our comprehensive draft coverage is powered by Bowser Chevrolet. It's more than just the players. It's the vibe of the city. Where to go, what to do, we have you covered. It's presented by Target Freight Management and brought to you by your local AAA travel office and by Groundworks, formerly Baker's Waterproofing. On the voice of Pittsburgh, 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA.
For the best view of the draft, it's Lamont. Celebrate with Lamont's City of Champions menu April 21st through the 26th. Watch the draft from Lamont's TVs and excellent sound system. Avoid the crowds and traffic. Regular menu not available. Visit LamontPittsburgh.com/upcoming.
Do you remember 1981? MTV was launched, Dan Marino was the quarterback for the Pitt Panthers, and PGT Trucking was established in Beaver County. It's hard to believe that was 45 years ago. Since 1981, PGT Trucking has been an industry leader in flatbed transportation, providing quality jobs for drivers, diesel technicians, and office staff in Western PA. Join the PGT proud professionals today. Find out more at pgttrucking.com.
Hey, Colin Dunlap for Schultz Ford. Listen here, gonna be warm before you know it. Get that ride for summertime. How about that convertible, that Mustang? Yep. Or you may be going on a trip. You need that Expedition. You need that Explorer. You need that room. You sure do. So, Schultz Ford Wexford, Schultz Ford Harmer, Schultz Ford South in West Mifflin, Schultz Ford in Wheeling. Get there. Get that ride for your summer vacation. It'll be here before you know it. Or go to schultzford.com.
I'm with Joe Potocznik, JP Roofing and Siding, with an exciting opportunity.
Normally, Larry, we offer $500 off any complete roofing and siding replacements. For our spring promotion, we're offering an additional $500 off.
Joe, that's $1,000.
That's right, Larry.
You better call today. The roofing experts, JP Roofing and Siding, 412-829-7711, 412-829-7711. Thanks, Joe.
Thank you, Larry.
All right, as Jack in Mount Lebanon called him, David Valorado, he's got an update for us. Goldberg, Persky, and White, pioneers in asbestos litigation news desk. Here's David Valorado.
Well, I've had Balshrod. I've had all kinds of variations of it over the years.
Nonetheless, what are you working on, young man?
Well, it's been a day of ribbon cuttings. There's one that's been going on for about, close to 50 minutes right now downtown, and another one, which is a can't miss for Steelers fans at Point State Park. That's coming up at 5 on the Voice of Pittsburgh, 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA.
It's a match made in heaven. Your drive home and Colin Dunlap. Only on 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA.
So here we go. The 57th pick of the draft. I saw this news release. It's nice. It's a little bit hokey, but it is what it is, right? So the 57th pick of the NFL draft, or however that goes, is going to get something by Heinz. As one of the most, they put it out, as one of the most anticipated moments in football. That's a bit much. They're going to start this tradition. Heinz is paying homage to the 57 on the bottles. So Mr. 57, who will be the 57th pick, is going to get a lifetime supply of Heinz ketchup and the opportunity to partner with Heinz. They don't have to say yes, but I mean, come on. You're going to get an endorsement deal right off the top. And a Mr. 57 jacket. But the lifetime supply of Heinz ketchup. That's kind of the big thing in all of this. Now, I wonder about this. Here's the thing. Do we have an irrational allegiance to Heinz? That's kind of the secret that nobody wants to say, or the rumbling that nobody wants to talk about publicly. Do we here in Pittsburgh have an irrational allegiance to Heinz? Now, And it's a couple steps. One, you'll go on vacation. You'll be somewhere in Colorado or New Mexico or whatever, and they have like, I don't know, Founders Club ketchup or whatever. And people are like, I'm not eating that. I'm from Western Pennsylvania. I only eat Heinz. And they'll take a picture of it, and they'll put it out on social media, and they'll be like, look what they tried to make me eat in Las Cruces, New Mexico, this slop with my French fries. I always look at that stuff, and I go like, oh, okay, we're a little full of ourselves, but whatever. So that's the first phase of all of that. This thought that everybody in the country, and even the world, has to have Heinz ketchup as opposed to like Banquet brand wherever. But the second is this with our irrational allegiance. And look, granted, Heinz ketchup does taste better than all those other brands, I think. But with the irrational allegiance, here's the thing. The headquarters is split between here and Chicago. It's not really a Pittsburgh company. Okay? And do you know where the largest bottling place in the world of Heinz ketchup is? Because I do. It's in Wigan, UK. And in America, it's bottled in Fremont, Ohio, and then some other place in Iowa. So, does Heinz love us as much as we love them? I think that's a pretty decent question. But you won't get that from other hosts or other rah-rah people around town that want to wear shirts that say Yinzer and stuff like that. And I'm not knocking Heinz, but people leave out this inconvenient truth. They skipped out on us. They really did. They told Pittsburgh, hell with you, and went somewhere else. But we have this allegiance that's kind of unrequited at this point. It's not necessarily this two-way street. Now, again, their ketchup does taste better, and I understand it, and I get it. But I do chuckle when someone, like I said, goes and puts all over social media, the gall of this diner in, like, you know, wherever, El Paso, Texas, to not have Heinz ketchup. Well, they don't care about you, that you're from Delmont. They don't care. They're just putting ketchup on their table. And you take it as a personal affront. But more so, the overarching thing that we wear Heinz pickle pins. We talk about Heinz. People, they really aren't here anymore. They're just not. We love them more than they love us. But it's, I guess, a nostalgic brand. It's something that people like to beat their chest over and stuff like that. But I always get, like this thing, I always get a chuckle out of it. Mr. 57. And people will go bonkers at the draft and act like, Heinz, let's go. Yeah, I don't know. Let's go to Fremont, Ohio or Wigan, UK if you really want to be kind of in Heinz's pocket. Anyway, top of the hour, a little bit more about the draft. I want to get back into this 10 Commandments talk, too. That got people going. PJ Fitzpatrick, Home Improvement Traffic Center, KDKA AAA Traffic, powered by Bowser Chevrolet.
Colin, it looks like a busy afternoon is slowing down just a bit. All accidents have been cleared except for the accident reported on 2000 block of Sample Road. That's in Hampton Township. There's slow traffic at the Liberty Tunnel in both directions, slowing down the flow on the Liberty Bridge, of course. The Fort Pitt Tunnel is slow in each direction as well. And Route 28 is a smooth move heading out of the city, but as you work your way towards the city, out as far as the 31st Street Bridge, it's brake lights. And 279 North is moving well after you work your way out of the city. With AAA Traffic, I'm Trevin on 100.1 FM and AM 1020, KDKA.
When the weather turns bad, turn to us for the best news, weather, and traffic information from the KDKA Radio Storm Center. Presented by Duquesne Light Company, larger than light, and brought to you by Butler Transit Authority. Online and on the voice of Pittsburgh. 100.1 FM and AM 1020, KDKA.
The Village at St. Barnabas, the perfect place for mom.
The amount of compensation received from a lung cancer or mesothelioma lawsuit varies. But at Pittsburgh-based Goldberg, Persky & White, the goal is simple. Maximize your recovery and ensure you receive the full compensation you deserve. Asbestos manufacturers spent decades concealing the dangers of asbestos exposure, and today, many suffering from lung cancer or mesothelioma are fighting back. You are not alone in this fight. Call GPW today at 1-800-COMPLEX to learn more.
No use denying it. Old Man Winter's been hard on our homes. If it's drafty windows, overflowing gutters, rotted trim, or that dreaded leaking roof, PJ Fitzpatrick can take care of your home repair project before it turns into costly structural damage. Don't keep putting it off. This is the best time to call the repair experts at PJ Fitzpatrick. No job too big or too small. They'll fix it right the first time. Visit trustpj.com.
I'm Bob Burke, founder and chairman of Burke America Parts Group, a family of brands that includes RepairClinic.com, an appliance and HVAC parts solution company that's grown into an international brand. Before AmericanEagle.com, we partially launched a new technology platform developed by another firm. American Eagle helped take our technology to a whole new level with digital marketing, software development, and business insights into our key markets, appliances, HVAC, and outdoor power equipment, and did so both on time and on budget. AmericanEagle.com has the resources, experience, and talent needed to produce solutions. Our new technology platform, developed by AmericanEagle.com, has produced tremendous results with higher traffic, conversion, engagement, and online revenue. If you have any home repairs you need to take care of, check us out at RepairClinic.com. If you need a world-class website or technology project, then I would highly recommend AmericanEagle.com.
Call AmericanEagle.com at 773-NETWORK. That's AmericanEagle.com, 773-NETWORK.
Soldiers and Sailors Memorial Hall and Museum recognizes Pennsylvania's combat veterans who have received medals for gallantry. With this Hall of Valor moment, here's President of Soldiers and Sailors Memorial Hall and Museum, John McCabe.
Air Force Airman First Class Robert J. Servi of Beaver County was awarded the Distinguished Flying Cross in the Republic of Vietnam on 4 December 1967. While Airman Servi was unloading cargo, a mortar and small arms attack began. With complete disregard for his own personal safety, Airman Servi hurried to unload the cargo rather than seek shelter in a bunker. His crew then took off under fire to make another flight into Bù Đốp to deliver more badly needed supplies. A second attack began while the cargo was being unloaded, and again, Airman Servi continued to unload under fire. His actions allowed a safe departure for the aircraft and his fellow crew members.
To nominate a qualifying hero for the Hall of Valor, visit online at soldiersandsailorshall.org.
SchultzFord.com, 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 SchultzFord.com.
KDKA and KDKA-FM HD2 Pittsburgh, W261AX Pittsburgh.
Always live on the free Odyssey app. From the Aetna Medicare studios.
Proud to be the voice of Pittsburgh. 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA.
It's 78 degrees at 5 o'clock. I'm David Ballarado. The news is brought to you by your local Western PA AAA travel office. Travel with someone you trust.
And now the moment we've all been waiting for. Let's cut a ribbon.
Pittsburgh Downtown Partnership CEO Jeremy Waldrop at the official ribbon cutting for the newly remodeled Market Square. A host of dignitaries and Market Square businesses welcomed the renovations. Governor Shapiro says this was part of the massive renovation announced nearly 2 years ago to fix up downtown.
Today is a great day. Today is a day to celebrate Pittsburgh. And a strong and vibrant Pittsburgh means we've got a strong and vibrant Commonwealth of Pennsylvania.
They've also cut the ribbon for Steelers country down at the NFL Draft Experience at Point State Park. The NFL's Peter O'Reilly says the free event is among many highlights for fans as they shuttle between the North Shore and the Point.
You can go inside Acrisure Stadium and kick a field goal. There's so many activations over there, the main theater, and then Steelers country. This is just amazing. If you're a Steelers fan, there are so many little elements to discover in here. You got to check it out.
O'Reilly says the NFL has great partners here in Pittsburgh working on the draft, starting with the Steelers organization, Visit Pittsburgh, and the mayor. And a behind-the-scenes look at the draft where the stage is set not just for picks, but for an unforgettable fan experience. News Radio KDK's Tamira Rush has that.
Media received rare access inside the NFL draft stage and green room, where every detail is built to bring fans closer to the moment. One league official says it's about more than just the picks. It's about creating an immersive experience.
That's where we're going to have tens of thousands of fans that are going to congregate. You can also watch the draft from the field here at Acrisure. not only on the grass, but also in this lower bowl here. We also have screens in and around the entire North Shore, the Bud Light Beer Hall, over by the Place 60 area. There's screens everywhere.
On the field, fans can take part in NFL flag skills and drills for boys and girls ages 6 to 14. Tamira Rush News Radio, KDKA.
The man who was shot in Lawrenceville earlier this week has now died. The man found shot in the abdomen at Butler and Stanton Avenue. Police say he died at a local hospital. There's no word yet on his identity. Police say the investigation is very active and ongoing. There was big news today for the Pittsburgh Riverhounds. News Radio KDK's Paul Alexander has more on that.
The Hounds released that they have brokered a new multi-year stadium naming rights agreement with First National Bank, the largest subsidiary of F&B Corporation. As part of the new partnership, F&B is now the official bank of the Pittsburgh Riverhounds. In-stadium signage, updates, and improvements will reflect the partnership as a newly named F&B Stadium as it enters a new stage with upcoming plans for renovation and expansion that is scheduled to begin soon. Financial terms of the naming rights were not disclosed. The first event at F&B Stadium will be Saturday, April 25th at 7 o'clock when the Riverhounds host Greenville Triumph SC. Paul Alexander, News Radio, KDKA.
There's been a deadly chemical leak at a plant in West Virginia. CBS News correspondent Cammie McCormick reports.
Workers at a silver recovery business were preparing to shut down part of the facility when a leak occurred and caused a chemical reaction.
21 individuals from the site have been transported or have sought medical treatment or evaluation. I am sad to report that 2 individuals have passed away.
The plant's about 10 miles from Charleston, the state capital. Among the injured were 7 ambulance workers. Others were taken to hospitals in private cars, even a garbage truck in one case. It required a large-scale decontamination operation where people had to be sprayed down.
On Wall Street today, the Dow closed up 341 points. The Nasdaq was also higher, nearly 400 points, and the S&P 500 closed up 74. KDKA Sports brought to you by NASCO Roofing, Pittsburgh's trusted and passionate roofer. The Penguins will look to rally from their current 2-0 deficit in their playoff series against the Flyers as that continues tonight in Philadelphia. And in baseball, the Pirates and the Rangers will continue their series tonight down in Arlington, Texas. KDKA Radio News Time 5:03. It's 78 degrees in Pittsburgh. KDKA AAA traffic and the AccuWeather forecast are next.
More great specials for the month of April at Coons Market. Isn't that right, Frank Dentisi?
Right, Rob. In our meat department, choice boneless chuck shoulder steaks or roasts are $5.99 a pound. In the produce department, fresh red ripe strawberries, 1-pound packages, 2 for $5. In the deli, Smith's Smokehouse Reserve ham is $7.99 a pound. And additional savings this week, Turkey Hill drinks or iced tea, 1-gallon jugs, 2 for $5.
It's all happening now at Coons Market, a Pittsburgh tradition.
Hey, it's Pony for my friends at Comer & Cross. Does your garage floor have cracked and stained concrete? Mine did. Maybe your garage floor had a bad epoxy or paint job. A new Comer & Cross garage floor is going to transform your whole garage, and all it's going to take is one day. I love mine, and you'll love yours. If you call them right now, and you should do it, don't waste another second. They'll take 50% off your installation. So here's that number, 1-800-NEW-FLOOR. A Comer & Cross garage floor is the gold standard. It is guaranteed to never chip, crack, or show tire lift like epoxy or paint ever. And just like they did for me, they will make it so easy for you. Stuff in your garage, they'll take it out. Cracks and pits, they'll fix them perfectly. Look just like new. And they're going to put their proprietary Comer & Cross finish on it. So I want you to call them now and get that 50% off installation. The number is 1-800-NEW-FLOOR. That's 1-800-NEW-FLOOR. 800-NEW-FLOOR. Or go to COMERcross.com. It's Comer & Cross Premium Concrete Coating.
Kid Rock, a celebration 250 years in the making. Freedom 250 Tour, The Road to Nashville. Saturday, June 20th, the Pavilion at Star Lake. The American Badass, Kid Rock, with John Party.
Got a little dirt on my boots, but I'm taking you uptown tonight.
Get tickets now at livenation.com. The ultimate American party, Kid Rock.
Traffic time. PJ Fitzpatrick Home Improvement Traffic Center. KDKA AAA traffic powered by Bowser Chevrolet.
Thanks a lot, Collins. The accidents that I reported earlier have all been cleared. There's no working accidents at this time. Meanwhile, there's still slow traffic at the Liberty Tunnel in both directions, slowing down the flow on the Liberty Bridge. The West End Bridge is slow heading out of the city, but looking okay as you're heading towards the north side. The Fort Pitt Tunnel is slow moving in each direction, and Route 28 is better moving out of the city, pretty good, but as you work your way towards the city from as far out as the 31st Street Bridge, it's brake lights. And 279 North is moving well after you work your way out of the city. With AAA Traffic, I'm Trevin on 100.1 FM and AM 1020, KDKA.
The KDKA AccuWeather forecast is brought to you by JP Roofing and Siding, Pittsburgh's #1 Platinum Preferred Roofing Replacement Contractor. Call 412-829-7711.
Mostly clear tonight, the low 53, then partly sunny and warm tomorrow, high 78. Partly cloudy tomorrow night, low 56. Sun giving way to clouds, very warm Friday and afternoon shower, the high near 80. For AccuWeather, I'm John Feerick, 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA.
Warmer weather rolling in. Heavy rain, strong winds, and sudden damage. ServiceMaster Greater Pittsburgh responds immediately, 24/7, 365. Demand the yellow van.
The yellow van. Call ServiceMaster.
The Drive at 5. The stories driving today's headlines. Brought to you by ServiceMaster of Greater Pittsburgh. When disaster strikes, demand the yellow van. On 100.1 FM and AM 1020. KDKA.
I just saw Sarah Innamorato giving a big speech at the new reopened Market Square. I just still can't believe that's the person who represents our county. It's unbelievable to me. But anyway, here's a governor talking about big day, big day.
Today is a great day. Today is a day to celebrate Pittsburgh. And a strong and vibrant Pittsburgh means we've got a strong and vibrant Commonwealth of Pennsylvania.
Okay. All right. I agree with them there. But let's talk here. 866-391-1020, 866-391-1020. Can we agree on this? And I want your calls, yes or no. Can we agree on this? So, first of all, wait, before we get to that, I'm told NFL security and the authorities covering the draft are aware of a security threat. And that just happened a couple hours ago. There is a flyer out on social media that is kind of circulating in these dark corners where these anti-ICE people are trying to gain access, and they're doing it. They're just going to wear shirts, and then underneath it, they're going to have, screw ICE shirts or whatever, and they're getting legitimate sort of credentials, like how you get through that one pass thing. And just past 8 o'clock tomorrow, they're going to have some sort of protest inside the draft. Now, how you're going to knock that out, how you're going to quell that is really interesting to see. But I'm told that that is something that they're aware of, both the city police and the NFL security people. So here come the idiots again. And they want to enter the draft footprint and try to disrupt. And I hit the QR code and read all through it, and that's exactly what they want to try to do. Let's see if they actually pull it off. Now, more to the point, at 866-391-1020, that's 866-391-1020, I want a yes or no from you, and maybe even a little bit of an explainer here. Now, the city made an effort, and the county, Sarah Innamorato, stepping up to clean up. Okay? They had those graffiti trucks. They had a big brigade where they went out and cleaned up the broken down cars all over the city. They had all that kind of stuff. And they advertised it. They put it out in press releases. How do I know this? Because I got them all, right? And I did see some of the work. Then there were delays on the Veterans Bridge, 28, other places where they were actually doing the work. I'm all for this. It's a great move. Who doesn't want a clean city? But will it look like this moving forward? Or is this just a one-off? That's all I want to know from you. That's one question. Is it something that will move on beyond this draft week? Or will they say, the citizens aren't going to look around anymore. We got cleaned up enough. We'll give it another, 30 years. Another question for you. at 866-391-1020. Do you know anybody who truly wants this to not go off well, who wants it to fail? Because I look at it no matter which way you view it from. No matter if you love the NFL draft coming to Pittsburgh or you hate it. No matter if you can't wait to go or if you're staying far, far away. Or no matter if you think we've covered way too much of it or you can't get enough coverage. I think you should want it to be a gigantic success. That's just my thought. I have a hard time wrapping my head around any other notion. I just do. I don't know why people, and I've heard this, I've seen it on social media. Maybe it's just the social media rabble-rousers who want a reaction, and here's the reaction you're getting. Some people have typed these words. I've not seen it said. Some people have typed these words. I hope, or, pretty close to it. I hope it's a miserable failure. I hope it's a mess. I hope they screw this all up. See, it's not my cup of tea. I don't go to it. I wouldn't go to it. I'm going to go to Arts Landing and have 2 broadcasts, and that's going to be great. But I'm not somebody who's a party to going and standing in a big crowd and watching people get drafted. That's a far cry from wanting it to fail, though. I don't want it to fail. I want it to succeed. I want people to make money. I want people to look at Pittsburgh and go, whoa, you know what? Never been to that place. Maybe I'll go check it out. Maybe I'll stop by, see what it's all about. And that could potentially propel us to a different place. I can't get on board with people who want it to fail because what's your end game? Why would you want that miserableness to happen? Frank's in Market Square. Hi, Frank.
Hey, Colin. How's it going? So I just want to give you my 2 cents. I'm with you. I'm concerned about going forward because I've been born and raised and been in and out of the city all my life. But if you take a deeper look at downtown Pittsburgh, I could still see the remnants, if you will. So we're putting window dressing on the city. Fantastic. Absolutely wanted to succeed for all reasons. But I'm taking a real look at the city. I've been in the city all my life. And there's a lot of work that still needs to be done. And today, I know it's not the draft yet, but the restaurants and bars are well-staffed, but unfortunately, there's nobody in them. And it's dinner hour, at 5:15 draft eve. So hopefully that'll totally change tomorrow. But, man, the city got a lot of years of work left.
Well, let me ask you this. This is a dynamic I'm real interested in. Is because I saw Mike from Mike's Beer Bar, right? And I talked to him on the home opener. But then I saw he was quoted in a story. I think it was the Post-Gazette or one of the publications. And he was talking about one of his main things was making sure his staff gets to work and all this stuff. And I was thinking about this, and you're talking about Market Square. Are people who are either staying here or in from out of town, are they going to go have sit-down dinners, or are the things that are going to thrive more like pop-up stands and food truck kind of places?
I'll tell you, if tonight was any indicator, again, it's early, it looks like they are not going to get potentially the business they anticipated. And I will tell you, to navigate on foot is quite an amazing complex down there right now. It's not very convenient for the pedestrian even to get into these facilities because you have so many road closures and barriers that to me are kind of going to be a deterrent, especially knowing that the head of the octopus is about a mile away across the river.
Yeah, I like Frank. Man, Frank needs to become a regular caller. I like the way that he meshes his words together. 866-391-1020 is that number. I'm out of here in a little bit, less than an hour, and I'm going to see Jason Aldean. How about today marks the end of the Jason Aldean promos? And I know that makes some of our producers happy because those Jason Aldean promos played a lot. And I know a couple producers didn't like them. They got people going. They just didn't like the way they were cut up, I guess. Man, we did hear those a lot. But apparently they were effective. There's like a sold out. Well, you couldn't buy the tickets. There's a wall-to-wall crowd down there already at the casino, and I'll be joining them as soon as I'm out of here. Let's hit traffic. PJ Fitzpatrick, Home Improvement Traffic Center. KDKA AAA Traffic, powered by Bowser Chevrolet.
Thanks a lot, Colin. I heard the report about navigating for pedestrians could be rough. Well, if you're driving, Phase 3 of the downtown closures have been announced and are in effect up until the 25th of April. Those include the previously announced Phase 1 and Phase 2 closures. I'll give you a few of the Phase 3 ones. There's a long list, so I'll make it short. Mazeroski Way, West General Robinson Street, Lecoq Street from Federal Street from Lecoq Street, and Merchant Street, as well as I-279 southbound exit 1B ramp, also I-279 northbound the exit 1B ramp. All of these are closed. Route 65 southbound ramp to Fort Duquesne Boulevard, Route 65 northbound ramp from Fort Duquesne Boulevard, as well as the 6th Street Bridge, Roberto Clemente, 7th Street Bridge, Andy Warhol, 6th Street, Liberty Avenue Extension, Penn Avenue from Stanwyck Street to 9th Street, Liberty Avenue PPG Paints Arena exit off Fort Pitt Bridge, and also the 279 HOV lanes. A full update and list is listed with detours at NFLDraftPittsburgh.com. With AAA Traffic, I'm Trevin on 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA.
Listen to KDKA Radio on the Odyssey, iHeartRadio, or TuneIn apps.
Carpal tunnel syndrome, heart failure that doesn't improve with common medicines. These are some signs and symptoms associated with ATTR-CM, or the cardiomyopathy of ATTR amyloidosis, a serious heart condition with symptoms that get worse over time. Amvuttra, vutrisiran, is a prescription medicine given by a healthcare provider that treats ATTR-CM in adults to reduce heart-related death, hospital stays, and urgent visits. In a clinical study, Amvuttra was proven to help people live longer and have fewer heart-related hospital stays and urgent visits over 3 years compared to placebo. Amvuttra lowers the amount of vitamin A in your blood, which can affect vision. Other side effects include pain in the arms or legs, pain in the joints, and shortness of breath. These are not all the possible side effects of Amvuttra. For prescribing information, call 1-833-256-2748 or learn more at amvuttra.com. Ask your doctor about Amvuttra for ATTR-CM.
Beat the spring cleaning rush and call our cleaning heroes at Zero Res. It's time. Let Zero Res help refresh your home with clean carpets, fresh floors, and improved air quality. Check out all the raving reviews online. 4.9 Google rating. This week, get one room of carpet cleaned, get another room cleaned free. Unlimited rooms. Call 412-701-1188 or go online at ZeroResPGH.com. Make sure you ask for the KDKA special. April is here and everything is in bloom, including savings at Bowser Hyundai. The 2026 Hyundai Tucson all-wheel drive brings versatility to your ride, and right now at Bowser Hyundai, the #1 volume Hyundai dealer in Pittsburgh, you can get the Tucson SE with 0% APR for 60 months or get rebates up to $3,000. And don't forget, all new Hyundais come with Hyundai Assurance and are backed by America's best warranty. 10 years, 100,000 miles, powertrain limited warranty. So don't wait. Get to BowserHyundai.com today. Based on 2025 year-end and January 2026 sales results, tax, title, and fees not included. Dealer doc fee of $490 applies. 24 months, 7,500 miles per year with $2,999 due at signing with credit approval and financing through HMFC. Offer ends May 3rd, 2026.
Oh, that's the power of Bowser.
BowserHyundai.com. Bowser Hyundai, Route 51 South on top of the hill.
Everything you knew about reaching customers online is being rewritten. Time to rethink your approach. Outcomes from Viant finds real customers, not impressions, not clicks, customers. Our AI maximizes every dollar of your budget against the outcomes that matter most and proves it happened. It's smarter advertising made simple. Visit Viant.ai.
Wait, everything on this IHOP value menu is just $6?
I told you it was amazing. A huge plate of pancakes, bacon, and eggs is just $6.
Wow.
There's also French toast, a ham and cheese omelet, and oh, they got a BLT and fries now.
Okay, we're coming here every day.
You don't have to tell me twice.
Feast for just $6 with the IHOP value menu. $7 in some locations, available every day for a limited time at participating restaurants in the U.S. Hours may vary. No substitutions. Not valid with other discounts or promotions. Prices may vary.
Shopping for replacement windows? Metropolitan Window Company.
All right, so there's that. Goldberg, Persky, White, Pioneers in Asbestos Litigation News Desk. A look ahead what's happening. David Ballarado's got you covered. Hi, David. Did you get any sunburn today, by the way?
No, I did not.
Fair.
I've been indoors all day.
Oh, I thought you were down at the thing.
No, that was yesterday.
Oh, did you get any yesterday?
A little.
Okay. Well, outside of that, tell us what's happening at 5:30.
Well, there's been a lot of the focus on the North Shore and Point State Park, but this has also been a big day in Hazelwood. We'll have details of that coming up at 5:30, right here on the Voice of Pittsburgh News Radio, KDKA.
This is a Bloomberg Money Minute. The federal government could soon own an airline. The Trump administration is putting together a $500 million bailout package to rescue the bankrupt low-cost carrier Spirit Airlines. In exchange for that lifeline, Uncle Sam will get warrants to purchase up to 90% of the shares in the new company once it exits bankruptcy. On Wall Street, the S&P 500 closing at a fresh all-time high today on rising hopes that by President Trump extending the U.S. ceasefire agreement with Iran, the two countries can resume peace talks to try to end the conflict. At the close, the Dow up 341 points. The Nasdaq shot up 398, 1 2/3% higher. The S&P up 74, a 1% gain. Mortgage applications jumping 10% higher last week because rates edged lower, now averaging 6.35%. And Jeopardy has a new sports edition in the works that'll be hosted by Joe Buck and run on Disney Plus and Hulu called ESPN Jeopardy. Tom Busby, Bloomberg Radio.
Shopping for replacement windows? Metropolitan Window Company elevates your shopping experience.
John, Maggie, and Justin Schmutzer here from Metropolitan Window Company, Pittsburgh's locally owned and family-operated window and door company for over 47 years.
When you choose Metropolitan Window Company, you'll experience personalized knowledge, expertise, and professionalism from our first visit to your home until our craftsmen complete your installation.
We're the window company that people want in their homes, and our exclusive Infinity by Marvin 100% fiberglass windows are the windows people love.
They're built for life. They are the strongest, longest-lasting windows you can buy.
And we have a great selection of colors and finishes. Experience Metropolitan Window Company. Stop by our showrooms, visit us at metropolitanwindows.com, or give us a call at 412-655-8411.
PA 1565.
If you're thinking it, he's saying it. Colin Dunlap on the Voice of Pittsburgh. 100.1 FM and AM 1020. KDKA.
All right, here we go. I'm still blown away at this Strip District situation. Dave Sunday's a great man who's cracking down on crime. He is. Out of York, same place as Margot, who's been at the casino since like 2 o'clock today. I'll bump into her in a little bit. Hopefully she's going to behave. But Dave Sunday, our Pennsylvania Attorney General, is charged with the duty, duly elected, to make sure to crack down on crime. And I guess you can't choose. Crime's crime. I get that. But they have now cracked down. Their organized retail crime section has seized a bunch of counterfeit merchandise in the Strip District. And they put out like a release and a photo of it all. Not all of it, but some of it. It says, seized counterfeit merchandise in the Strip District. There's no authentic merchandise in the Strip District. There's none. It's all counterfeit. They could send this, what's it called, organized retail crime section. They could send that group of people and just have them put up a remote sort of office in the Strip District and be there for 20 years. And they still wouldn't get out all of the counterfeit merchandise. I don't know. I'm sure the NFL is like, we want to sell our regular stuff. We don't like it. Tell the Strip District, back off. And people in the Strip District selling those T-shirts that say, like, Cosby 87 are like, no, we're not going to stop selling it. And then here comes Dave Sunday's bunch to tell them, yes, they are. So that's the tussle with the NFL draft. All right, I do want to get back into the 10 Commandments real quick. And I'll be out of here in short order, about half an hour. PJ Fitzpatrick, Home Improvement Traffic Center, KDKA AAA Traffic, powered by Bowser Chevrolet.
Thanks a lot, Colin. As I reported earlier, all the accidents that were reported have been cleared. So there is slow-moving traffic on the Liberty Bridge through the Liberty Tunnel, slowing up the traffic on the Liberty Bridge, as well as Route 28. As you're moving out of the city, it looks pretty good, but as you work your way towards the city, it's brake lights beyond the 31st Street Bridge. I-279 North is moving well after you get out of the city. With AAA Traffic, I'm Trevin on 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA.
Wesley Financial Group is not a law firm, and Chuck McDowell, definitely not an attorney. This is Chuck. If someone talked you into buying something really silly and you want to get out of that silly little thing, my advice, get the facts. Call me and I'll send you our timeshare exit kit absolutely free. Inside, you'll learn how timeshare works and all your options for cancellation.
Call Wesley now for your free exit information kit. 800-948-7878. That's 800-948-7878.
Don't delay in getting that plumbing repair done. Call Palucci Plumbing today for all of your plumbing needs. From trenchless sewer repair and waterline repairs and replacement, hot water tanks, sewer camera inspections, to Pittsburgh potty repairs, no job is too small for Palucci Plumbing. Owners Amy and Nick Palucci have been in business for 26 years. So give them a call for your next plumbing repair or replacement. Palucci Plumbing, 412-782-5050. That's 412-782-5050.
And Doug. There's nowhere I wouldn't go to help someone customize and save on car insurance with Liberty Mutual, even if it means playing in a football game. Boom! 42! You're going down, Doug. Oh, yeah? Your price on car insurance when you customize and save is going down. Hey! Limu? What are you doing on their team? Only pay for what you need at libertymutual.com.
Liberty, 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 liberty. You just testified under oath you're getting more fiber in your diet, and it was easy. Where is this additional fiber coming from?
Mirafiber gummies.
Objection.
It's true. Mirafiber has 8 grams of fiber to help me get the fiber I need in a day, plus 4 B vitamins for metabolism support, all in one serving.
Overruled.
My gut rests its case.
Oh, that's my line.
Find Mirafiber today at your local retailer from the makers of Miralax. Mirafiber supports metabolism of carbs, fats, and proteins. Serving size is 4 gummies.
My retired friends are going back to work. I'm worried Social Security won't be enough. BenefitsCheckup.org connected me to $1,000 a month for food and medicine. It's free. Visit BenefitsCheckup.org today.
Supported by the U.S. Administration for Community Living.
When you're hiring, have you ever felt like you're missing out on meeting truly great candidates for your roles? It seems impossible to find them, but they have to be out there somewhere, right? Well, they're not hard to find when you know where to go, and that place is ZipRecruiter. And right now, you can try ZipRecruiter for free at ZipRecruiter.com/radio. ZipRecruiter helps 10 million people with their job search every day. And because these people are actively looking for jobs just like yours, it's easy to find the right person right away. In fact, 4 out of 5 employers who post on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate within the first day. But if you're not using ZipRecruiter, you're missing out. So see what it's like when the impossible is easy. When you go to ZipRecruiter.com/radio right now to try ZipRecruiter for free. Once again, that's ZipRecruiter.com/radio. ZipRecruiter.com/radio. Never miss out on great candidates with ZipRecruiter.
From the Aetna Medicare Studios.
Proud to be the voice of Pittsburgh. 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA.
It's 77 degrees at 5:30. I'm David Ballarado. The news is brought to you by PJ Fitzpatrick. 45 years of experience and thousands of 5-star reviews. Trust PJ.com. The newly renovated Market Square is now open. The official ribbon cutting this afternoon at the historic location. Governor Josh Shapiro says the redevelopment comes on the heels of the opening of Arts Landing and the restarting of the fountain at Point State Park.
This is a city that values one another, values our community. And that's why we began our downtown revitalization by building up these central places of community.
Original Oyster House owner Jen Grippo says even though she's excited the project is over, she will miss the people who've been working on the site with whom she has formed a relationship. With thousands and thousands expected to come to the draft, Mayor O'Connor says he's ready to welcome them all to Pittsburgh.
We also encourage Lions, Bengals, Browns fans to come and see what an actual Super Bowl trophy looks like if they want to come down and check that out.
And just ahead of the draft, a new youth sports field is unveiled in Hazelwood. News Radio KDKA's Tamira Rush has details.
Community leaders and NFL officials cut the ribbon on the new U.S. Steel Community Field at Hazelwood Green, designed to give local kids a place to play, grow, and compete. Steelers Charities President Art Rooney II says the field carries on a strong local tradition.
Many of you may know the Steelers moved their headquarters right across the river here about 25 years ago. And from my office, I was able to look across the river at this site. And for too many years, there was nothing happening here.
The multi-purpose field will serve teams like the Hazelwood Cobras and Central Catholic High School, while expanding access to sports across the Mon Valley and Pittsburgh. Tamira Rush, News Radio, KDKA.
The running of the bulls today on Wall Street as the Dow gained 340 points, the Nasdaq closed up 398, and the S&P 500 added 74. KDKA Sports brought to you by NASCO Roofing. The Pens have a 2-0 deficit in front of them as they face the Flyers tonight in the Eastern Conference quarterfinals in Philadelphia. The Pirates and the Rangers will continue their 3-game set tonight in Arlington. KDK Radio News Time 5:32. Our next update at 6. I'm David Ballarado on the Voice of Pittsburgh News Radio KDKA.
April's the perfect time to refresh your home with beautiful custom window treatments from Lachina Drapery and Blind Factory. Lachina makes custom products in their own Pittsburgh factory. 60 years of quality craftsmanship, draperies, blinds, shades, shutters, and upholstery. Low factory direct prices. Go to lachinadrapery.com, shop Lachina's free shop at home service. Visit their showrooms or call 412-665-4900. Lachina Drapery and Blind Factory. Quality you deserve, prices you'll appreciate.
Embark on an unforgettable journey through Japan and South Korea with AAA, April 3rd through the 12th, 2027. Sail 9 incredible nights aboard the boutique luxury ship Azamara Pursuit. Enjoy immersive overnights and extended time in port. Experience samurai towns, bonsai gardens, and incredible cuisine. Relax with fine dining, premium beverages, and shipboard gratuities included. Club veranda staterooms start at $4,569 per person, double occupancy. Visit your local AAA branch or call 1-800-354-8761 today.
Food for thought in the heart of North Oakland on Craig Street. There's a legend that's been serving up Pittsburgh flavor for 32 years. Meet the Deli King, where homemade corned beef is made fresh every single day and piled high just the way you like it. They don't cut corners, they slice perfection. From the best Reubens in town to deli sandwiches that keep you coming back, this isn't just lunch, it's tradition. Food for Thought Deli, Craig Street, North Oakland. The Deli King, home of Pittsburgh's best deli sandwiches. Come for the corned beef. Stay for the crown.
Why deal with crowded hotels and packed pools when you can have the whole place to yourself? At SWAC Vacation Rentals, some homes come with private lazy rivers, indoor pools, massive game rooms, and outdoor kitchens built for the whole crew. These aren't hotel rooms, they're private vacation playgrounds, managed by us, cared for by us, and ready when you arrive. And when you book direct, you keep more of your vacation budget where it belongs with you. Find your unforgettable stay at SWAC. SWACKvacations.com. That's SWACKvacations.com.
Want a health plan that travels with you? With UPMC Health Plan, you can access care wherever you are. That's access to UPMC doctors and hospitals, local providers, plus urgent and emergency care nationwide through the Cigna Healthcare PPO network. What's more, you get 24/7 access to virtual care. All this with award-winning customer service from their healthcare concierge team. When your employer gives you a choice of health insurance plans, choose UPMC Health Plan.
PJ Fitzpatrick, Home Improvement Traffic Center, KDKA AAA Traffic, powered by Bowser Chevrolet.
Thanks a lot, Colin. The accidents are reported in the 500 block of Pittsburgh Mills Circle. That's in Fraser Township. Vista Park Drive and Campbell's Run Road in Robinson Township. An accident there. We'll keep an eye on that. As well as the 100 block of West Swissvale Avenue in Edgewood in the borough. We'll keep you posted on that as well. With AAA Traffic, I'm Trevin on 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA.
The KDKA AccuWeather forecast is brought to you by JP Roofing and Siding, Pittsburgh's #1 Platinum Preferred Roofing Replacement Contractor. Call 412-829-7711.
Mostly clear tonight, down to 53. Partly sunny tomorrow up to 78. Looks like a warm evening for the draft. Partly cloudy tomorrow night, low 56. And warm on Friday. Maybe an afternoon shower, the high near 80. For AccuWeather, I'm John Feerick, 100.1 FM and AM 1020, KDKA.
The KDKA radio text line is driven by Kenny Ross Auto Group. Find your best deal and Pittsburgh's best warranty at kennyross.com.
Hi, this is Larry Richard. Join us day one of the NFL Draft on the Big K Morning Show, 5:30 until 10. We'll talk to former Steelers GM, two-time Super Bowl champ Kevin Colbert in our 7 o'clock hour.
Here we are, a little while longer, then I'm off to the casino. See if I can navigate my way down there. West End Bridge, I guess. That's the way to go. Then I hope I can get off the exit there and shoot right into the casino. I believe that's the case. Andy Lindbergh was down there. Andy Lindbergh's working hard. He's telling me there's bomb-sniffing dogs. I don't have a bomb, so I'm okay, nor do I have drugs. If they were jerk-sniffing dogs, potentially I might be not permitted into the casino, but that's that. I think I'll be okay. I still can't get over this story. You know, and I want to talk about it just a little bit more. It is something where I think we're doing too much. Or at least we're not. Texas is. They're doing too much. They're trying to push into practice something that is just not practical, or more so, just not needed.
The law forces public schools to display a poster or framed copy of the Ten Commandments in each classroom. The ACLU filed a lawsuit in December claiming the law violates the First Amendment. Texas Democratic State Representative Vicki Goodwin.
This just seems like we are trampling over the freedom of religion.
The appeals court ruled the law is compliant with the First Amendment because it does not endorse a religion or stop anyone from practicing their own faith. The case will likely wind up before the Supreme Court. Michael Wallace, CBS News.
Yeah, like, what are we doing here? So it's a mandate. That's the part that's crazy to me. It requires public schools to put up a conspicuous copy of the Ten Commandments. Why? Like, I'm not somebody who's going to go to the school board and say, take it down, take it down. It doesn't offend me. Well, yeah, it doesn't offend me. That's the wrong word. It's just wholly unnecessary. It's grandstanding for the far right, for these mega and MAGA church preachers that want to say that they won and want to put a billboard up and show everybody. That's all it is. Because here's the thing, and I've thought about this long and hard after seeing this story today. The easy question is this. If you didn't have that sign up, those 10 commandments, up on a wall in a classroom, could you still sort of live by, in that classroom, all those pillar points and those tenets? My thought is very easily yes. You could. An atmosphere, try this one on. An atmosphere isn't a sign. Okay? Good behavior lives here. You're in Steeler country, right? The 10 Commandments, they're listed right there, 1 through 10. Thou shalt not take the name of the Lord in vain, whatever. An atmosphere isn't a sign. It's just not. Words on some sort of poster. An atmosphere in a culture is created by actions and acts. And in this case, facilitated by a good teacher or not a good teacher. It's dependent on how good that instructor is and how firm of a grasp they have on the classroom. Okay? So a sign isn't going to do anything but validate someone's thoughts, someone's political and religious beliefs, and put them into a public space and have them do a victory lap. That's it. And it also serves to, as opposed to what they're trying to do, which is unite, I think, it serves to exclude. Not everybody has to be the same religion you do. They just don't. So what if they don't adhere to that? And what second grade kid, honestly, needs to look up at a sign and it says, "Thou shalt not covet thy neighbor's wife"? What do they know about that? That's number one. The other one is this. What first grade kid, fifth grade kid, 11th grade kid needs to look up at a sign in a public school and be judged by, "Remember to keep holy the Lord's day"? Well, they don't need to go to church. Not everybody does. And not everybody in a public space, particularly a taxpayer public space where kids are getting educated, should be judged nor should be told they need to keep holy the Lord's day. Hell, they might want to go out and have a chew, play baseball, run around, even swear. Then they'd be breaking 2 commandments, I guess. It's just such a stretch to think that's what's important. What they should do in Texas, man, I solve a lot of problems with logic. What they should do in Texas is take whatever money is going to go into creating these signs, whatever legislation and time that was wasted in pandering here and going over all of this, and get teachers, even if you want to videotape some sort of message, and have some tutorial on how you can bind people together, bring them together, particularly students, and make them all feel like you can kind of unite. And how you could push forward one message where everybody could feel welcome, people can have a good time, everybody can, no matter what they look like, what God they pray to, how they are, have a common bond in that classroom. This is just exclusionary. I thought about this, and I did. I read this story, and I saw it on the AP Wire, and then I read it a bunch of times. Public schools should be a place free from religion. And once you embrace one, or even the tenets of just a few, and that's what happens when you put up the 10 Commandments, where does it end? Where does it end? As Mark in Brookline points out at 866-391-1020 on the text line, morality will never be taught with a sign. It has to be taught by example. Exactly. 100% so. So this is all an ego stroke. It's something that people wanted to see. It's an I told you. And you know what? The majority of kids are going to look at that and blow it off anyway. Then where does it end? Are there lesson plans and curriculum that's built around that sign? Do people then bring it into the fabric of the teaching and the lessons in that school? Again, not enough people are going to mount up and say, bring it out of the classroom, get it out of there, because it's not worth the fight, really. Well, at least it's not worth the fight for me. It wouldn't be. It may be worth it for some people. But dissenting opinions that are centered around religious freedoms, especially of parents with theologies other than Christianity, I don't know how you tell them they're wrong. I just don't. How do you say, well, shut up, the sign's up there, too bad, sorry about your luck, you're the different person, you just got to live with it? That doesn't really sit well with a lot of people, nor should it. How about instead of putting one in, we just don't put anything in? And we can live by those. We can use them as guideposts in the class because they're logical, but we don't need to display them. Because no second grade kid needs to be told thou shalt not commit adultery. It just doesn't. We're screwed. We really are. This is just insane. I said insane. Generally, you hear that in the show before me a few times. But I did use the word insane. All right, coming up next, a few more minutes, and then we are out of here. PJ Fitzpatrick, Home Improvement Traffic Center, KDKA-AA Traffic, powered by Bowser Chevrolet.
Accidents reported in the 500 block of Pittsburgh Mills Circle, Fraser Township. Also an accident reported at Vista Park Drive and Campbell's Run Road, Robinson Township. And the 100 block of West Swissvale Avenue in Edgewood. Slow traffic at the Liberty Tunnel in both directions, slowing down the flow on the Liberty Bridge, of course. And Route 28, moving out of the city looks good. But as you're making your way into the city, there's brake lights from beyond the 31st Street Bridge. I-279 North is moving well after you get out of the city in both directions. With AAA traffic, I'm Trevin on 100.1 FM and AM 1020, KDKA.
Listen to Colin Dunlap on Apple Podcasts, Spotify, or wherever you get your podcasts.
My house has a new glow. I love my windows. Universal Windows Direct.
Buy 2 windows, get 2 free. 24 months, no payments or interest. $500 off. Restrictions do apply, but call 412-543-6003.
I love my windows. They've got that brand new home effect. Universal Windows Direct.
Did you know that the only cause of mesothelioma is exposure to asbestos? Did you know that many local area tradesmen were exposed to asbestos and didn't even know it? The sad reality is asbestos-related diseases are often fatal, yet entirely preventable. Pittsburgh-based Goldberg, Persky, and White understands the complexities of asbestos exposure and are dedicated to fighting for the compensation you deserve. GPW can't change the past, but we'll work to transform your future. Call 1-800-COMPLEX to learn more.
You know the rush when you reach that goal, when something you've worked for pays off. That's success. At University of Maryland Global Campus, we believe you should never stop chasing it. That's why we offer a skills-based education that helps move your career forward. Learn how to apply emerging technologies like AI and data science. Build your leadership and critical thinking skills. Apply now and save with no application fee. Classes start May 13th. Learn more at umgc.edu. Certified to operate in Virginia by Chev.
When it's happening, News Radio KDKA is telling you about it.
NFL Commissioner Roger Goodell.
To the Rooney family, to Art, to Jim Rooney, to now young Dan Rooney, they define Pittsburgh in so many ways. They represent that city in every which way with pride. And I think this draft is something that is really important to all of them and to the Steelers in general.
The voice of Pittsburgh, 100.1 FM and AM 1020, KDKA.
All right, we got a lot going on. David Ballarado brings it all to you. Here's an update. What he's working on. Goldberg, Persky, White, Pioneers in Asbestos Litigation News Desk. A look ahead what's happening at 6. Hi, David.
Hey, Colin. For a lot of people who've been working on this for at least 18 months, today must have the feeling of Christmas Eve as Pittsburgh prepares to host the 2026 NFL Draft. The latest on the big event coming up at 6 right here on the Voice of Pittsburgh, News Radio KDKA.
It's Colin Dunlap on the Voice of Pittsburgh, 100.1 FM and AM 1020, KDKA.
All right, so programming note as I'm on my way out of here. Oh my gosh, I'm looking at pictures. There are already people at the casino that are just getting crazy. Yikes. Anyhow, programming note. So here's the deal. I got to pull this up on him. I'll be at Arts Landing, which is in downtown Pittsburgh, the next 2 days. So that's happening. And I've started to put together a list of some guests because we'll have a bunch of guests down there. There's a lot going on. So Super Agent Lee Steinberg, he'll join me tomorrow to kick off the show right at 2 o'clock. Lee's a good man. He represents a lot of people. He represented Ben Roethlisberger. He represents Mahomes. Represents a million baseball players. He was staying just within walking distance. So I texted him, said, why don't you stop by? He said, okay, what time's the show? And, yeah, it's right at 2 o'clock. So Lee Steinberg is going to stop by and start the show. Then we'll have a bunch of people from Pitt because actually the Arts Landing is kind of being overtaken by Pitt, right? That is kind of their home base for this draft. So I know on Friday we'll have University of Pittsburgh's athletic director, Alan Green. So we'll definitely talk to him. We'll talk to like people in different departments, whatever. But also tomorrow at 3 o'clock, we'll have Pittsburgh Police Chief Jason Lando. So he will join tomorrow. So there is that. I'm looking forward to this. Now, the thing about Arts Landing, I was thinking about this, and luckily this doesn't come to pass. Not just with Arts Landing, but with anywhere. The disastrous notion and quotient that could have been with like thunderstorms if there was going to be bad weather these next couple days, we have. This is something that's going to add to, I think, the potential of this draft being great. If you look at the 48-hour weather from right now, the weather looks absolutely fantastic. Almost to the point where you go, it's fake. There's no way you can have this kind of weather in Pittsburgh this time of year for that long of a stretch. You got to have some sort of storm warning. You got to have some sort of watch, or you got to have some sort of, I don't know, hail at some point. That has to happen. But it's not true. It looks as if it's going to be like 72 and sunny tomorrow. Oh, Ray Petlin's doing it right now. It looks in on Friday, it's going to be 80 tomorrow now. 80 degrees. Going to be 83 on Friday and clear both days. Maybe a shower real late Friday night. I don't care. As long as it's after 5:55 when I'm on my way home, it doesn't matter. Saturday, a little bit of rain. Sunday, clear. Think about that, though. Think about this whenever this thing all came to fruition. And you said, all right, we're going to build a stage, but if you're not under it and you're one of these hundreds of thousands of people, you're just going to be out there walking around downtown without a roof. So honestly, think about this when Pittsburgh got the bid. You had to be saying, if you're one of the organizers of this draft, whew, this thing has the chance to be really good. Or this thing has the chance to be terrible. Considering, you know how many times people have gone to like the arts festival and gotten trapped with a deluge of water that's just come out of nowhere, lightning, thunder, wind, tents blowing over, all that kind of stuff. The organizers had to kind of think about that whenever they put the bid in and whenever they got the NFL draft. Like, man, there is a chance this could happen. For Pittsburgh to be able to not have to deal with that variable is astounding to me. That's why tomorrow and Friday, I'm going to soak up every single second in Arts Landing. I think actually, in a way, this might be the longest stretch, 48 hours, like 42 hours, of nice weather in Pittsburgh history. And we just so happen to get it during the NFL draft. Nothing, and I mean nothing, is better. All right, I'm going to exit a couple minutes early. I got to get going. I hate to do this, but we're going to get rolling out of here. I see Brandon McGinley. He's coming up next. But, Trevin, why don't we hit traffic a minute early? Let's go, and I'll get a head start on it. PJ Fitzpatrick, Home Improvement Traffic Center, KDKA AAA Traffic, powered by Bowser Chevrolet.
Good stuff, Colin. Great show. Right now, there's no accidents that I can report. Well, I'll take that back. There's accidents that are active, 500 block of Pittsburgh Mills Circle, Fraser Township, as well as the Vista Park Drive and Campbell's Run Road in Robinson Township. The 100 block of West Swissville Avenue in the Edgewood, all of those accidents are currently active. The slow traffic at the Liberty Tunnel in both directions, slowing down the flow on the Liberty Bridge. The West End Bridge is slow heading out of the city and looks okay, pretty good as you're heading to the north side. Route 28, smooth heading out of the city. But as you work your way towards the city, it's brake lights from beyond the 31st Street Bridge. With AAA Traffic, I'm Trevin on 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA.
We are one day until the draft. Everything you need to know surrounding the draft is right here. It's brought to you by Bill Few Associates Wealth Management, 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA.
That's the power of Bowser.
April is here and everything is in bloom, including savings at Bowser Hyundai. The Hyundai Elantra SE is the perfect spring upgrade with 36 combined miles per gallon. Right now at Bowser Hyundai, the #1 volume Hyundai dealer in Pittsburgh, you can lease the Elantra SE for only $149 a month. And don't forget, all new Hyundais come with Hyundai Assurance that are backed by America's best warranty. 10 years, 100,000 miles powertrain limited warranty. So don't wait. Get to BowserHyundai.com today today. Based on 2025 year-end and January 2026 sales results, tax, title, and fees not included. Dealer doc fee of $490 applies. 24 months, 7,500 miles per year with $2,999 due at signing with credit approval and financing through HMFC. Offer ends May 3rd, 2026.
That's the power of
BowserHyundai.com. Bowser Hyundai, Route 51 South on top of the hill.
This is Bob Pompiani reminding you not to get sacked by traffic during the upcoming draft. Make PRT your #1 pick. PRT is running special Football Flyer Express bus routes to the North Shore and Point State Park. Coming from out of town? Grab a hotel shuttle or drive to any park and ride lot, and PRT will take you from there. And it gets even better. Rides on all the Football Flyers, light rail, and the Mon Incline are free during the draft. Go to rideprt.org/draft for complete details.
Hello, this is Lester Botkin, Chief Investment Officer of Botkin Family Wealth Management. I've been lucky in my life, and I'm grateful to the clients who've helped make our family-owned business a success. But like most of us, my beginnings were far from glamorous. Julie and I got married after I'd spent 3 years in college and 5 years in the Marine Corps. She worked full-time to support us both while I was finishing my degree. One day, we got caught in a major hailstorm. Hail the size of golf balls nearly destroyed our car. When the insurance check arrived, we used it to pay down Julie's student loans and drove that badly dented car around for 4 years. We didn't have much back then, but we had each other, and remembering those years makes me appreciate the blessings we have today. At Botkin Family Wealth Management, we're interested in hearing your story, because understanding your beginnings is an important part of appreciating what it took to get where you are today. Visit us at botkinfamilywealth.com.
Securities offered through LPL Financial, member FINRA SIPC.
This is Joe Cordell of Cordell & Cordell. Cordell & Cordell is the largest family law firm in the country, with over 35 years of helping clients navigate divorce. If you or someone you care about is facing a family law issue, let us set up a 1-hour Cordell Consult. The Cordell Consult is a meeting with a local attorney who will give you clear guidance about your options, whether it's a separation, a postnuptial agreement, divorce, or custody. CordellCordell.com.
Pittsburgh and Cranberry Township. Joseph Cordell, licensed in Missouri and Illinois only.
This is Bob Pompiani reminding you not to get sacked by traffic during the upcoming draft. Make PRT your #1 pick. PRT is running special Football Flyer Express bus routes to the North Shore and Point State Park. Coming from out of town? Grab a hotel shuttle or drive to any park and ride lot, and PRT will take you from there. And it gets even better. Rides on all the Football Flyers, light rail, and the Mon Incline are free during the draft. Go to rideprt.org/draft for complete details.
Here we go again. Talk of a heavily taxpayer-funded hotel at the David L. Lawrence Convention Center. But as researchers at the Allegheny Institute for Public Policy keep reminding, it's not enough to say, build it and they will come. Taxpayers are and should be skeptical of the promised payoffs by politicians using public money on their favorite schemes. If demand truly exists for such a hotel, there's profit to be turned by private investors. Learn more at AlleghenyInstitute.org. That's AlleghenyInstitute.org.
Kid Rock, a celebration 250 years in the making. Freedom 250 Tour, The Road to Nashville. Saturday, June 20th at the Pavilion at Star Lake. The American Badass, Kid Rock, with John Party.
Got a little dirt on my boots, but I'm taking you uptown tonight.
Get tickets now at livenation.com. The ultimate American party, Kid Rock.
Don't act like that. Don't wear that. Don't think that. I've heard everything you tell yourself every time you felt different. And I want you to know that you can be vulnerable and powerful. That taking care of your mind is taking care of everyone you love and who loves you. Love your mind. Find mental health resources at loveyourmindtoday.org. Brought to you by the Huntsman Mental Health Institute and the Ad Council.
SchultzFord.com, 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 SchultzFord.com.
KDKA and KDKA-FM HD2 Pittsburgh. W261AX Pittsburgh.
Always live on the free Odyssey app. From the Aetna Medicare studios.
Proud to be the voice of Pittsburgh. 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA.
It's 77 degrees at 6 o'clock. I'm David Ballarado. After years of planning, tomorrow is the big day as the city prepares to host the 2026 NFL Draft. Pittsburgh has been planning for the event for years, with estimates of up to 700,000 people expected to watch the draft and take part in the various free activities at Point State Park and along the North Shore. Mayor O'Connor today said it would also be a big day for many local businesses.
I do want to point out all of our local shops and restaurants that are within this zone talking about Pittsburgh, talking about why they're investing in Pittsburgh. So we encourage all Steeler fans to come down this week.
Well, officials from the city, state, and federal governments, as well as the NFL, have been talking about a zero-tolerance policy for disruptive behavior at the draft. At least one group is planning to protest. A group called the Anti-Trump Action Coalition is urging people to gain access to the draft with the NFL One Pass app so they can rally against ICE. ATAC calls it a disruptive, peaceful protest scheduled to start tomorrow around 8. Participants are urged to wear plain white T-shirts with anti-ICE messages, though, according to the list of prohibited items, such apparel could be considered to violate the dress code on the NFL's prohibited items list. Security is ramping up in Pittsburgh ahead of the draft, but the city's police union is also raising alarms about staffing ahead of the big event. Bob Swartzwelder, the president of the Fraternal Order of Police, tells the Trib that the Bureau simply is not ready for an operation of this size. But Chief Jason Lando is pushing back, calling the law enforcement presence more than adequate.
We will probably be, I don't want to use the term overstaffed, but we will be more than adequately staffed, more so than we are typically on a daily basis. This is an all hands on deck event for us, and so everyone that's available to work will be at work.
Also, a behind the scenes look at the NFL draft where the stage is set not just for picks, but for an unforgettable fan experience. News Radio KDKA's Tamira Rush with that.
Media received rare access inside the NFL draft stage and green room, where every detail is built to bring fans closer to the moment. One league official says it's about more than just the picks. It's about creating an immersive experience.
That's where we're going to have tens of thousands of fans that are going to congregate. You can also watch the draft from the field here at Acrisure, not only on the grass, but also in this lower bowl here. We also have screens in and around the entire North Shore, the Bud Light Beer Hall, over by the Place 60 area. There's screens everywhere.
On the field, fans can take part in NFL flag skills and drills for boys and girls ages 6 to 14. Tamira Rush, News Radio KDKA.
And it was also a big news today for the Pittsburgh Riverhounds. News Radio KDKA's Paul Alexander tells us more.
The Hounds released that they have brokered a new multi-year stadium naming rights agreement with First National Bank, the largest subsidiary of FNB Corporation. As part of the new partnership, FNB is now the official bank of the Pittsburgh Riverhounds. In-stadium signage, updates, and improvements will reflect the partnership as a newly named FNB Stadium as it enters a new stage with upcoming plans for renovation and expansion that is scheduled to begin soon. Financial terms of the naming rights were not disclosed. The first event at FNB Stadium will be Saturday, April 25th at 7 o'clock when the Riverhounds host Greenville Triumph SC. Paul Alexander, News Radio, KDKA.
On Wall Street today, the Dow gained 340 points, the Nasdaq closed up 398, and the S&P 500 added 74. KDKA Sports is brought to you by NASCO Roofing. The Pens will look to rally from a 2-0 deficit tonight as they visit the Flyers in the Eastern Conference quarterfinals, and the Pirates and the Rangers will continue their 3-game series tonight in Arlington, Texas. KDK Radio News Time 6:03. If you're injured, that's time to hire America's largest injury firm, Morgan & Morgan. Dial Pound Law for the people. It is currently 77 degrees in Pittsburgh. KDKA AAA traffic and the AccuWeather forecast. Next.
Breaking news for your home. Way Day. Wayfair's big sale is almost here, and you can score the best deals in home. Like up to 80% off everything home. Yes, you heard that right. 80% off with free shipping on everything. Plus surprise flash deals all Way Day long. We're talking outdoor furniture and essentials, rugs, and more. All at Wayfair, and all up to 80% off during Way Day. Shop Wayfair's Way Day from April 25th through 27th.
Wayfair, every style, every home.
Progressive knows you think the grass is always greener, like maybe you ride a motorcycle. But today, it's raining. So you wish you had an RV, but if you did, you'd have to listen to some guy parked next to it at a campsite plays acoustic guitar. Now, before you start wishing you had a boat, remember, your brother-in-law would invite himself every weekend.
Permission to come aboard, Captain?
But one thing that is greener is the money you could save when you bundle your RV, boat, or motorcycle with your home or auto with Progressive. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company affiliates and third-party insurers. Not available in all states or situations.
KDKA traffic on the 5s.
Alrighty, from the PJ Fitzpatrick Home Improvement Traffic Center, we got KDKA AAA Traffic, powered by Bowser Chevrolet. Trevin.
Thanks a lot, Brandon, and welcome. Can't wait to hear the show. There's accidents reported in the 3000 block of Mount Royal Boulevard in Hampton Township, as well as Graham Road and Pierce Mill Road, that's in Pine Township. The 500 block of Pittsburgh Mill Circle, in Fraser Township, that's still being worked on. And the accident reported at Vista Park Drive and Campbell's Run Road in Robinson Township is still active at this time. With AAA Traffic, I'm Trevin on 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA.
The KDKA AccuWeather forecast is brought to you by JP Roofing and Siding, Pittsburgh's #1 Platinum Preferred Roofing Replacement Contractor. Call 412-829-7711.
Mostly clear tonight, the low 53, then partly sunny and warm tomorrow, high 78. Partly cloudy tomorrow night, low 56. Sun given way to clouds, very warm Friday afternoon shower, the high near 80. For AccuWeather, I'm John Feerick, 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA.
When you get a diagnosis of Parkinson's disease, things get real.
And nobody understands that better than the Parkinson's Foundation. All across the country, we provide resources and support in the fight against Parkinson's, a neurological disease that affects movement.
The Parkinson's Foundation is dedicated to improving care and advancing research towards a cure.
And when you call our helpline, you'll speak to a real person who can help you find the right information. Because while living with Parkinson's can be challenging, there are things you can do to improve your quality of life. So, whether you're newly diagnosed, have been living with Parkinson's for years, or caring for a loved one,
when Parkinson's gets real, find real answers at the Parkinson's Foundation.
Go to parkinson.org or call our helpline at 1-800-4PD-INFO, 1-800-473-4636. The Parkinson's Foundation. Better lives together.
New to Medicare, get covered with MediConnect. Listen Wednesdays around 1:40 to hear Lance O'Brien of MediConnect help you navigate the Medicare process. Simply great, unbiased information to get you the best healthcare coverage. Get covered with MediConnect. Medicare made simple.
Everything you need, every time you listen. 100.1 FM and AM 1020, KDKA.
Alrighty. Hey, good morning, or good afternoon, Pittsburgh. This is Brandon McGinley filling in here on KDKA Radio with here on Draft Eve. I think Colin said it's like Christmas Eve, and it feels like that. It feels like that here. I actually, I spent today downtown. I'm going to be out of town during the draft, which was a coincidence, but I've tried to coin the phrase draft dodger to describe that behavior from Pittsburghers to get out of Dodge during the draft. But no, I'll be honest, it looks good. It looks good. I spent most of the day downtown. I had an event downtown today, and I decided I would just spend the whole day down there, see what it looks like, and see what it looks like, and get the experience of the place. And also, I was worried about traffic. I was thinking, all these people are coming into town. I have an event in the afternoon. I might as well just get down there in the morning and stay there all day. And in classic Pittsburgh fashion, if you were downtown today, you'll know what I'm talking about. If you weren't, you probably won't be surprised. It was the exact opposite of busy. It was the emptiest I've seen downtown in ages because everybody was so darn afraid to go down there. So it's kind of classic Pittsburgh. We overlearned the lessons that we were being told about just how afraid to be about downtown. The city, the Pittsburgh Downtown Partnership, Visit Pittsburgh, the whole group, the Allegheny County, it looks good. It looks good. It's something to be proud of. There's been a lot of complaining, and I'm tired of the complaining. I mean, it's going to be, if you add in today, because there were a lot of road closures today in preparation for tomorrow. It's 4 or 5 days of altered traffic. Most of us will just change our habits a little bit. Some of us might get stuck in traffic. It's a few days worth of inconvenience to throw a national, if not international, party right here in the Golden Triangle to show off our city, to generate buzz that we probably haven't had about Pittsburgh since the G20 back 17 years ago. We don't have these opportunities very often. So I get a little tired of all the complaining. It's kind of just classic Pittsburgh negativity, when what we should be showing off to the world is how much we love this place, how proud we are of it. And, like I said, it looked great. I spent some time around Mellon Square, and I'll tell you, I've been around Mellon Square a lot over the past few years. It's a classic piece of urban green space from the 1950s. It's, underneath is that really ugly and kind of foreboding parking garage. But up top, you have this great public space. And about exactly 3 years ago, I was there when I was researching some work for the Post-Gazette. And, there were homeless folks there. There were folks sleeping. Their possessions were kind of scattered all over the park. And I don't say this to say anything in particular about the people who were there, but it was not being kept up. It was not a place where you wanted to be. This morning, I wanted to be in Mellon Square. I wanted to be downtown. And I hope that the people who come here will say they don't feel like they are coming into a place that wasn't ready for them, or it's coming into a place that, even more importantly, that doesn't have enough self-pride to care about making it look nice for them. I came away from today feeling really good about the event, feeling really good about Pittsburgh. Those public places that we have, that the city and others, I should also add for the Mellon Square, Pittsburgh Parks Conservancy, all these organizations working together. There's so many institutions, so many elected officials, so much stuff in this town. There's so much complication. It's hard to get things done. But this is an example of all those folks working together to make the most important, the most public parts of our city look the best they have in a long time. And sure, I know it's frustrating for those of us who live here that it took Roger Goodell coming in and telling us to clean up the place, to clean up our room. It's like our parents, like our dad coming home to tell us to clean up our room. I know it's frustrating that it took the NFL to make us do this. I get it. It is frustrating. But then just think about your own lives and how, you know what? When you are throwing a party, that's when your house gets tidy. You need a deadline. People need deadlines. We had a deadline. We were given a deadline by the NFL, and we got it done. Are there some nitpicky things I could say about, there's some landscaping that's not where I'd like it to be. There's some kind of rinky-dink planters downtown that look kind of haphazard. It's not perfect, but we were given a deadline. We did our darndest to meet the deadline, and the place looks better than it has in a long time. And that's something to be proud of. The question now is, can we keep that momentum going? Because that took a lot of work. It took a lot of cooperation. And this is the important thing. It took some toughness. Because one of the reasons that these things don't often get done is that our leaders become kind of timid. They don't want to cause a stir by cleaning up, parks where the people are tenting. They don't want to cause a stir by forcing the public sector unions of the city to really, put their backs into it to get things ready, to get things done. But when those things do get done, when our leaders do press, when our leaders do collaborate, when our leaders do tell people what needs to get done and make them get it done, the city looks better than it has in a long time. The question is, then, can we keep it going? Are we going to go back to being timid? Are we going to go back to everybody doing their own thing and not collaborating? All these institutions off doing their own thing and not working together. Are we going to go back to that way of doing things, or are we going to keep this momentum going? Are we going to keep this kind of toughness going? There's different kinds of toughness. There's the toughness of the Steelers, but there's the toughness of leaders who have a goal in mind and organize things and tell the people who respond to them, who are supposed to respond to them, what needs to happen to get it done. And that's what happened here. So I'm happy this event is happening. I'm happy with how the city has responded. I am happy with how downtown looks and the north side. And I think we'll look back on this, and then maybe after this weekend I'll be singing a different tune. But I think we'll look back on this and say this was worth it. We will. And we got from the PJ Fitzpatrick Home Improvement Traffic Center, KDKA AAA Traffic powered by Bowser Chevrolet. Trevin.
Thanks a lot, Brandon. There are accidents that are still active. The 3000 block of Mount Royal Boulevard in Hampton Township, as well as Graham Road and Pierce Mill Road, Pine Township, and the 500 block of Pittsburgh Mills Circle in Fraser Township. Those are all being worked on, as well as the Vista Park Drive and Campbell Run Road accident in Robinson Township. Slow traffic still on the Liberty Tunnel in both directions, slowing down the flow on the Liberty Bridge. The West End Bridge, once again, slow heading out of the city, but it looks pretty good as you head towards the North Shore. With AAA Traffic, I'm Trevin on 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA.
Listen to KDKA Radio on the Odyssey, iHeartRadio, or TuneIn apps.
I'm meteorologist Joe Lundberg with your KFC Weekend Weather Update. On Saturday, expect overcast skies and cooler temperatures with a chance of a few showers. The high will be 69 degrees. Sunday will be mostly cloudy with a high of 64 degrees. The Colonel made irrationally delicious chicken. He also made irrationally irresponsible decisions about prices. That's why the KFC $7 box feast comes with a KFC snacker, 5 nuggets, fries, and a drink, all for just $7. Prices and participation may vary.
Wesley Financial Group is not a law firm, and Chuck McDowell definitely not an attorney. This is Chuck. If someone talked you into buying something really silly and you want to get out of that silly little thing, my advice, get the facts. Call me and I'll send you our timeshare exit kit absolutely free. Inside, you'll learn how timeshare works and all your options for cancellation.
Call Wesley now for your free exit information kit. 800-909-9696. 800-909-9696.
Hi, Paul Alexander here to let you know that KDK has planned a fabulous 5-day Arizona getaway this September, and it's filling up fast. My wife, Shelley, and I want you to join us for an unforgettable trip based in beautiful Flagstaff, a relaxed mountain town that makes the perfect home base. From there, we'll explore the incredible red rocks of Sedona, travel by rail to the breathtaking Grand Canyon, a bucket list spot that everyone needs to see at least once. And then we'll take in the stunning scenery around Lake Powell with its deep blue water and wide open views. It's the perfect mix of sightseeing, natural beauty, and plenty of time to just enjoy where we are. And September is truly the sweet spot. Comfortable weather, no summer crowds, and everything planned for you. No guessing, no stress. Just show up and enjoy Arizona. Space is limited. Seats are disappearing quickly. Visit travelwithkdk.com or call 800-383-3131. Again, travel with KDK.com or call 800-383-3131. Can't wait to see you there.
Selling your home shouldn't be stressful or take months to do. At Home Buyers of Pittsburgh, you skip the showings and repairs and get right to the closing table. For a quick, fair cash offer, visit homebuyersofpittsburgh.com or call 412-500-9057. That's 412-500-9057.
Hey, it's Pony for my friends at Comer & Cross. Does your garage floor have cracked and stained concrete? Mine did. Maybe your garage floor had a bad epoxy or paint job. A new Comer & Cross garage floor is going to transform your whole garage, and all it's going to take is one day. I love mine, and you'll love yours. If you call them right now, and you should do it, don't waste another second. They'll take 50% off your installation. So here's that number, 1-800-NEW-FLOOR. A Comer & Cross garage floor is the gold standard. It is guaranteed to never chip, crack, or show tire lift like epoxy or paint ever. And just like they did for me, they will make it so easy for you. Stuff in your garage, they'll take it out. Cracks and pits, they'll fix them perfectly. Look just like new. And they're going to put their proprietary Comer & Cross finish on it. So I want you to call them now and get that 50% off installation. The number is 1-800-NEW-FLOOR. That's 1-800-NEW-FLOOR. 800-NEW-FLOOR. Or go to COMERcross.com. It's Comer & Cross Premium Concrete Coatings.
Allegheny County is looking for poll workers to work the election on May 19th. Poll workers earn $150 to $175 for the day plus paid training. For more info and to apply, visit AlleghenyVotes.com. That's AlleghenyVotes.com.
From the Goldberg, Persky, and White Pioneers in Asbestos Litigation News Desk, here's a look ahead at the bottom of the hour news with David Ballarado.
Brandon, wouldn't you like to sell scissors with so many ribbon cuttings in Pittsburgh this week?
Do you know what? Paint's the thing. Sherwin-Williams must be making a killing.
Well, there were several big ribbon cuttings today, including for a downtown landmark and a salute to the black and gold. We'll have the details coming up at 6:30 on the Voice of Pittsburgh News Radio, KDKA.
This is a Bloomberg Money Minute. Tesla says demand is back in the U.S. and Europe, even in the Asia-Pacific region and South America, as it posted an earnings beat after today's closing bell. It's selling more cars and investing more in robo-taxis and humanoid robots. Shares of Tesla higher in after-hours trading, while earlier on Wall Street, the S&P 500 closed at a fresh all-time high. That's thanks to strong earnings from Boeing and others, and hopes that by extending the ceasefire agreement with Iran, President Trump can get officials back to the table for peace talks. The Dow today up 341 points. The Nasdaq up 398. That's a 1 2/3% gain. The S&P up 74, a jump of 1%. With sales growth in a slump and after a string of quality issues with its high-end clothing, Lululemon poaching Heidi O'Neill from Nike to become its new CEO in September. And the folks at Sony developing an AI-fueled table tennis-playing robot called Ace that has already beaten some expert human ping pong players. Tom Busby, Bloomberg Radio.
All righty, folks. Welcome back to KDKA this Draft Eve. This is Brandon McGinley filling in this evening from the Pittsburgh Post-Gazette. And, what else is there to talk about but the draft? I was happy to be downtown today. I got to see the new improved, I think it's fair to say improved, Market Square. I got to see it from above. I got to look down on Market Square, and it looked good. I poked my head through the fences down at Arts Landing. It's also looking good. Looking like, they're going to get a few things sorted out before grand opening, at least the opening for this part of it tomorrow for the big pit extravaganza they're having. The NFL stuff, unsurprisingly, looked like it was ready to go. It's an exciting day. I think I share the sense of a lot of Pittsburghers that it is fun to turn on ESPN and see every time someone's talking about the draft, you got the city in the background. Okay, it's and it looks good. And the thing is that the challenge for Corey O'Connor, the challenge for all the other organizations that took part in getting the city ready was, can we make the city look as nice on the ground level when you're walking around or driving around as it looks from a drone, as it looks from the air, as it looks in the B-roll footage that they show during Steelers games or that they'll show during the draft. And it looks pretty darn good. It looks like we care about the place. And that for me is the key thing. There's a sense out there that, authentic Pittsburgh has to be kind of dingy. And if it's not dingy, if it's not rough around the edges, then it's not real Pittsburgh. And if it's too cleaned up, then it's not real. And that's just dumb. That's just a cover for laziness. It's a cover for our inability to get ourselves together, to get ourselves put together and put our best foot forward. Sure, there's always going to be parts of the city that, in a city like this one that was built out during the golden age of industry, sure, there are going to be parts of the city that are always going to be a little rusty. It's still the Rust Belt. That's fine. We can embrace that without saying, oh yeah, and also our beautiful parks don't need to be kept up that well. If it's too nice, then it's not real Pittsburgh. It's then it looks like it's just for businessmen and visitors and not for the real people. Well, here's the thing. A beautiful Mellon Square downtown is good for everybody. It's not just good for businessmen at the William Penn Hotel. It's good for all of us to be able to go downtown and take our kids to a beautiful urban park. Getting Market Square squared away, that was not intentional, is good for everybody. Building public spaces that are beautiful, that are safe, that are clean. This isn't some suburban dream of Pittsburgh. This is what Pittsburgh should be. This is what any city should be. You don't go to other great cities in America and around the world and say, oh, I can't wait to see all the dinginess. You want to spend time in places that are clean, safe, and beautiful. And we have those places. We sometimes haven't treated them that great. Sometimes they end up looking a little rough around the edges. But we got them cleaned up. Now the question is, can we keep it going? And I think, I keep making this comparison. I was here on Sunday night as well. If you were listening then, you heard me make this comparison as well. And it is like when you're cleaning up your house for a big party. And then after that, it usually goes back to just the way it was before. That's human nature. The deadline has been passed. Now you just go back into the old habits. Well, that can't happen here. If that happens here, if we're talking about this in 6 months and Mellon Square has needles in it again, if Market Square is no longer a place where you feel comfortable walking through to get lunch in the middle of the day on a Tuesday, then yes, this will all have been for nothing. It will have been one big Potemkin Pittsburgh that makes a good show for ESPN and for Roger Goodell, but does nothing for us. But I don't think that's what's going to happen. I've had enough conversations with people in this town who know how things work and make things happen, who have said, when I've brought this up to them, they've said, absolutely not. This is not what's happening. There will be more big announcements coming. There will be more, to go back to what we were saying before, there'll be more ribbons to be cut, more things fixed up, things that we didn't get to in time for April 23rd, 24th, we can get to for this summer. I feel a sense of momentum, of positivity. It's rare for me to bump into somebody in town right now who doesn't feel that way. Now it's going to be up to everyday people, as voters, as consumers of media, to keep the pressure on. Because if in 6 months we are having a different conversation, if in 6 months things have gone back to the way they were, then our public officials will have to be held accountable. Then we'll have to be looking at the regional leadership that did a pretty darn good job with this. But can they keep it going? I think they can. I think we'll be here in 6 months and say that, you know what, that 4 to 5 days of traffic disruption, a little bit obnoxious talking about it all the time, worried about whether it's going to cause problems with the parkways or whatever, that was worth it. That's my prediction. Hopefully I'll be here in 6 months and we can see if I was right or not. But that's my hope. And I think that's what's happening. Certainly what I saw downtown today gave me every reason to be optimistic. And I'm ready. I'm ready to see what happens the rest of the weekend. We'll be back.
Pirates baseball tomorrow on the station that invented baseball on the radio.
Hard to left field, going back is Pache. It's a cruise missile. Swing and a miss. He struck him out. Drive to right center field, deep to the wall. Clear the deck.
The Bucks face the Rangers at 7:10 with a North Shore Tavern leadoff show presented by Keystone Custom Apparel on the voice of Pittsburgh, 100.1 FM and AM 1020. KDKA.
Think back to the last time you were in nature. What comes to mind? Hiking through a lush forest, floating on a lazy river, or perhaps watching a vibrant sunset on a beach full of glistening plastic bottles and food wrappers. Unfortunately, this isn't a joke. Here in the U.S., we generate the most plastic waste in the world, with 70% of it ending up in landfills. And by the time you're done listening to this ad, more than a dump truck's worth of plastic will have made it into the ocean. Plastic has become a useful part of our everyday lives, but it's polluting the air, water, and soil that all life needs to survive. This is a human problem that can be solved with human action. But it's going to take all of us, from individuals to businesses to governments and everyone in between. Help create a cleaner future for both people and nature. Visit wwf.earth/plastics.
It seems like just yesterday when I captured my son's first steps or when we recorded his soccer games on VHS tapes. Those moments are gone. But the old home movies and pictures don't need to be. That's why my son created Legacy Box.
That's right, Mom. Over 1 million families have used Legacy Box to digitally preserve their old home movies and photos.
Simply fill Legacy Box with your old camcorder tapes, film, and photos. They will professionally digitize and send them back on DVDs, thumb drive, or the cloud.
With Mother's Day around the corner, it's the perfect time to get your Legacy Box and save your family's history. After all, few things are as important as protecting your precious memories. Give your mom a Mother's Day present she'll never forget. Take advantage of our Mother's Day sale, which starts now. It's our best deal of the year. Save up to 60% off. Visit legacybox.com/radio and for a limited time, get an incredible 60% off your order. That's legacybox.com/radio for 60% off. legacybox.com/radio.
From the Aetna Medicare Studios.
Proud to be the voice of Pittsburgh. 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA.
It's 76 degrees at 6:30. I'm David Ballarado. KDKA News is brought to you by PJ Fitzpatrick with their famous lifetime warranty on materials and labor. TrustPJ.com.
And now the moment we've all been waiting for. Let's cut a ribbon.
Pittsburgh Downtown Partnership CEO Jeremy Waldrop at the official ribbon cutting for the newly remodeled Market Square. A host of dignitaries and Market Square businesses welcomed the renovations. Governor Shapiro says this was part of the massive renovation of downtown announced nearly 2 years ago.
Today is a great day. Today is a day to celebrate Pittsburgh, and a strong and vibrant Pittsburgh means we've got a strong and vibrant Commonwealth of Pennsylvania.
They also cut the ribbon today for Steelers country down at the NFL Draft Experience at Point State Park. The NFL's Peter O'Reilly says the free event is among many highlights for fans as they shuttle between the North Shore and the Point.
You can go inside Acrisure Stadium and kick a field goal. There's so many activations over there, the main theater, and then Steelers country. This is just amazing. If you're a Steelers fan, there are so many little elements to discover in here. You got to check it out.
PA Attorney General Dave Sunday says agents with the Organized Retail Crime Section seized several items of counterfeit merchandise Tuesday night in the Strip District. Sunglasses, hats, blankets, and other merchandise seized, with Sunday warning fans to be aware of any knockoff items. He warned retailers with bad intentions who plan to prey on unsuspecting visitors to, in his words, think twice. We will be watching. He says buyers should also be wary of any deals that seem to be too good to be true. On Wall Street today, it was a good day for investors as the Dow gained 341 points, the Nasdaq up just about 400 points at 398, and the S&P 500 added on 74 points. KDKA Sports is brought to you by NASCO Roofing, Pittsburgh's trusted and passionate roofer. Call NASCO Roofing at 412-373-2000. Just about half an hour away from game time in Philadelphia, an important game for the Penguins as they continue their series in the Eastern Conference quarterfinals against the Flyers. Our next update's at 7. I'm David Ballarado on the Voice of Pittsburgh, News Radio, KDKA.
Time now for today's Spotlight on Tech, sponsored by University of Maryland Global Campus.
The Netherlands will be the first European nation allowing Tesla owners to use the company's full self-driving software following 18 months of testing, although with mandatory human supervision on highways and city streets. Elon Musk is counting on full self-driving approval around the globe, as Tesla's $1.3 trillion market valuation has largely been fueled by market hopes for the company's robotaxi business. I'm Jason Brooks.
In today's fast-moving job market, staying ahead means keeping your skills sharp. At University of Maryland Global Campus, we help keep your capabilities cutting edge with our skills-based education programs designed to move your career forward. Explore more than 135 degrees and certificates in business, cybersecurity, and more. Apply now and save with no application fee. Classes start May 13th. Learn more at umgc.edu. Certified to operate in Virginia by Chef.
Front seat. Just this one time. Please, please, please.
No, not yet.
But why?
Because I love you, and you're just not ready yet. Now, get in the back so I can get you in your car seat, please.
Putting your kids in the right seat for their age and size is an act of love. Check that your kids are in the right seat at NHTSA.gov/the right seat. Love protects. A message from NHTSA and the Ad Council.
I move mountains for a living. Literally. That means I don't carry hand lotion, and when it comes to serious heartburn, I don't mess around with anything but Rolaids. Rolaids' dual-active formula has calcium carbonate and magnesium hydroxide that relieves heartburn fast. Yeah, you heard right. 2 actives for that powerful relief. And the best part? The roll fits right here in my pocket, so I can get back to moving mountains.
Rolaid spells powerful relief. Read each label. Use as directed. Keep out of reach of children.
Straight Talk Wireless presents Pickup Truck Wisdom.
Trust is earned. That's why I've stuck with Straight Talk. Same price since 2009 on Verizon's 5G network. Cause shoot, anyone can make a promise. Keeping it for years, that means something.
Now plans starting at $25 a month with 4 lines. Find us at straighttalk.com and Walmart. Straight Talk Wireless. Straightforward. Always. Same price claim applies only to the base monthly price of our $45 plan from October 2009 to present.
Hey folks, it's Marty. Turning 65? Are you overwhelmed by Medicare options? With over 60 plans to choose from, it's easy to get confused. MediConnect is hosting free in-person workshops across Pittsburgh for answers you need. No obligation, just advice. Whether you have questions about coverage, prescriptions, retirement goals, MetaConnect's team will assist in finding the right plan for you. Call 888-818-6334. 888-818-6334. Medicare made simple.
KDKA traffic on the 5s.
On this draft eve, we got from the PJ Fitzpatrick Home Improvement Traffic Center, KDKA AAA traffic, powered by Bowser Chevrolet with Trevin.
Smooth introduction. Thank you, Brendan. I appreciate it. There are still some accidents being worked on the 3000 block Mount Royal Boulevard in Hampton Township, as well as Graham Road and Pierce Mill Road in Pine Township, and Vista Park Drive and Campbell's Run Road in Robinson Township, all being worked on at this time. Update on Route 28. That looks good in both directions. It's a smooth move as you make your way to and from the 31st Street Bridge. And I-279 North is moving well after you work your way out of the city. With AAA traffic, I'm Trevin on 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA.
Mostly clear tonight, down to 53. Partly sunny tomorrow to 78. Looks like a warm evening for the draft. Partly cloudy tomorrow night, the low 56. And warm on Friday. Maybe an afternoon shower, the high near 80. For AccuWeather, I'm John Feerick, 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA.
The KDKA AccuWeather forecast is brought to you by JP Roofing and Siding, Pittsburgh's #1 Platinum Preferred Roofing Replacement Contractor. Call 412-829-7711.
For the best view of the draft, it's Lamont. Celebrate with Lamont's City of Champions menu April 21st through the 26th. Watch the draft from Lamont's TVs and excellent sound system. Avoid the crowds and traffic. Regular menu not available. Visit LamontPittsburgh.com/upcoming.
The KDKA radio text line is driven by Kenny Ross Auto Group. Find your best deal and Pittsburgh's best warranty at KennyRoss.com.
Listen to KDKA Radio on the Odyssey, iHeartRadio, or TuneIn apps.
Hi, this is Larry Richard. Join us day one of the NFL Draft on the Big K Morning Show, 5:30 until 10. We'll talk to former Steelers GM, two-time Super Bowl champ Kevin Colbert in our 7 o'clock hour.
All right. I have to say, the Attorney General coming in and busting all of the knockoff Steelers gear on the eve of the draft is one of the funniest things I've heard in a long time around here. I mean, it reminds me of the idea of anyone claiming that everything was on the up and up down there. It reminds me of in Casablanca, a classic movie. You got Claude Rains playing the French police chief. And he's kicking everybody out of the casino saying, I'm shocked to find gambling going on in here. It's just just imagining everybody trying to plead their case down in the Strip District today. But hopefully everything will be back to normal, in the next few days so that folks selling legitimate wares can run their businesses. Gosh, it's funny. So yeah, I mean, it is draft eve. It's the time of finally all of the preparations we've been talking about for the past few years have finally come to fruition. I think I mentioned earlier I spent today downtown, and as I was looking at things looking so much better than they did a few years ago, there's a way of thinking about public spaces that was somewhat popular in Pittsburgh a few years ago, and I think it caused a lot of problems. And I think the how great things look for the draft reminds us kind of how silly this was. But there was a time when some of the loudest voices in the city were concerned about or complained about the idea of clearing our public spaces so that people can enjoy them, because it would be, I don't know, it wouldn't treat the people who are using those places well. Now, I'll say this. If you're just moving homeless people around the city from place to place, that's not a solution. You need to actually have the kind of resources so that people have a place to land. But folks who were hanging out in Mellon Square, folks who were hanging out in other parts of the city a few years ago, they weren't thriving where they were. They weren't doing well. We weren't doing them a favor by letting them set up shop in Mellon Square Park. All that did, in fact, if anything, was the opposite. Having them set up in a place like that and take what was a really nice place and turn it into a place that, people didn't want to go to, that actually took a really nice public space and turned it into a private space whenever the authorities allow that kind of thing to happen, it's not like, oh, it's a public space, people can do what they want there. If people do whatever the heck they want in a public space, and then they do things that are antisocial, or they do things that they capture that space for themselves. It's like bad behavior on transit, on the bus or on the T. When people are shrieking on the T, when people are playing loud music on the T or the bus without headphones, when people are behaving in visibly antisocial ways, that's not like, oh, well, it's public. Well, what are you going to do? I just have to get used to it. No, that kind of behavior, especially, of course, if it's illegal behavior, is making it less hospitable for everybody else. It's taking a public space and turning it into your own private space where you can do whatever the heck you want, regardless of its implications for others. And so when you go downtown, if you were downtown today or on the north side, if you do brave the crowds to go downtown or to the North Shore for the draft and see how nice things were that were not that nice not that long ago, it should remind us that these public places are meant to be truly public, and keeping them nice is good for everybody. It's not compassionate to let people struggle in public and act like, putting them or moving them to somewhere where they can receive services is somehow, hurting their autonomy or something like that. No. Doing nothing is this kind of fake compassion that then ruins the public space for everybody. I was thinking about how a few years ago when I was down at Mellon Square and I walked through and people's possessions were everywhere, and it felt almost like I was intruding on somebody else's space, almost like I would walked into somebody's messy living room. And that's exactly the problem. Because when the public authorities let people misbehave or behave badly or basically take over public spaces, that's what's happening. They're turning them into their own spaces. And then members of the public who just want to enjoy a park, who just want to enjoy a walk or a bike trip, they can no longer enjoy that public space. So if you are happy about if you're happy about the way things look downtown today, and you want things to stay looking that way, then there can be no more of this, public spaces are meant to be messy. Public spaces are meant to be used by whoever's there and for whatever reasons they want. It would be mean-spirited to move people along who aren't behaving well. No, that's not how it works. If you want nice things, you got to keep them nice. And sometimes that means some toughness. You have to tell people no. You have to say, no, we're not letting you do that here. We're not letting you blast your music here. We're not letting you set up your tent here. We're not letting you take a public space and turn it into your own, because it's not good for them either. This is the thing about beautiful public spaces generally, whether churches or parks or even buildings not strictly public, but that are that you can most of the time just walk into, like the Union Trust building downtown. These are examples of public beauty that make our city more livable, that elevate the experience of everyday people, that give us encounters with beautiful things that we would not get to have if we just stayed home. That's what a good city at its best has lots of places like that, where you can experience beautiful things that belong in a sense to everybody. When we let those get degraded, when we let our public spaces become degraded, that's not helping anybody. That's, in fact, if anything, it's hurting precisely the people who were claiming to be kind of compassionate towards. We're hurting them the most because they need to have those places the most, places where they can experience beautiful things, where the public the public inheritance of our beautiful city needs to be respected. We'll talk more about that in a little bit, but first, I believe we have some traffic. Yes, we do. So from the PJ Fitzpatrick Home Improvement Traffic Center, Draft Information Desk from the...
Time now for an update from the KDKA Draft Information Desk, powered by Bowser Chevrolet and brought to you by Generator Supercenter of Pittsburgh.
Well, now that the draft is at hand, NFL Security Chief Kathy Lanier is reminding people to be sure to check the prohibited items list before going.
For example, inflated footballs. If you are bringing a football down to get signed, you want to get something signed, it must be uninflated.
Other items that aren't allowed include helmets, frisbees, bicycles, motorized scooters, and skateboards. Any clothing with explicit language or profanity. Also not allowed pets, except for service animals, and the obvious ones like firearms, knives, explosives, and fireworks. And also only clear bags will be allowed at the draft. From the KDKA Draft Information Desk, I'm David Ballarado.
Alrighty. All this talk about the draft, and I forgot about the Draft Information Desk. Now we got real traffic for the PJ Fitzpatrick Home Improvement Traffic Center. We got KDKA AAA traffic, powered by Bowser Chevrolet with Trevin.
Good stuff, Brandon. I like that you rushed to get me on. I'm feeling that. I love it. Speaking about the draft, what I'm going to do is I'm going to list for you before I leave out of here the Phase 3 road closures ahead of tomorrow's draft, and I'll give you some snippets off of this list. Please go to the NFL Draft Pittsburgh.com for the full list. Some major closures: I-279 southbound exit 1B ramp, I-279 northbound exit 1B ramp, as well as Route 65 southbound ramp to Fort Duquesne Bridge and Route 65 northbound ramp from Fort Duquesne Bridge. All of those are closed, including 7th Street Bridge, which is Andy Warhol, the 6th Street Bridge, which is Roberto Clemente, the Liberty Avenue PPG Paints Arena exit off the Fort Pitt Bridge, and I-279 HOV lanes are closed. For a full update of closures and detours, you can go to NFLDraftPittsburgh.com. With AAA traffic, I'm Trevin on 100.1 FM and AM 1020. KDKA, I gotta go answer the phone.
It's spring. That means birthdays, anniversaries, graduations, Mother's Day, and fresh, colorful spring flowers from OliverFlowers.com. Family-owned Oliver Flowers, celebrating spring for 96 years. Order online for free delivery in their service area. OliverFlowers.com.
I'm Piera Palazzolo, VP of Digital Marketing for the American Management Association, a company focused on the management training skills needed to enhance the careers of business professionals. We did our research when it came to the best companies for website development and chose AmericanEagle.com. And we couldn't be happier. AmericanEagle.com worked closely with us to understand the front and back end requirements needed to launch an e-commerce website that could handle the complexities of running thousands of seminars nationwide. Our robust new website and improved SEO saw immediate increases in site traffic and web revenue. If you're in need of managerial effectiveness and success, visit our website at amanet.org. If you're in need of a website that provides an unparalleled consumer experience, I highly recommend AmericanEagle.com.
Transform your business today. Dial 877-WebNow1 for a free digital consultation with AmericanEagle.com.
When you enter a place of business, you're owed a legal duty that the place of business is safe for you to shop in. I'm John Morgan of Morgan & Morgan. If you suffered an injury at a place of business, our duty is to protect you after that harm. Morgan & Morgan, for the people.com.
SchultzFord.com. 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 SchultzFord.com.
From the Goldberg, Persky, and White Pioneers and Asbestos Litigation News Desk, here's a look ahead at the top of the hour news with David Ballarado.
Brandon, there's a lot of attention being paid today on downtown Pittsburgh, but it was also a big day in Hazelwood Green. We'll have more coming up at 7 on the Voice of Pittsburgh News Radio, KDKA.
This is a Bloomberg Money Minute. As the U.S. Navy and Iran battle each other for control of the Strait of Hormuz, oil shipments out of the Persian Gulf remain at a standstill. That's why oil today rose nearly 4% to just under $93 a barrel. And Brent crude, the international standard, hit $102. As for stocks, they closed higher, too. The S&P notching a new all-time closing high thanks to strong earnings this morning from Boeing and others, and President Trump's extension of a ceasefire agreement with Iran. That's ahead of tonight's deadline. Try to give diplomacy another chance. The Dow today up 341 points. The Nasdaq up 398. The S&P added 74. An earnings beat late today from Tesla, which says demand for its EVs is back in the U.S., Europe, Asia, and in South America. And because of sky-high home prices, elevated mortgage rates, and economic uncertainty, Redfin says about 1 in 7 would-be home buyers that were under contract in March got cold feet and canceled the deals. Tom Busby, Bloomberg Radio.
Everything you need, every time you listen. 100.1 FM and AM 1020. KDKA.
Alrighty, got Brandon McGinley here filling in this evening from the Pittsburgh Post-Gazette. We're talking, of course, about the draft. It's draft eve. And I've been talking about how, the work that went into cleaning up downtown, it can't be work that goes to waste. It can't be something that, in a few months, everything has gone back to the way it was before. And there are habits of kind of letting things go, habits of letting problems just get worse, that this was a great impetus to get out of those habits, but we cannot get back into them. To talk about this, we got Howard from the car. Hey, Howard, how are you?
I'm fine, sir. Thank you for asking. And yourself?
I'm doing all right.
So when I get done saying what I have to say, I think you'll see it all ties together.
Sure.
What the city has done is spent a lot of money to bring a show here, which is fine.
Mm-hmm.
Do you know what that amount of money is?
Well, a lot of the expense is going to be reimbursed by the state. To actually nail it down is, do you have a number in mind?
I do not, and I was asking because I thought you might
because
have.
I don't. So, there's a certain amount that they had to commit to the NFL. It was I think $1 million or so. It was not a huge number.
Mm-hmm.
And then the biggest concern for me going into this was all the overtime. And my understanding, at least on the public safety side, is the state's going to reimburse them. So I think the cost is. I was concerned about the cost at the beginning, but I think it's not going to be too bad.
Well, but we have all this work that was done, as you said, and what we've basically done, if we don't take care of it, is we put lipstick on a pig.
Yeah.
And then when this is over, we'll still have a pig. So my concern is this. We have a tremendous amount of unhoused people, and we can put money into, the state can put money into bringing this giant event here, and then it's over.
Yeah.
So like you said, we still have to maintain all these things. Now, we have a tremendous amount of buildings all over the city that can be transformed with investment to provide housing and services for these people, because the reality is there's a reason why they're downtown. There's a reason why they're in the north side, because their services that they get are there.
Yeah, and that's why when I talk about Mellon Square, that's why 3 years ago Mellon Square was particularly the way it was, because of the Smithfield Street shelter.
So I'm saying if we have these shelters that want to help, and then what we need to do is put the investment in for a place for these unhomed people to go, to live, to get help. And yes, there are those who won't go, because about half a dozen years ago I worked at HEH. Because it was summertime, I was allowed to park next to Martin Luther King School until school started, because it's teacher parking. And there was a tremendous group of veterans who lived in the park, and they did not want help.
Yeah, yes.
But
absolutely.
I don't know that they were the group that was causing trouble or not, or making a mess, because the park was not a mess.
Right.
But if you go over the 279, 579 bridge and make the right turn towards Etna, there's an encampment there. There's been encampments along the river. Marty's seen them. Marty's talked about them.
Yeah.
And I'm not blaming these people.
No.
They have nothing else that they can do. And so how are we going to help them? Because in the reality, when we close the state hospitals, when we close the places that assisted them, like Mayview, Woodville, Kane Hospital, Morganza State Hospital, where do they go for help?
100%.
Where do they go for respite? And if we don't do something with some of the empty buildings, they will still be in the street, and we will go, like I said, from the pig with lipstick on it back to the pig.
Howard, it's a massive structural problem. You hit the nail on the head, especially when you talk about the closure of the state hospitals. I'm not going to stick up for everything that happened in the state hospitals. I'm sure that just by nature of those kind of institutions, that there was lots of abuse or lots of things that happened there that should not have happened there. So I'm not saying we need to go back to that, but nothing replaced them.
Not at all.
This is the thing. Nothing replaced them. There was a promise for community-based care that never came to pass, and Howard, I can tell you're going to know exactly what I'm going to say. Do you know what's become our version of the state hospitals? It's the Allegheny County Jail. The Allegheny County Jail has become the place where we warehouse people we don't know what to do with, people who struggle, people who due to mental health or behavioral health issues, end up finding themselves on the wrong side of the law. In a different time, they would have been at Mayview or Dixmont or something like that. Now all we have left is what is it, Torrance out in Westmoreland County and the county jail.
Yep.
And it's the jails are not equipped for this kind of thing. So when you have the jail oversight board stuff, this is like we're getting totally off track, but I love it. When you get the jail oversight board stuff, we say we got to get better mental health care in the jails. Okay, but jails are not meant for mental health care. They shouldn't be places of cruelty.
No, they're not.
They're not places of treatment.
Exactly. I want to apprise you of something else you might or might not know of. The whole eastern section of where United States Steel was, Carnegie Steel was in Homestead, in 1941 was purchased, and 9,000 people were moved out of there because the United States Navy needed U.S. steel to make the steel that they needed for the ships. 9,000 people. There was like 24 churches and a couple hundred little stores. They were all moved. Now, because of that movement, you ended up with the housing in Johnston Avenue, all the way up to New Kensington and Katanning and all over the county. They built this housing. And what we now call the projects weren't the projects then. They were locations for the relocation of these people. So what is the difference to find a way, if the state can reimburse us to bring this in and the federal government to bring this in, why not get these people off the street? Because like you said about overtime, there's a lot of wages spent running people to and from the hospital because of drug overdoses and the problems of living where they live. And they have no services at all.
Absolutely no. I mean,
other than what's donated. Other than what's donated by the churches and the other nonprofit groups.
Howard, I mean, I gotta let you go because we are running up against a break. But thank you for the call. And I spent a lot of time a few years ago on homelessness in Pittsburgh, and well, I am up against a break. And after this, we got Jim Garrity from AAA in here for a little while. After that, I want to come back to talk about these issues and how we can have permanent change, structural change to make Pittsburgh safer for everybody and not just for a 3 or 4 day party.
Concerned about traveling during the upcoming draft? Don't be. KDKA Radio and AAA Traffic have you covered. We'll expand our draft coverage with all-day traffic reports on your radio and your social media feeds. It's brought to you by AAA Travel. Travel with someone you trust. And by 100.1 FM and AM 1020. KDKA.
100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA. Covered by JP Roofing and Siding. Pittsburgh's #1 platinum roofing company.
Life-changing medicine is happening every day at UPMC Heart and Vascular Institute.
We have the luxury to be bold, to continue to be pioneers in the world for innovative heart care.
We are the place of discovery. Literally, the world experts in cardiac care are in this institution.
By combining technology, research, and the latest innovations, patients from all over the world come to UPMC.
Because of the expertise that exists here at UPMC, it allows us to take on patients that have been turned down at other centers.
We offer unique heart procedures that you cannot get anywhere else. One of our founding mantras is that compassion has to be at the forefront of everything that we do.
From leading the region in cardiac procedures to being the only center in the state to offer integrated women's health and heart care, UPMC is pioneering life-changing cardiac care every day. Your heart care matters. Visit upmc.com/heart to learn more.
Doug. There's nowhere I wouldn't go to help someone customize and save on car insurance with Liberty Mutual, even if it means playing in a football game. Boom! 42! You're going down, Doug! Oh, yeah? Your price on car insurance when you customize and save is going down. Hey! Limu? What are you doing on their team? Only pay for what you need at LibertyMutual.com.
Liberty, 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 liberty.
In today's fast-moving job market, staying ahead means keeping your skills sharp. At University of Maryland Global Campus, we help keep your capabilities cutting edge with our skills-based education programs designed to move your career forward. Explore more than 135 degrees and certificates in business, cybersecurity, and more. Apply now and save with no application fee. Classes start May 13th. Learn more at umgc.edu. Certified to operate in Virginia by Shell.
KDKA and KDKA-FM HD2 Pittsburgh. W261AX Pittsburgh.
Always live on the free Odyssey app. From the Aetna Medicare studios.
Proud to be the voice of Pittsburgh. 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA.
It's 76 degrees at 7 o'clock. I'm David Ballarado. The news is brought to you by PJ Fitzpatrick. Home improvements with no interest financing if you need it. TrustPJ.com. The newly renovated Market Square is now open. The official ribbon cutting this afternoon at the historic location. Governor Shapiro was there. He says the redevelopment comes on the heels of the opening of Arts Landing and the restarting of the fountain at Point State Park.
This is a city that values one another, values our community, and that's why we began our downtown revitalization by building up these central places of community.
We're one day away from the NFL draft, and today they also cut the ribbon for a key part of the fan experience, Steelers Country. This interactive exhibit is part of the NFL draft experience down at Point State Park. Peter O'Reilly of the NFL says, with events at the park and at Acrisure Stadium, Pittsburgh is going to have a draft to remember.
This is probably the biggest we've done, for sure. We've had great locations. We've been on the Rocky Steps. We've taken over Lower Broadway in Nashville. But this deserves a big footprint like this, given Steelers Nation and the fan base.
And with thousands and thousands of people expected to come, Mayor O'Connor says he's ready to welcome them all to Pittsburgh.
We also encourage Lions, Bengals, Browns fans to come and see what an actual Super Bowl trophy looks like if they want to come down and check that out.
And just ahead of the draft, the new youth sports field is unveiled in Hazelwood. News Radio KDKA's Tamira Rush has that.
Community leaders and NFL officials cut the ribbon on the new U.S. Steel Community Field at Hazelwood Green, designed to give local kids a place to play, grow, and compete. Steelers Charities President Art Rooney II says the field carries on a strong local tradition.
Many of you may know the Steelers moved their headquarters right across the river here about 25 years ago. And from my office, I was able to look across the river at this site. And for too many years, there was nothing happening here.
The multi-purpose field will serve teams like the Hazelwood Cobras and Central Catholic High School, while expanding access to sports across the Mon Valley and Pittsburgh. Tamira Rush, News Radio, KDKA.
The 57th person to be selected in the NFL draft will get more than a contract. He'll also snag a lifetime supply of Heinz Ketchup. The iconic Pittsburgh company has announced it will dub the 57th draft pick Mr. 57, paying homage to the number that has been displayed on Heinz bottles for the past 157 years. In addition, pick number 57 will also get a Mr. 57 jacket and a chance to partner with the condiment company. There's much more going on with those addictive potato chips than you might think. CBS News correspondent Allison Keyes reports.
Ah, the crunch, the salt, the guilty pleasure of potato chips. But did you know how much science is involved? Researchers have spent decades on developing potatoes that grow in all sorts of climates, avoid diseases, sit in storage for months, and still deliver a robust crunch. Michigan State has a potato breeding and genetics program that has come up with 5 new varieties of potatoes for chips in the last 11 years. And the National Chip Program connects such programs with growers, chip makers, and the USDA. Allison Keyes, CBS News.
There are around 50 unique potato varieties grown for chips in the U.S. right now. KDK Sports in Philly, where the Pens and Flyers are playing Game 3 in their playoff series. The puck is about to drop. KDK Radio News Time, now 7:03. It is currently 76 degrees in Pittsburgh. I'm David Ballarado. Our next update at 7:30 on the Voice of Pittsburgh, News Radio, KDKA.
Just hearing the word IRS can make people break out in a cold sweat. No one wants to deal with the IRS, and now you don't have to. The good news is Legal Tax Defense has been successfully negotiating with the IRS for more than 15 years. It doesn't matter how much you owe, whether it's $5,000 or $5 million. You deserve the best in the business on your side, and that is Legal Tax Defense. Even if you're working with someone else and just want a second opinion, there is no cost or obligation to call. They can prevent levies, liens, wage garnishments, even file back tax returns. And the best news about Legal Tax Defense is they won't take your case unless they know they will reduce or eliminate your tax debt. Call Legal Tax Defense right now for a free no-risk consultation. 800 800-284-1238. 800-284-1238. You have nothing to lose but everything to gain. 800-284-1238.
Finding great candidates to hire can be like, well, trying to find a needle in a haystack. Sure, you can post your job to some job board, but then all you can do is hope the right person comes along, which is why you should try ZipRecruiter for free at ZipRecruiter.com/radio. ZipRecruiter doesn't depend on candidates finding you. It finds them for you. Its powerful technology identifies people with the right experience and actively invites them to apply to your job. You get qualified candidates fast. So while other companies might deliver a lot of hay, ZipRecruiter finds you what you're looking for. The needle in the haystack.
See why 4 out of 5 employers who post a job on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate within the first day. ZipRecruiter, the smartest way to hire. And right now, you can try ZipRecruiter for free. That's right, free at ZipRecruiter.com/radio. That's ZipRecruiter.com/radio. ZipRecruiter.com/radio.
ZipRecruiter. The KDKA AccuWeather forecast is brought to you by JP Roofing and Siding, Pittsburgh's #1 Platinum Preferred Roofing Replacement Contractor. Call 412-829-7711.
Mostly clear tonight, the low 53, then partly sunny and warm tomorrow, high 78. Partly cloudy tomorrow night, low 56. Sun giving way to clouds, very warm Friday afternoon shower, the high near 80. For AccuWeather, I'm John Feerick, 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA.
There's a new kind of energy at Starbucks. Try the all-new Energy Refreshers. Strawberry acai, mango dragon fruit, or the all-new mango strawberry. New Energy Refreshers, only at Starbucks. The following program is paid for by AAA.
These are the people, the movers and shakers, the businesses, the people you know in your community who make Pittsburgh work. This is Pittsburgh Works on 100.1 FM and AM 1020, KDKA.
Alrighty, Pittsburgh. Welcome back to KDKA Radio this evening. This is Brandon McGinley from the Pittsburgh Post-Gazette filling in on Draft Eve. And for the next few segments, I have with me here in the studio Jim Garrity from AAA, which is a name that you probably, many of the listeners probably recognize. He's, not only been here before, but also been a fixture at KDKA in the past.
I would say that, you would recognize, my mic.
Yeah. Yep. You got it?
Can you hear me?
I don't got you. Well, okay, we're gonna work on Jim's mic while I.
Yes.
Oh, there we go. Okay,
there we go.
Okay. I think we got Jim's mic going, and it was 100% my fault. Thank you, Trevin, for saving the day.
He's the man.
Exactly. Okay, yes, I can actually hear you in my headphones now.
No,
okay.
you mentioned yes, AAA, a household name in our area, but depending on where you live. We also hear the 3 A's.
Yes.
AAA.
I have a story about that, actually. I was planning on using this story later, but a few years ago, we were driving, I forget if we were on McKnight Road or we were on Route 51, I don't remember. And my son, I forgot how old he was, probably like 6 or 7 at the time. He had, I guess, never noticed AAA before. And he says to the whole family in the car, Dad, why does that sign say, ah? So we're like, what are you talking about?
Oh, I haven't heard that one yet. That's great.
Yeah,
that's fantastic.
Yeah.
No, but thank you for having us on, and we're definitely excited to be here talking about what everyone has been talking about.
Yeah.
The draft, the NFL draft starting tomorrow.
Exactly.
But maybe already starting in terms of traffic.
Yes.
At AAA, we are proud sponsors of AAA Traffic on the 5s in the morning and other traffic broadcasts throughout the day. And we have, we're upping our game, Brandon. We're knowing that this could be we don't really know exactly what's going to happen with traffic, but knowing that there could be hundreds of thousands of extra people on the roads.
Yep.
We're going to up our game with Ellen Gamble, Ellie Popovich, Heather Zambito. We're going to be doing extra reports. We're going to be doing some social media work.
Right.
And I know Ellen, who is somewhere on the line right now.
I think Ellen may be on the line with us. There she is. I hear her.
Ellen,
Hello.
Ellen, I have to ask you. So even though the festivities kick off tomorrow, What are we seeing already in terms of traffic patterns?
What's interesting, guys, is, and good evening, everybody, and thanks for having me join you here tonight. So what's interesting is I called it today in the Big K Morning Show with Larry Richard, the draft effect on the morning commute.
Yeah.
So all those morning delays where you hear me talk about everything's back to the top of Green Tree Hill or whatever, that we saw dissipate, because a lot of folks are taking advantage of opportunities, I guess, from their employers to maybe telecommute, or maybe people are planning to be out of town. So we've seen that, but then we've seen obviously some tight spots and some hot spots around some of the closures. The biggest one that I noticed, and I actually drove through this area personally today to check it out with my own eyes, is the fact that we have that ramp from the Fort Duquesne Bridge to and from Route 65 and the North Shore Expressway closed. And that's really causing some slowdowns on that, what we call that North Shore Expressway. That seems to be our tight spot so far, guys.
That makes sense. I experienced exactly what you described this morning, Ellen, with the what I described it. It's like a tidal wave, a tsunami, and before the tsunami, the tide goes way out. And that's what it felt like this morning. Like, where is everybody? But it's the calm before the storm.
And Ellen, do you think that you're seeing traffic in places we don't typically see it, or more so in some areas?
No, maybe just people trying to figure it out. So one of the things that we saw, which was interesting, is, for example, the West End Bridge usually in morning rush hour is not a big deal. It's unless there's an accident or something fun happening at the West End Circle as folks try to come toward town. Today, it was a very busy place coming across it southbound, as folks said, I've seen the signs. I could see the ramps are closed going across the Fort Duquesne Bridge. I'm going to go over here. So people are adapting, which is good. People are listening. Hopefully people are checking out their apps. Hopefully they're tuning into KDKA and going to be listening and hearing all the things that we'll share. So I'm pleasantly surprised and happy to report that so far it hasn't been too tough.
I was watching throughout the day the traffic. I was just checking in periodically around the Fort Duquesne Bridge, the area where all the action is. It did seem like periodically throughout the day, if you look at it on the maps started going red. Red is bad, green is good. So, I think it's definitely something that a lot of people are going to be figuring out.
Yeah.
And no matter what, that if you need the most updated traffic, you can tune in to KDKA Radio over the next couple of days. Ellen and the team are going to be on top of it.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, just to talk about the Fort Duquesne area, I was walking down there today, and you could see people starting to get confused because they had the police, they had the state cops blocking some of the ramps.
Right.
And that's the thing. Is, on the one hand, you'll have cars going through a bottleneck, but you're also got people who are just confused, and that confusion could cause problems.
And I would say, we don't have. Somebody in my office was joking about this today. You're gonna have a lot of people come to the city, and for the first time, experiencing what it feels like potentially to travel across 4 lanes and how many feet?
500 or so.
Yeah, something like that. It's like that's and there's the concern that even your average fender bender, if you have so many more people on the road, could create more traffic backups. So. Bottom line, make sure you're tuned in, paying attention if you're driving anywhere around the city, not just around the city, even those the highways coming in, because we are within driving distance of so many of these major football fan types of cities, right?
I mean, you're gonna have a lot of folks. I mean, you imagine, especially coming from the north, got Cleveland, north and west. I think Cleveland, Cincinnati, Buffalo,
Ellen, I think,
all these guys.
Ellen, were we talking about this the other day? I think you actually had a number of how many of these cities.
I did not have that number.
Somebody did.
I think Larry had talked about it.
It was a lot.
But it was a lot. It's crazy.
11 NFL cities.
Wow.
We just got in our headphones.
Within like reasonable driving distance.
Within a reasonable driving distance.
Yeah,
right.
no, that makes sense. Pittsburgh is so much more centrally located than people realize, I think.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I'm curious if we're going to see backups far away from the draft footprint. Like, are there going to be issues out in the East End with, visitors who are checking out Squirrel Hill, or is that going to be more or less the same? What do you think, Ellen?
Brandon, I think that's a great question, because you've heard us talk as well, because it's not just the vehicular traffic. One of the things that we do as traffic reporters is we talk about mass transit if there are issues. And so obviously the big push from the organizers has been, hey guys, don't do the driving. Let's let somebody else do the driving. Why not consider Pittsburgh Regional Transit's what they're calling the football flyers? So I can tell you that myself and the team, we're going to be watching around those park and ride lots, whether it's the Monroeville Mall lot or the lot up in McCandless from the north. You
Sure.
know, those buses are the 99 N, S, W, and E, north, south, east, and west. You know, what about the traffic around those places? Because we're telling folks, hey, go to those places. You can catch a bus every so often, come into town. So now does that mean that there'll be heavier traffic there?
Yeah.
Certainly, we'll be watching all over.
I would think also around the T, around all those stops, right, out in the South Hills.
Yeah.
Definitely.
Yeah, you guys may have seen that Pittsburgh Regional Transit had a really passive-aggressive tweet today about about the if you're, I'm a South Hills guy, so South Hills listeners, you know exactly what I'm talking about. But the Memorial Hall Station, Castle Shannon Volunteer Fire Department, they're jacking up the prices to $20. And PRT had a tweet that was like, all the other parking rides are still free.
Oh, okay. Oh my goodness. Yeah, we're certainly at this point, guys. Honestly, the North Shore portion of the draft campus and what they're calling, you know, the Point Park area, the Point State Park area, and all those arteries are locked down. That is now less of the story, I think, than just the how's everybody doing getting to it. How are they doing getting to those parking garages, maybe on the Station Square side of the river, or maybe on the eastern portion of the Golden Triangle. A lot of folks might be, you know, trying to reserve a spot. Well, it might be heavy in those areas too, and we recommend you reserve a parking spot in advance.
The parking situation, that's a whole other part of the traffic situation.
Sure.
That, like, it's at least as intimidating. It's like, okay, you've braved an hour of traffic through the Fort Pitt Tunnel or whatever, and you get downtown and there's nowhere to put your car. That'll be an issue.
Yeah, I think this can't be repeated enough. If you're going to go in and enjoy the festivities, just have a plan before you go.
Yes.
Be a little flexible with your plan.
Yes.
Right? Obviously, in case you need to be. Maybe have a plan B.
Yeah.
You know, and make sure you're tuned in on the apps, you know, whatever your app of choice is, and you're tuned into the radio right here at KDKA.
You got it.
For, you know, to find out which plan you should go with. Maybe even have a plan C. I don't know.
I'd say B,
you don't know.
B definitely, and C maybe, and maybe even beyond that, depending on what you're trying to do. So yeah. Oh man. Well, hey, Ellen, thanks so much for calling in. This was interesting. I was telling Jim beforehand I could talk about roads, cars, traffic, transportation all day. So this was a blast.
Oh, well, thank you much for having me. And I just hope everybody has a safe and fun draft. And, you know, I think the phrase they've been using is know before you go. And that speaks to that idea of kind of have a plan, check things out. We have all these resources for you, including tuning into us. And we just want everybody to get there and have a good time. So thanks, guys.
All righty. Thanks, Ellen.
Thanks, Ellen.
Okay. We'll be back with more with Jim Garrity from AAA.
Listen to KDKA Radio on the Odyssey, iHeartRadio, or TuneIn apps.
Ryan Shalaba here from the Home Buyers of Pittsburgh. More than 1,000 local homeowners have trusted us to sell their home the simple way. No hassles or fees, just a fair and easy sale. Visit homebuyersoftpittsburgh.com or call 412-500-9057 for a cash offer today. That's 412-500-9057.
Kid Rock, a celebration 250 years in the making. Freedom 250 Tour, the road to Nashville. Saturday, June 20th at the Pavilion at Star Lake. The American Badass, Kid Rock, with John Party.
Got a little dirt on my boots, but I'm taking you uptown tonight.
Get tickets now at livenation.com. The ultimate American party, Kid Rock.
Don't know who to trust? Go with the sure thing. PJ Fitzpatrick has been your trusted roofer for 45 years. They've earned thousands of 5-star reviews and back all new roofs with a lifetime guarantee on materials and labor. The PJ Fitzpatrick team of experienced professionals install most roofs in just one day. Set up a free consultation this month to save thousands. Plus, they have a variety of financing packages that work with any budget. Don't wait. Visit trustpj.com today.
In Pittsburgh, Chase is proud to root for the home team because they're our team too. We cheer from the bleachers and on the sidelines. We cheer for gymnasts and quarterbacks. And with more than 25 local Chase branches and 5,000 nationwide, we are right beside you, Pittsburgh. Neighborhood bankers, digital tools, national strength. Chase, make more of what's yours.
JP Morgan Chase Bank, N.A. member FDIC.
These are the people who make Pittsburgh work. This is Pittsburgh Works on 100.1 FM and AM 1020. KDKA.
Hey, welcome back, everyone, to KDKA Radio this evening. We got Jim Garrity from AAA, and we were just talking during the break, actually, about all of the the kind of transportation related stuff that we get a kick out of. But the you're here though to talk about, when we think about AAA, what is the first thing you think about? I think about I need a tow, and I call the phone. Flat tire, exactly.
Dead battery.
Yeah, which is great. I mean, I remember I've told this story. I haven't told this on the radio yet, but last summer we went on my family went on a big cross country road trip out to South Dakota. On our way back, we Google told me to turn onto this rural road in western Nebraska, and all of a sudden it said 33 miles unpaved road, and I was like, this is not what I bargained for. And my first thought was, I can't call AAA out here. We're too far out.
But you can.
Yeah, if I don't have reception, I still can. but you can. So but that's
you're right. That's what people think about.
Yeah,
they think about the roadside assistance.
Exactly.
And it's actually, Brandon, the number one reason people come to us at AAA. Yeah. And it's the number one reason they renew with us.
Yes.
But, funny enough, if you're a member, and a lot of members, there's a lot of awareness, especially in the Pittsburgh area, that we do have our travel agency.
Right.
And we do have our insurance products. But a lot of people are still kind of unaware of that, or they're unaware of all the discounts and rewards that you have access to as a AAA member,
right.
Things you're already spending money on probably every day.
Yep.
And if you actually use those, you can pay for the membership. You can save enough money to offset the cost of your annual membership.
Yeah.
There's a lot that goes into being a member. We were talking about gas prices.
Yeah.
Obviously, gas prices have been a hot issue for people and their wallets.
Yeah.
I mean, looking at oil. Oil is still hovering around $90, $92. I think it was around 92 before I came in here tonight.
Yeah.
I
think it's maybe gone up since. But
it was into the hundreds.
Yeah.
Before the situation in Iran started, it was in the $60 range.
Yeah.
Oil is 50 to 60% roughly of what you spend when you go to the pump.
There you go.
So about 50 to 60 cents of every dollar.
Yeah.
When it goes up and down by a couple dollars, it impacts the pump. When it goes up and down by $30 and $40,
yes,
it has a huge impact at the pump and a huge impact on your household.
Absolutely.
Obviously. As a AAA member, we are, we're in the analysis space.
Yeah.
And we're out there. We're trying to get the word out about what you can actually do to save some money while you're driving. But if you're a member, you have access to our app. It's called the Auto Club app. If you go to wherever you, I don't know if purchase is the word, but wherever you get your apps, you will find the Auto Club app.
Okay.
It has a function on it that you can find the least expensive gasoline wherever you are, and you can and it'll pinpoint where you are and say, here's a couple stations, here's the prices, here's the lowest ones we found.
That's
fantastic option,
especially now when it's changing so constantly.
Yes.
You'll go. There are times where you go several weeks or even a few months where there's, not much change in the oil markets around the world, therefore not a huge amount of change in your price at the pump. But now, it's every day it feels like you are seeing wild swings, up 10 cents, 20 cents, down. And because of those wild swings, there's more variation among the stations.
If you look at gas prices compared to, the national average is around $4.02. And we haven't seen prices in this range, basically, since 2022, which is actually the last time that we saw an international event, Russia-Ukraine,
of course,
impacting oil. That's the last thing we can kind of reference and say, well, that's when we saw such a dramatic increase at the pump. So looking at that, it's like, what can you do to save?
Yeah.
Well, AAA, we tell people, here's what you can do right now.
Yeah.
Anyone listening, if you're listening and you're driving, slow down. Slow down. At AAA, we have discovered every 5 miles over 50 that you drive, you are exponentially burning fuel less efficiently. You are putting yourself statistically in harm's way to be in a potentially deadly car crash. And for what? To get to your destination a minute or two earlier?
I was going to say 2 or 3 minutes. But
it's not worth it
exactly.
At all. Sure.
Well, that's like, not to bring back bad memories for some of our listeners, but talk about oil shocks. You go all the way back to the 1970s when that's where we got a 55 mile an hour national speed limit to save gas. And hopefully we won't, and now of course that's been lifted, but hopefully we won't be, let me put it this way.
Yeah.
Hopefully over the next few months we're still talking about gas prices and not gas shortages.
It's all eyes on crude oil right now too.
Yeah.
It's all eyes on what is happening with crude because it's the main ingredient in that gas. And while Pennsylvania's average today is $4.10, in 2022 we hit our record high. That was $5.07. Wow. And that was that. But that's when we had crude oil in excess of $120 a barrel.
Right,
So it is all eyes on what happens next with crude. But look, if you're looking to save and to offset some of this, AAA members save an average of $220 a year just by tapping into our discounts and rewards.
Okay.
Look, we just launched something that you could save at your local at a local restaurant. It's called AAA Dining Deals. Members save up to 40% off a variety of restaurants.
Wow.
And jump on AAA.com, AAA.com/dining deals, and look, and you will see just how many of those restaurants are right near where you live.
And I think, food generally, but restaurants in particular, talk about inflation, man. 40% is always a good number to get off of anything.
Yeah.
But now, think about it, you take your family out, even take your family out for fast food, and it's feels like it's twice as much as it was.
You got to do whatever you can to offset increases.
Yeah.
Whatever you can.
No, absolutely.
Yeah, and so AAA members, you can do stuff starting right now. Tap into those discounts and rewards. Everyone, slow down while you're driving. And make sure your car is well maintained, too. That's another one. Don't ignore the check engine light. You never know what that, even though it's not flashing,
right.
don't ignore it.
The flashing's real bad news.
The flashing's very bad news.
Yeah.
But any check engine light could be an indicator of something happening under the hood that is eating into your fuel economy.
Absolutely.
Right.
Yeah. And that's one of those things that, it can be hard. You're focusing on so many other things. But, if you notice that you are suddenly seeing that, the dial go to E more quickly, that's something that, I feel like, that's a sign that maybe something needs to be checked out.
And yes, it is, especially if it's happening out of nowhere.
Yeah.
And what we're talking about the draft.
Yeah.
Our general rule of thumb is when you hit a quarter tank, go to the next gas station and fill up.
Yeah.
Find the least expensive near you, sure, but don't go much longer than that.
Right.
Especially in the summertime, because you could run out of gas.
Right.
And that's dangerous.
Well, yeah.
And if you're sitting in gridlock traffic for an extended period of time, you're going to want to have gas in the car to keep to be able to maintain the electricity.
Yeah.
With the draft in town, maybe not a bad idea when you hit a half a gallon.
I was going to say, just fill up this evening.
Sure.
Before things get real crazy.
Sure. Because you don't want to be sitting in traffic for a long, long time and run out of gas.
Yeah. Just get it done.
Yep.
And it seems like, more likely than not that gas prices are going to tick up than down. So I keep saying, if I wait till tomorrow morning, it could cost more.
and we'll see, because it does depend on crude oil. I will say this is the time of the year we're going to have more people hitting the road in no time.
That's the other thing. It's not just the crude oil.
It's going to be road trip
It's
season.
the supply, but also demand. And demand's going to be going up.
And what we have seen historically at AAA is that when people, or when we have these increases like this, people still take their vacations. And I know we're running into a break. We could talk about it more, but it doesn't keep people home. And our travel agency, very busy right now.
Oh, I can only imagine. Absolutely. We're getting close to that time where people are not just planning, but getting ready to get packed. So absolutely. We'll be back.
Ready to start thinking like Wall Street without leaving Main Street? Tune in Sunday mornings at 6:30 for a slice of advice with Kelton Burgess. Right here on the Voice of Pittsburgh, 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA.
Straight Talk Wireless presents Pickup Truck Wisdom.
If you're only good to your new friends, you're not going to have any old ones. Straight Talk gets it. That's why new and existing customers get free 5G phones on Verizon's 5G network. Pretty simple, really. You keep good people by being good people.
Find us at straighttalk.com and Walmart. Straight Talk Wireless. Straightforward. Always. Taxes and fees apply. Plan purchase required for free phone offers. Copyright 2026 Verizon.
At Audion Hearing, our mission is simple: to make better hearing affordable for everyone. We're proud to offer high-quality, rechargeable hearing aids starting at just $98. Clear, comfortable, and ready to use right out of the box. And here's a study worth hearing. Research shows that wearing hearing aids can reduce your risk of dementia by up to 61%. Join over 1 million happy customers and hear the difference today by going to audionhearing.com. That's AUDIEN hearing.com.
When you call yourself the voice of Pittsburgh, you have to know when to not talk. Sometimes you just need to be the ears of Pittsburgh. Just listen. Listen to what you have to say. These are complicated and uncertain times, but when you need us, we're here for you, and we're listening. A trusted source that you can count on to be here. 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA.
Tune in this Sunday morning at 8 for the Coons Cooking Hour with Rob Pratt and the Coons Market team when they discuss pork recipes for inside and outside cooking. It's the Coons Cooking Hour, presented by Coons Market, your hometown Pittsburgh grocer.
How was your break?
It was great until I stopped for gas. Prices have gone up almost $1 with no end in sight. I might have to start watching how much I drive.
That's exactly why I use Upside. I never pay full price for gas with the free Upside app.
Upside?
Yes, Upside. It's the free app that gives you cash back just for buying the gas you're already buying. So even with the rising gas prices, I'll never have to limit how much I drive.
Does that actually add up to anything?
Just last year, I made over $200 with the Upside app.
Wow, that's serious extra cash. I'm downloading the free Upside app right now.
Download the free Upside app to earn cash back on the gas you're already buying. Use promo code WAGON for an extra 25 cents per gallon bonus on your first tank. You can cash out anytime, right to your bank account, or an e-gift card for Amazon and other brands. Just download the free Upside app and use promo code WAGON for a 25 cents per gallon bonus on your first fill-up. That's WAGON.
Offers vary by user and location. Go to upside.com for terms and conditions.
From the Aetna Medicare Studios.
Proud to be the voice of Pittsburgh. 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA.
It's 75 degrees at 7:30. I'm David Ballarado. After years of planning, tomorrow is the big day as the city prepares to host the 2026 NFL Draft. Pittsburgh has been planning the event with estimates of up to 700,000 people expected to watch the draft and take part in the various free activities at Point State Park and along the North Shore. Mayor O'Connor today said it would also be a big day for many local businesses at the draft site.
I do want to point out all of our local shops and restaurants that are within this zone talking about Pittsburgh, talking about why they're investing in Pittsburgh. So we encourage all Steeler fans to come down this week.
At least one group is planning to protest during the event. A group called the Anti-Trump Action Coalition is urging people to gain access to the draft with the NFL One Pass app so they can rally against ICE. ATAC calls this a disruptive, peaceful protest scheduled to start around 8 p.m. tomorrow night. Participants are urged to wear plain white T-shirts with anti-ICE messages. Big news today for the Pittsburgh Riverhounds. News Radio KDKA's Paul Alexander has that.
The Hounds released that they have brokered a new multi-year stadium naming rights agreement with First National Bank, the largest subsidiary of FNB Corporation. As part of the new partnership, FNB is now the official bank of the Pittsburgh Riverhounds. In-stadium signage, updates, and improvements will reflect the partnership as a newly named FNB Stadium as it enters a new stage with upcoming plans for renovation and expansion that is scheduled to begin soon. Financial terms of the naming rights were not disclosed. The first event at FNB Stadium will be Saturday, April 25th at 7 o'clock when the Riverhounds host Greenville Triumph SC. Paul Alexander, News Radio, KDKA.
KDKA Sports in the first, the Pens leading the Flyers 1-0. KDK Radio News Time, 7:32. Our next update at 8. I'm David Ballarado on the Voice of Pittsburgh, News Radio, KDKA.
For your home, Wayday. Wayfair's big sale is almost here, and you can score the best deals in home, like up to 80% off everything home. Yes, you heard that right. 80% off with free shipping on everything. Plus surprise flash deals all Wayday long. We're talking outdoor furniture and essentials, rugs, and more. All at Wayfair, and all up to 80% off during Wayday. Shop Wayfair's Wayday from April 25th through 27th.
Wayfair, every style, every home.
Progressive knows you think the grass is always greener, like maybe you ride a motorcycle. But today, it's raining. So you wish you had an RV, but if you did, you'd have to listen to some guy parked next to it at a campsite plays acoustic guitar. Now, before you start wishing you had a boat, remember, your brother-in-law would invite himself every weekend.
Permission to come aboard, Captain?
But one thing that is greener is the money you could save when you bundle your RV, boat, or motorcycle with your home or auto with Progressive. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company affiliates and third-party insurers. Not available in all states or situations.
Confidence is knowing you're ready to handle whatever comes your way. That's what it feels like to take on your workday with Cintas. They make sure your AEDs are up to date, your fire extinguishers are tested and inspected, your floor mats are cleaned and delivered, and your workwear looks good, feels good, and is freshly laundered with the Cintas Apparel Plus program. So are you ready to take on today? Visit Cintas.com.
Oh, I'm ready!
And get ready for the workday.
At Liberty Mutual, we love helping people with things like customizing car insurance, just like how we customize a song for you. Catered country tune. Liberty Mutual
is Joe Cordell of Cordell & Cordell. Cordell & Cordell is the largest family law firm in the country, with over 35 years of helping clients navigate divorce. If you or someone you care about is facing a family law issue, let us set up a 1-hour Cordell Consult. The Cordell Consult is a meeting with a local attorney who will give you clear guidance about your options, whether it's a separation, a postnuptial agreement, divorce, or custody. CordellCordell.com.
Pittsburgh and Cranberry Township. Joseph Cordell, licensed in Missouri and Illinois only.
After my accident, people warned me to slow down. I said, I don't know how. Thanks to my VA care team, I haven't.
At VA, we're using technology to help veterans recover faster and live their lives to the fullest. Learn more at vacareers.va.gov/PSA.
I've heard everything you tell yourself every time you felt different. And I want you to know, taking care of your mind is taking care of everyone you love. Love your mind. Find mental health resources at loveyourmindtoday.org. Brought to you by the Huntsman Mental Health Institute and the Ad Council.
The KDKA AccuWeather forecast is brought to you by JP Roofing and Siding, Pittsburgh's #1 Platinum Preferred Roofing Replacement Contractor. Call 412-829-7711.
Mostly clear tonight, down to 53. Partly sunny tomorrow up to 78. Looks like a warm evening for the draft. Partly cloudy tomorrow night, low 56. And warm on Friday. Maybe an afternoon shower, the high near 80. For AccuWeather, I'm John Feerick, 100.1 FM and AM 1020, KDKA.
Epic parties start at Staples. Now you can grab Party City balloons, decorations, and tableware, plus matching custom invites, banners, and more right at Staples. That was easy.
The KDKA radio text line is driven by Kenny Ross Auto Group. Find your best deal and Pittsburgh's best warranty at kennyross.com.
The following program is paid for by AAA.
These are the people who make Pittsburgh work. This is Pittsburgh Works on 100.1 FM and AM 1020. KDKA.
Hey, Pittsburgh. Welcome back to KDKA Radio this evening. This is Brandon McGinley from the Pittsburgh Post-Gazette filling in. And I have with me Jim Garrity from AAA. And before we do anything else, I want to make sure I ask you about the membership deals you guys are doing right now.
Moms, dads, grads. It's that time of the year, folks. It's Mother's Day, Father's Day, and graduation. AAA as a gift is something that, we hear a lot about this around the holidays. We hear a lot about it this time of the year. It's a gift that keeps on giving. not to use that phrase, but look, number one, you're buying everybody in your life when you buy them a AAA gift membership. You're buying them peace of mind for them, peace of mind for you. It's that 24/7 roadside assistance coverage that people come to us for in the first place and stick around for. It's all of the other exclusive member discounts, travel assistance, free identity theft protection, by the way. If you're a AAA member and you don't have that, go to your nearest branch tomorrow and get signed up for it. Free identity theft protection. Yeah. One of the fastest growing crimes right now, right? Yeah, right now we're doing, though, if you're going to come in and buy a gift membership for a mom, dad, or grad in your life, you're going to save $20 on the new gift membership, and you're going to get a $20 gift card that you can use. That's something that you should stop into one of your local branches. Give us a call. They're everywhere. There's, in excess of a dozen in the area. Yeah. And a lot of people know their local branches. A lot of people know their local staff at the branches because they've been working with them over the years. But if you think to yourself, oh, we got this coming up, we need a gift idea. Think about AAA. It's incredibly practical, and it's something that you're going to get a discount on right now.
And who needs more stuff anyway?
That's right.
I mean, we're constantly getting stuff out of the house. A gift that gives you the peace of mind of not having more stuff and knowing that you have someone to call if you have a flat tire.
And look, and like roadside assistance is something you don't want to have to use, but if you have to use it, you're glad that you have AAA because it's, we've been doing it for as long as we've been around, is helping people at the roadside, advocating for safer roads. Yeah. That's why we're here. And you're not just buying somebody that roadside assistance. You're buying them access, let's say, to the travel agency, to our world-class AAA travel advisors. They've walked the walk. They've been to the destinations. They know what's out there because they've been there. And they can guide you in ways that you can't necessarily find on your own. And they watch the fine print.
Right, there you go.
That's a big, especially in a post-COVID world.
Oh, my goodness.
And especially when you go overseas, that trip is very doable, but you don't want to get caught off guard.
And especially with the way that prices work these days, where, everything is like, what is it? Like if you log into a hotel website and look for a room and then log in a second time, they'll jack the price up because they know you're looking again.
When you're working, and when you're working with a AAA travel advisor, you're working with somebody who has connections in the industry.
Yeah.
We work with vendors. I was just in here not long ago with Sydney Young from Royal Caribbean. I had been on a Royal Caribbean ship a couple weeks back.
Yeah.
I mean, which by the way, cruising.
Yeah.
Have you?
I have not.
Oh, it's like, I mean, look, it is we projected at the beginning of the year we were going to see more cruisers than ever before.
Interesting. Why do you think that is?
Oh, I'll tell you, it's a incredibly versatile, practical, fun vacation. So you step on a cruise ship. It's a floating city. I'll use Royal Caribbean as an example because I was just on one.
Yeah.
It's a floating city that has all the amenities. It has live entertainment.
Yeah.
The one I was on had an ice skating rink in it. I mean,
that just seems incongruous. I thought.
Food, leisure. You have to get a balcony room. You got to go balcony room because you get that incredible view of the bluest water you could possibly imagine.
Absolutely.
There's a variety of things to do. There's trips for if you're young and have a family. There's trips for if you don't want to necessarily be around young families. There's itineraries all over the world. You get on, you unpack once. This floating city takes you from one beautiful destination to the next. And no matter what your budget is, there is a cruise for you somewhere. So we bring all that up to say, like, you want to be going through a good AAA travel advisor.
Yeah.
I'll give you an example of something that happened to a friend of mine. I won't name him. He booked a trip to Italy.
Okay.
This was a year or two ago. He booked a trip to Italy, called me the night before. Night before he was supposed to get on an airplane at Pittsburgh International.
Okay, night before a trip's never good.
Jim, I screwed up. I didn't know I need to have an international driver's permit for when I go to Italy and rent a car.
I wouldn't have known that either.
No, and a lot of people, and when you go at it alone, you might miss stuff like that.
Exactly,
Unfortunately, we were able to get him in early and get him all sorted out. But that's something that a travel advisor would catch that maybe necessarily you wouldn't.
Yeah,
you don't want anything getting in between you and that vacation.
No, that's exactly the kind of thing I would not have thought of, which is was a great one to bring up.
Yeah, I won't say his name. It's Rich, but. Rich, you're out there.
So no, I was thinking about when I think of AAA and travel, I think of something that is old fashioned that has a modern counterpart that you'll tell me about. But when I was a kid, I loved when we'd go on family vacations. I was the keeper of the triptych.
Oh, that's fantastic.
I was
the
classic
keeper of the triptych.
Exactly. I was a backseat driver. I loved that thing. I would read all the little fine print about like how in Montana they didn't have real speed limits, which they do unfortunately now. But so I loved that. And the first time, I think it was the first time my family went to Cape May, New Jersey. We got the Cape May triptych, and I had it in the back seat. We're on the turnpike, and there's this exit where you can either go toward Philadelphia or go around Philadelphia. And I said to my dad, I know it's confusing, but you have to get on the one that goes toward Philadelphia. We're actually taking the exit to stay on 76. I was like 8 years old. And my dad was like, no, that doesn't make any sense. So he kept going straight.
No one tells dad how to drive,
I was right. It cost us an hour. The triptych and I...
Come on.
I tell him about it all the time, and and he's definitely not tired of me talking about it.
The first thing when I tell people I work at AAA, the first thing they do 9 times out of 10 is they say, "Oh, wait a second," and they get their AAA card out, and they want to say, "Look at how long I've been a member." I've seen 70-year members.
Oh man, wow.
70-year plus
got
members.
me beat. I'm going to pull up mine.
There it goes.
Yeah.
The second thing that they say though, do you still do triptychs? The answer is yes.
15 years for me.
15 years. That's nothing to sneeze at. And thank you for that.
Yeah.
It is, yes. The answer to that question is yes, we do still do triptychs.
Yeah.
You can get a printed version if you go into your local branch office, or you could try the digital option. You can get that online at AAA.com/triptych. You can make your own.
Yes.
And have that fun experience of mapping out your road trip.
Yeah.
And on that website, if you don't, maybe you say, oh, I want to take a road trip, but I don't know where. You can find itineraries all across the country with stops along the way. Or if you want the printed version, and a lot of our members still do, you can go into the local branch and let somebody help make that trip for you.
Just like people still want the printed newspaper.
Yeah, and you can get it on. I'm going to mention it again, the Auto Club app. You can actually pull it up there on your app and make your itinerary.
That's great.
It's fantastic.
Great. I mean, it sounds like you get the best of both worlds. You have the classic old kind of triptych functionality, but accessible from your device.
And our travel, and I mentioned this before the break, our travel advisor's incredibly busy right now. I would say that if you're still thinking about a vacation this year, get in the door, talk to somebody. You know, we were talking about gas prices. Interestingly enough, the last time, 2022, when we saw record high gas prices, AAA surveyed American drivers. They said that they were not canceling trips. And that's something historically we have always seen. The excitement around leisure travel is outweighing those concerns or historically has outweighed concerns for folks, right? They will find they'll do other things. They'll drive less. They'll lighten the load in their car. They'll combine errands. Or they'll do the math. You can say, okay, if gas is roughly $1 more expensive than it was before all this started. I have a 16-gallon tank. Well, that's $16 extra I'm going to need every time I fill up. And they find ways to work that into the budget because they are so excited about vacations. And, road trip season, right around the corner.
Yeah. And I know you said that you're seeing an uptick in cruise travel. I mean, what are the trends in road trip travel that you're seeing?
Road trips are just the good, reliable.
Yes.
I mean, it's summertime.
Yeah.
You get the car ready to go. It's washed up. It's packed up. And not to be cliche, but the journey is as exciting as the destination itself.
I mean, I mentioned earlier that we did a family road trip out to South Dakota last summer. I think when we added it all up, we did 80 hours in the car in total, and it was 4,000 miles total. A lot of that was just driving around the Black Hills.
That's fantastic.
And I mean,
that must have been beautiful.
It was great. It was great. We do it again in a heartbeat. It was
so
amazing.
You're asking me, why do people love road trips so much? Well, there you go.
I know exactly.
That's a memory.
And if you've already booked your trip, you're excited about it. The gas prices, they're going to hit the budget, and maybe you'll go to one fewer restaurant when you get to your destination.
That's one of the ways around it. Absolutely.
But that also goes to show how, even though gas prices are higher, demand isn't necessarily going to drop kind of with the prices, which could keep upward pressure on the prices.
It could, and again, it all goes back to what's going to happen next with crude oil.
Yeah.
So if you're thinking about a trip, even if I like to say this, even if you just maybe we want to take a trip, maybe not, the consultation's free.
Yeah.
Go into one of your local AAA branches. Or pick up the phone, give them a call. Just think of, and I've said this before, think of them like your travel therapist. You have something on your mind you need to work through, let them help. Because I guarantee you there's a trip that you've never even thought of that maybe they can propose to you. And we see that happen all the time. People never think about, X, Y, or Z until they hear about it from someone who's in the know. That's a AAA travel advisor.
Love it. Yeah. Hey, we got to go to a break. But after this, we'll be back with more with Jim Garrity from AAA.
We are one day until the draft. Everything you need to know surrounding the draft is right here. It's brought to you by Bill Few Associates Wealth Management, 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA.
This is attorney Christine Brown-Murphy with the law firm of Zachariah Brown. If you have a loved one in a nursing home, we need to talk. Give our office a call at 724-942-6200 or visit our website at pittsburghelderlaw.com.
Starting a home improvement project? Before you build a deck, plant a tree, or put up a fence, remember to call 811. Professionals from underground utilities like Peoples will mark your lines with flags so you can dig safely. Whether you're doing the work yourself or hiring a professional, calling 811 before you dig is free for homeowners. And it's the law. Call 811 3 days before you dig to keep you and your family safe. Peoples, an essential utilities company.
Retirement, it's almost here. Are you ready? Well, join Kurt Kanodik and Ethan Lane of Accurate Solutions Group for your retirement blueprint. Let Kurt and Ethan help you plan for your retirement dreams. Don't miss your retirement blueprint Sundays at 10. Investment advisory services offered through ASG Investment Management, LLC.
SchultzFord.com, 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 SchultzFord.com.
These are the people who make Pittsburgh work. This is Pittsburgh Works on 100.1 FM and AM 1020. KDKA.
Hey, Pittsburgh, this is KDKA Radio this evening. Brandon McGinley from the Post-Gazette filling in this evening. I'm talking with Jim Garrity from AAA, and we've talked about the fun things about travel. And I've been spending a lot of time during the show today talking about how positive I am about the draft. But it is important to address some of the negative or kind of less happy things to talk about with regard to having a whole bunch of people possibly consuming a lot of intoxicating
let's
beverages.
be real. It's going to be a party.
It's going to be a big party.
It's going to be a big party.
And I know that AAA has done a lot of work with Mothers Against Drunk Driving.
Yeah. So AAA recently, we've initiated a partnership with Mothers Against Drunk Driving. And our goal is to reduce impaired driving fatalities by 20% by 2030.
Yeah.
Alarmingly. And, we saw specifically around drunk driving, we saw the trends going in a really positive direction.
Yeah.
Basically starting 70s, 80s. And a lot of that was tied to raising awareness, increasing the stigma.
Yeah.
But in recent years, we've seen it reversing. We've seen impaired driving crashes going up. And I'll tell you, Brandon, it's not just alcohol. I mean, obviously,
I was wondering that actually.
The landscape around impaired driving has adapted as the landscape around the drugs themselves have. Of course, you have there's more cases of legalized cannabis across the country, right? Yeah. Medicinal cannabis and those sorts of things. But there's things you could go to your local convenience store and buy. Kratom comes to mind.
I know. Oh, I know.
At a certain dosage, that has.
I'm going to out myself as being really against these things, but the obnoxious LED lighted stores, I'm just so tired of them. Yeah.
Well, and at a certain dosage, they have a very similar effect to your body that heroin does. And opioids. I mean, and that's stuff that you can just go down to the store and buy.
I know.
And a lot of people aren't taking, they're not taking the traffic implications seriously and getting behind the wheel with any impairing substance in your system.
Yeah.
Listen, we're not taking it from it's not a judgmental sort of thing. It's it's 2026. It's never been appropriate.
Right.
And drunk driving has been a problem since the advent of cars, but it's never been appropriate to drive impaired, especially not anymore with all of the options out there for you to get home safe.
Yeah, exactly. Well, that's the other thing. It's particularly alarming that you would see an increase in driving while intoxicated when in the age of rideshare apps, when the options you used to have to plan ahead and say, I got to have a designated driver. And ideally, you would still have that. But if you don't, you have an app. Almost everybody has an app on their phone that can summon a driver.
Even if you don't, even if you're old school,
yeah,
call a cab.
Yeah, right.
If you're in an area with public transit, use the public transit.
Yeah.
Or, hey, how about the old school designated driver?
Yeah.
Somebody with nothing in their system. So, look, if you're going to be out, and we had a wonderful news conference at our East Liberty office over at AAA. Yasmin Manisha from PennDOT joined us. Pam Ondash from Mothers Against Drunk Driving joined us with a tragic but inspiring story about losing her own son.
Oh my goodness!
Yeah, exactly. Yeah. And that's what's They bring their own experiences to the table and really show you that, look, it's not an inconvenience for us. It could potentially be someone's life.
That's the thing. No, that's the thing.
And that's a decision.
Right. And so that's I think the thing, and that's the thing that Mothers Against Drunk Driving does so well, is take the decision that you have to make about whether to get behind the wheel and make the stakes clear.
Sure.
And what to you maybe like, oh, this is just an inconvenience.
Oh, it's money.
Yeah, exactly. To somebody else could be everything.
That's a kitchen table that'll be forever altered.
Yeah.
And that's preventable.
Exactly.
There's
exactly.
And a lot of these things that we see on the road impacting a lot of the trends. Fortunately, Pennsylvania in recent years expanded its move over law, for example.
Okay.
Something that we at AAA were fighting for and very happy to see go through. Or, it expanded distracted driving regulation, legislation. These are things that are addressing kind of preventable situations on the roadways.
Yeah.
That paying attention, moving over or slowing down, or slowing down rather. I mean, that goes a long way towards potentially keeping someone safe. These folks working at the roadside, that is a thankless job. Our tow truck drivers who are out there servicing AAA members, working at these shops that we work with.
Goodness. Well, especially around Pittsburgh, we have so many of these hillside roads where you get broken down there. I mean, it's hard. It's hard to. It's not a simple job. It's not a simple tow, and people have to park and put themselves in situations that are unsafe.
Absolutely, and so. That's around the draft. If you're going to be celebrating, have a plan.
Yeah.
Stick to your plan.
Yes.
Make the plan before you go out, because what we see all too often is someone gets a drink or two in their system and they think, I could drive.
That goes to the importance of having the designated driver, the person who's actually with you, who can say, no, you're not doing this, because you might not trust yourself with the app at a certain point. So
that's true. Yeah.
And especially during the draft, there's so many people on the roads. There's going to be fender benders. No amount of advocacy is going to make the roads perfectly safe. So you're always going to need insurance to protect yourself. Yes.
I mean, it's and looking at the situations we're going to have on the road in the next couple of days, it's not a bad time to think to yourself, when is the last time I actually reviewed my insurance coverage?
Yeah.
A lot of people know AAA for roadside assistance. A lot of people know AAA for our travel products, discounts and rewards. Our insurance game, we've stepped it up in recent years.
Yeah.
Not only do we offer incredibly competitive auto insurance rates, we've recently started offering in our branch offices life insurance.
Oh.
And if we don't have a life insurance agent at your nearest branch, you could still make an appointment to meet with one. That's something you really don't want to. It's not fun to think about life insurance.
The life insurance conversation is always morbid, but we have to have it.
You know what happens is it can cover a lot of your let's say your funeral expenses.
Sure.
Let's say the income that maybe you're providing to the household. Let's call it a college fund.
Yeah.
Home repairs, whatever it might be. It's not something you want to have to use, obviously, but when you do, your family is going to be much better off for having that. So if you're near a AAA branch, call in, get a quote on a life insurance policy today. Don't put that off.
Yeah.
Especially if you're younger, because the younger sometimes, depending on the policy you're looking at, the younger you lock in, the better your rate could be.
Yeah, definitely.
Yeah.
Definitely. I mean, so much of whether it's insurance or the roadside assistance or the travel or the life insurance, all these things have one thing in common, which is that they provide peace of mind.
Yes. So come in, get a quote on your auto, your home, condo, life, the variety. There's others that you can come in and look at, renters. Come in and talk to a travel advisor, talk to an insurance agent, talk to a life insurance agent. Of course, people know they can come into their local branches for some DMV services. At AAA, we're here for you. It's a wonderful. We got to tie back real quickly to the gift membership, moms, dads, and grads. We are running that deal right now. $20 off if you come in and buy somebody a gift membership, and you're going to get a $20 gift card on top of that, and you're buying somebody peace of mind.
That's great.
What we see a lot of is grandparents and parents buying it for younger drivers.
Totally. I mean, especially younger drivers where, that talk about needing peace of mind. I mean, that's
sure. I mean, younger drivers are facing such an uphill battle. They're inexperienced and they're more prone to distractions. And it's like knowing that they have somebody coming to get them if they're stranded at the side of the road, that's peace of mind.
Absolutely. Absolutely. Yeah. I think one of the things I really like about so many of the things you talked about is, of course, there's a lot of online services and apps, which is great to have. So often you talk about going into your local branch and having a conversation with a human being. That's so nice to be able to talk to a human being face to face and have the assurance that an expert is helping you.
We have branches, Butler, Cranberry, Hermitage, Franklin, Indiana, North Hills, the office that I work in down in East Liberty.
Yep.
You have Altoona, Greensburg, Monroeville, Pleasant Hills. I know I'm missing a couple, but a lot of the times where your local AAA branch is.
Yes.
And like I mentioned, a lot of the times the people working there, and you've come to, and for good reason, people have come to count on AAA.
Yeah.
And they've come to count on the people who work at those branches who are fantastic folks.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
No, I appreciate it, Jim. Thanks so much for coming in. This was really interesting, especially as we're getting into spring. We have the draft here, thinking about travel and all these things, talking about being on the road. It's a great time of year to talk about AAA.
I appreciate you having me. Thank you.
Thanks, Jim.
The proceeding was paid for by AAA. Information on the program was intended solely to further the public's general knowledge about the product. Opinions expressed should not be relied upon for any purpose by any member of the audience.
The Big K Morning Show with Larry Richards.
Pittsburgh Mayor Corey O'Connor. Very atypical with the NFL draft and all the things that are going on.
We're all excited. It's coming fast. But we also want Pittsburghers, and I say this wherever I go, this is also your city. This is your draft. We're going to have hundreds of thousands of people coming from across the country, but we want Pittsburghers to be ambassadors.
Weekday mornings 5:30 to 10 on the Voice of Pittsburgh. 100.1 FM and AM 1020. KDKA.
Pump up the volume.
Business moves fast.
Pump up the volume.
When you ship with USPS Ground Advantage, you can keep up with confidence. Visit USPS.com/Ground Advantage to learn more.
Listen to KDKA Radio on the Odyssey, iHeartRadio, or TuneIn apps.
The Village at St. Barnabas, the perfect place for mom.
Do you owe $10,000 or more in credit card debt or personal loans? With credit card debt at all-time highs, Debt Relief Advocates is urgently notifying consumers of debt relief now being made available, designed to aid consumers with out-of-control credit card debt. Those who qualify and enroll for this relief program will only have to pay back a fraction of what they owe. This is not bankruptcy or a debt consolidation loan. This is a relief program that credit card companies would rather you not know about, as it ends your debt nightmare and saves you lots of money. Consumers owing at least $10,000 in credit card debt or personal loans can now take advantage of this debt relief as the cost of living skyrockets. Debt Relief Advocates has established a relief hotline for you to call to learn what debt reduction you may qualify for, so don't wait. For this free information, call the Relief Hotline at 800-390-1164. 800-390-1164. 800-390-1164.
I need a little range, step to the range.
There's a new flavor in town, the Jalapeno Ranch Club at Chick-fil-A. With that juicy Chick-fil-A original spicy or grilled chicken, a buttermilk ranch bun, candied bacon, pepper jack cheese, and jalapeno ranch sauce. It's got big ranch vibes with a little heat. Chick-fil-A's new Jalapeno Ranch Club, available for a limited time only. Order ahead on the Chick-fil-A app.
Spring cleaning isn't just for your house, it's for your life. If your job is getting old, it's time to clear the clutter and spring into IT. Go to My Computer Career.
My Computer Career helped me get the skills and certifications I needed to start a new life as an IT professional in months, not years.
Earn the certifications that top employers are looking for right now. Visit mycomputercareer.edu and take the free career evaluation to see if it's time to spring into IT. Financial aid is available to those who qualify, including VA benefits.
KDKA and KDKA-FM HD2 Pittsburgh. W261AX Pittsburgh.
Always live on the free Odyssey app. From the Aetna Medicare studios.
Proud to be the voice of Pittsburgh. 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA.
It's 75 degrees at 8 o'clock. I'm David Ballarado.
And now the moment we've all been waiting for. Let's cut a ribbon.
Pittsburgh Downtown Partnership CEO Jeremy Waldrop at the official ribbon cutting for the newly remodeled Market Square. A host of dignitaries and Market Square businesses welcomed the renovations. Governor Shapiro says it was all part of the massive renovation of the Golden Triangle, announced nearly 2 years ago.
Today is a great day. Today is a day to celebrate Pittsburgh, and a strong and vibrant Pittsburgh means we've got a strong and vibrant Commonwealth of Pennsylvania.
They also cut the ribbon today for Steelers Country down at the NFL Draft Experience at Point State Park. The NFL's Peter O'Reilly says the free event is among many highlights for fans as they shuttle between the North Shore and the Point.
You can go inside Acrisure Stadium and kick a field goal. There's so many activations over there, the main theater, and then Steelers Country. This is just amazing. If you're a Steelers fan, there are so many little elements to discover in here. You got to check it out.
Also a behind-the-scenes look at the NFL Draft, where the stage is set not just for picks, but for an unforgettable fan experience. News Radio KDK's Tamira Rush with that.
Media received rare access inside the NFL Draft stage and green room, where every detail is built to bring fans closer to the moment. One league official says it's about more than just the picks. It's about creating an immersive experience.
That's where we're going to have tens of thousands of fans that are going to congregate. You can also watch the draft from the field here at Acrisure, not only on the grass, but also in this lower bowl here. We also have screens in and around the entire North Shore, the Bud Light Beer Hall, over by the Place 60 area. There's screens everywhere.
On the field, fans can take part in NFL flag skills and drills for boys and girls ages 6 to 14. Tamira Rush, News Radio, KDKA.
The battle between the United States and Iran for control of the Strait of Hormuz continues. The ceasefire between the two countries continues with no clear indication about how long it will last. White House Press Secretary Caroline Leavitt says President Trump extended the military ceasefire, but the economic battle, or Operation Economic Fury, remains in full force and is very successful. CBS News senior national security correspondent Charlie D'Agata has more now from Tel Aviv.
Heavily produced video released by Iran's Revolutionary Guards, complete with soundtrack and drone footage, is said to show Iranian fast boats approaching one of the cargo ships. Masked men boarding the MSC Francesca, then boarding and capturing a second cargo ship. Ship monitoring websites track the vessels to a few miles off the Iranian coast. No injuries were reported on either ship.
KDKA Sports, the Pens and Flyers continue their playoff series right now. It's the end of the first. The Penguins are leading Philadelphia 1-0. The Pirates about to get underway in Arlington, Texas, as their interleague series continues against the Rangers. KDKA Radio News Time 8:03. The AccuWeather forecast is next. I'm David Ballarado on the Voice of Pittsburgh News Radio KDKA.
Brian Schlaba here from the Home Buyers of Pittsburgh. Born and raised right here. Since 2015, we've helped over 1,000 Pittsburgh homeowners sell their houses quickly and without the stress. No repairs, cleanouts, inspections, or appraisals. We give fast and fair cash offers, buy your home as is, and you choose the closing day. Visit homebuyersoftpittsburgh.com or call 412-500-9057. That's 412-500-9057.
Pittsburgh's local trusted home buyer since 2015.
The Pittsburgh Speaker Series at Heinz Hall, presented by University of Pittsburgh, announces its 26-27 season. 7 events to challenge your mind, enlarge your world, and make you laugh. With Anderson Cooper, former UK Prime Minister Boris Johnson, historian Anne Applebaum, financial journalist Andrew Ross Sorkin, and the former U.S. Ambassador to China, Nicholas Burns. The series is sponsored by News Radio KDKA and the Spanos Group of Raymond James. Tickets on sale now at pittsburghspeakers.org.
Wesley Financial Group is not a law firm, and Chuck McDowell definitely not an attorney. This is Chuck. If someone talked you into buying something really silly and you want to get out of that silly little thing, my advice, get the facts. Call me and I'll send you our timeshare exit kit absolutely free. Inside, you'll learn how timeshare works and all your options for cancellation.
Call Wesley now for your free exit information kit. 800-948-7878. That's 800-948-7878.
The KDKA AccuWeather forecast is brought to you by JP Roofing and Siding, Pittsburgh's #1 Platinum Preferred Roofing Replacement Contractor. Call 412-829-7711.
Mostly clear tonight, the low 53, then partly sunny and warm tomorrow, high 78. Partly cloudy tomorrow night, low 56. Sun giving way to clouds, very warm Friday, an afternoon shower, the high near 80. For AccuWeather, I'm John Feerick, 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA.
The following is an editorial by KDKA Radio Regional Vice President Michael Spacciapoli.
Imagine the song Anticipation playing in the background like in that old Heinz Ketchup commercial. Now, you're driving through the Fort Pitt Tunnel in the city of Pittsburgh, the only city with an actual entrance, presents itself in all its splendor. It has never looked better. Ever since we learned we could be hosting the NFL Draft, everyone got to work to make sure the city we love so much and are so proud of was even better than we imagined. Now, that's the superficial beauty, which is spectacular, but our true charm is us. Please welcome everyone with a smile. Go out of your way to be friendly, helpful, and kind. This is our time to shine, and I know we will because we always do.
This has been an editorial by KDKA Radio Regional Vice President Michael Spacciapoli. To view a transcript, go to kdkaradio.com.
Rob Fratz on the Voice of Pittsburgh, 100.1 FM and AM 1020, KDKA.
Alrighty, everybody. This is Brandon McGinley filling in for Rob Pratt this evening. I'm the editorial page editor at the Pittsburgh Post-Gazette. And we have been talking, it's draft eve. So we've been talking about the draft. And before my hour there with Jim Garrity from AAA, I had Howard from the car call in, and we were talking about the question of how our society has failed to respond to the needs of homeless people, and how all of the resources that are going into the draft, wouldn't it be great if many of those resources, some of those resources, maybe all of those resources, were instead put toward helping those who need it? And there's a lot to be said for that. What you don't want to do is have an event like the draft become just an opportunity to paper over underlying problems. And there's a certain amount of that. To use the comparison I've used probably too many times at this point, sometimes when you have a messy house and you're having company over, sometimes you're just going to toss a sheet over some of that laundry in the corner. Okay, that's part of getting ready for an event, is that not every solution is going to be perfect or for all time, but it should remind us that to really make sure that this city is a place for everybody, that this city is a place where everybody's needs are being taken care of as far as possible. That's not something that can be taken care of in 2 or 3 months before a big event. That involves structural changes and structural problems. And, before we were talking about how, back in the 60s and 70s, the move was toward ending mental health institutions. In Pennsylvania, it would be called state hospitals, like Mayview or Dixmont and so on. Now there's only one state hospital left in the western part of the state, which is Torrance in Westmoreland County near Blairsville, and there's waiting lists for beds there. And where are you, in all likelihood, if you are waiting for a bed at Torrance? You're probably in a county jail somewhere in western Pennsylvania. So the system that was supposed to replace mental health institutions for folks who struggle to cope with living in a complex society was supposed to be community-based care, but that system never really came online. And instead, we have basically for the past few decades, and now it's just kind of building up to a kind of a fever pitch or a kind of a breaking point. The closest we've come to replacing that system has been putting people in jail, and that's just not a long-term solution. Everything else has been kind of remedial attempts to provide people with services that help. So, for instance, when Allegheny County and the city of Pittsburgh opened up Second Avenue Commons a few years ago, that was a help. That provided a place, more beds, and more services that were not previously available. I'm glad we have it. It's not ideal that that there's kind of a triangle of kind of struggling down by the Liberty Bridge down on 2nd Avenue, because you have 2nd Avenue Commons, you have the jail, and you have the municipal courts. So it's definitely not ideal to have all of that in one place, in the sense that it reinforces the idea that homelessness is a kind of revolving door with the criminal justice system, which it doesn't have to be. And to the extent that it is, it's because we've developed a system that is simply not working the way it should. An attempt to replace an older system that certainly had its flaws. I'm not saying we should rebuild Mayview, and you can't anyways, because they put a whole new suburban community on the land down there in Upper St. Clair in South Fayette. But what we've done hasn't worked. I have Dick in Dayton calling in. Oh, there we go. Hey, Dick, how you doing?
Oh, good. I talked to your screener about, it's been a problem here. I used to go with my friend down in Cincinnati. Mm-hmm. It was always under the Ohio River Bridge.
Yeah.
Or down there, but they had serious problems there on the news all the time. It's terrible, Brandon. It's terrible.
Absolutely, yeah. And when you talk about the kind of communities that end up forming, so yes. What happened here, and now there's once again another encampment, as the caller earlier mentioned. It's down by Route 28. I just saw it the other day. These encampments are ways for people to form communities when they don't have one, but they are like deeply dysfunctional communities. And and the problem is that when those become entrenched, dislodging people from them is really destabilizing. But these communities shouldn't need to form to begin with. And that's the point, is that if you let them continue to go, the reliance on them gets worse and the disruption of clearing them gets worse. But if you just let them go, besides the reliance, you have them, they grow, and then the people who live there, we can talk about the people who live there as being in a revolving door at the criminal justice system, but at least as much they become victims of crime because they have nowhere to go.
Nice talking to you, buddy.
Yeah. Oh yeah. Yeah.
Have a good night.
Thanks, Dick. I appreciate it. So these these tent communities become places where people are very easily victimized. They have minimal shelter. They have very little recourse because there's a decent chance that they are themselves using drugs, and so they are not incentivized to report to the police when somebody is abusing them, when somebody is stashing. This happens, you know it, when they're stashing their drugs or their other paraphernalia in the tents, in the tent communities, which puts the people living there in danger, not just in danger from the law, and also in danger from others. These are deeply, deeply dysfunctional little communities, but they are the only communities that people have. And when they become entrenched, they become very difficult to dislodge, and they become social problems for everybody. And not just visible eyesores. Yes, that's part of it, but just being an eyesore isn't enough to justify something that could be destabilizing to people. But these are themselves unhygienic, unsanitary, dangerous places, and ultimately some combination of public and private sector resources need to be brought to bear to create a consistent system for caring for these people, because the old institutions, they were not perfect, but they did contain people and give them immediate access to services in a residential setting. Not everybody who's on the streets needs that. Not everybody who has a mental health concern certainly needs that. But some people do, and frankly, I think more than we have the ability to house right now. We have, the Western psych, there's just not enough beds for people. So I think we have to some degree get over the stigma of the mental health institution, not build them all again, but have more residential beds, because I think more people need those services and are frankly unable to care for themselves than we would like to acknowledge. It's just an unfortunate truth of the human condition. Lots of people, more people than we, again, want to acknowledge, need that kind of care. And we also need to figure out how to provide kind of intermediary services. And here, I think it must be said that while 3 years ago, Allegheny County was really, really struggling in this area, County Department of Human Services did make significant improvements. And you can see the visible change in public spaces in Pittsburgh after the county brought more services online, especially in winter. They had a terrible winter, I think it was 3 or 4 winters ago, where they were simply unprepared for cold weather, and people were dying in tents. We wrote about it. We wrote about it at the Post-Gazette on the editorial page, and but it has gotten a lot better. And yet, too many people still end up in jail, or still end up in places where they're simply not made for the services they need. So, unfortunately, the draft is not going to fix that, but it does give us an opportunity to spotlight these problems and talk about systemic solutions and not just one-time only solutions. More after this.
Your source for the AccuWeather forecast. Hear it on News Radio KDKA.
I'm Ed Evans, CEO of Consumer Cellular. No, we're not one of the big guys. Truth is, we don't want to be. If you're over 50, Big Wireless probably has you paying for more data than you might need. You could be throwing away thousands over a lifetime.
Our entry-level data plans start at just $20 a month. And for a limited time, switch and get your second month free. Call 1-888-FREEDOM, visit consumercellular.com or a store near you and get your second month free today. Plans include $5 credit for auto pay and e-billing. See site for additional details.
Breaking news for your home. Way Day. Wayfair's big sale is almost here, and you can score the best deals in home. Like up to 80% off everything home. Yes, you heard that right. 80% off with free shipping on everything. Plus surprise flash deals all Way Day long. We're talking outdoor furniture and essentials, rugs, and more. All at Wayfair, and all up to 80% off during Way Day. Shop Wayfair's Way Day from April 25th through 27th.
Wayfair, every style, every home.
Honey, I found the perfect place for my parents
and us.
Where?
St. Barnabas. For us, the Woodlands Carriage Home Community. And for my parents, condominium-style living at the Village. My folks will love the Village. There's an indoor mall with shops, restaurants, and more. And we can relax, knowing they're safe and secure.
That's what I plan to do when we move to St. Barnabas. Relax.
Call 724-444-5568 or visit stbarnabascommunities.com.
Kid Rock, a celebration 250 years in the making. Freedom 250 Tour, the road to Nashville. Saturday, June 20th at the Pavilion at Star Lake. The American Badass, Kid Rock with John Party.
Got a little dirt on my boots, but I'm taking you uptown tonight.
Get tickets now at livenation.com. The ultimate American party, Kid Rock.
Join Beth Andrews for the Net Worth Financial Hour Saturdays at 1 to get the news and information you need to make your retirement dream a reality. That's the Net Worth Financial Hour with Beth Andrews, Saturdays at 1. Net Worth Advisors, LLC is a registered investment advisor.
The KDKA radio text line is driven by Kenny Ross Auto Group. Find your best deal and Pittsburgh's best warranty at kennyross.com.
Listen to KDKA Radio on the Odyssey, iHeartRadio, or TuneIn apps.
Where Pittsburgh comes to talk. 100.1 FM and AM 1020. KDKA.
Alrighty, folks, welcome back this evening to KDKA Radio. Brandon McGinley filling in this evening for Rob Pratt. And it's hard to think or talk about anything else in this town today than the draft. I spent this morning and this afternoon downtown. I'm going to be out of town during the draft itself. I'm a draft dodger. And I'm trying to make that stick. I don't know if it's going to stick. Hopefully somebody picks that up and runs with it. But I spent today draft eve downtown, and it was like when a tsunami comes in, when a tidal wave comes in, before it happens, all the water goes out before the deluge comes. And that's what it was like today. Nobody was downtown. Everybody was getting out. Nobody wanted to brave the traffic. And for that reason, there was no traffic at all. It was actually really easy to park. It was a great day to spend downtown. And I got to walk around and, I got to experience Market Square. I got to see Arts Landing. I got to go over by Point Park, although you can't get into Point State Park because it's all blocked off for the draft. But the city hasn't looked this good in a long time. It hasn't looked this good in a long time. And that's a testament to a lot of hard work, and that's a testament to leadership. It's easy to think that these things just get done, that these things just happen. But there are actual human beings in leadership roles who have to tell people what to do, who have to generate plans, generate strategies, generate tactics to get things done, and then lead. And then there are lots and lots and lots of people who have to do the work, who have to be filling the potholes, who have to put the paint on the Three Sisters bridges. I talked to someone today who said he biked across from the north side and he could smell the fresh paint on the bridge. It's great. I know it's frustrating that it wasn't like that a week ago and that it takes a big event to get all this stuff done. I know that's frustrating, but that's how deadlines work. Deadlines force you to get things done, and this was a huge deadline. Now we got to keep it going. But this kind of thing does take leadership. It takes people who are willing to say, this isn't the way it should be, and it needs to be fixed, and then form a plan to do it. And it reminds me weirdly of a quote from Joe Biden, who once said that big city mayor, and whether Pittsburgh's big city, for these purposes, we'll call it a big city. Big city mayor is the hardest job in politics. Okay? Big city mayor is the hardest job in politics. Why is that? First of all, because your failures are tangible to everybody. If you don't get the potholes fixed, people will notice it and they will blame you and you alone. And also, there's just so many competing interests in a city, and you have to juggle them all, and you have to make hard choices. You have to tell your friends no when they ask you for help with something. You have to tell important and powerful people in town no, and you have to balance all of these things. But but part of it is also all of the details, and this has become a mantra, by the way, for the Corey O'Connor administration, which I really think is smart. Details matter. Getting all the details of a big city right is really, really hard. It requires having a strong knowledge of the systems of the city, a strong knowledge of the people who run it, who make it work, and good relationships with them to make things work. And I think this is a testament to how the NFL draft and how things are going is a testament to how difficult it is to run a city, but also a reminder that it can be done, and that so many of the frustrations we might have about the way things work around here, when Roger Goodell, stares you down and says you're going to get it done, we can get it done. Got Ted in Mount Washington. Hey, Ted, how you doing?
Hey, how you doing?
Pretty good.
Hey, real quick, one topic he's talking about the homeless in Allegheny County.
Yeah.
Look, as a taxpayer, I think it's outrageous. For one, that needle exchange is absolutely flop. You can't ban plastic bags at the same time. You give them fresh needles out to junkies. Doesn't fly, man.
So
does not fly.
Yeah.
In the county, what they've been doing is moving money around from needle exchange to homelessness to housing, whatever. And they got caught by O'Connor. They didn't know what the hell they're doing.
Yeah.
And guess what? They still don't know what they're doing. There's no transparency to the taxpayer. What the heck are we paying for? And you still don't know how many homeless are housed. And they need a 24-hour shelter, which they do not have.
Yeah, I mean, there's been some improvements, like I said, in this area. I will say that I've joked that Allegheny County is basically like it's a Department of Human Services with like a few other governmental appendages attached, but that's primarily what it is. And DHS is maybe the most difficult agency, the most difficult part of local government around here to wrap your arms around, because it's $1 billion. And so much of it is pass-through money. So it's really difficult to keep track of it all, because so much of it is coming from the feds, from the state, and it's all getting passed through, and it's all these different, and so it's really, really hard to keep track of it all. As you may know, actually, the Allegheny County's department, the head of the Department of Human Services, the director, recently left to run human services for the city of New York for Zora Mamdani.
Thank God. Thank God. He should have been fired. Okay? You don't even have Schumann Center functioning.
Yes.
You know how many...
Schumann's another... So Schumann's a great... I'm glad you brought up Schumann. Schumann's a great example of the kind of false compassion I described earlier, where people are like, oh, we shouldn't have a juvenile detention center because it's mean to children. Guess what happens when they aren't in a juvenile detention center? They shoot each other. That's what happened in Carrick. There's a kid who was on, this was a few years ago, there's a kid who was on an ankle bracelet, took off the ankle bracelet or slipped out of it and went and shot somebody. He would have been in Schumann if Schumann had been open.
Well, that's what happens when you have progressives, okay? Progressive for who?
Yeah.
All right.
Yeah. No, I mean,
they're out of their mind.
No, I mean, this is kind of what I was talking about earlier when I talked about, public spaces that get captured for private use. They get captured and people say, oh, well, it's compassionate to let people shoot up here. No, it's not. They're not thriving there. This is not helping them to let them destroy themselves in public. Now, just shooing them and having them destroy themselves in private isn't any good either. But so ideally, you would actually have places for people to go and they receive services and so on and so forth. But the idea that that clearing public spaces so that the public can enjoy them without having to worry about drug use or whatever else is, I mean, the idea that the bad people are the ones who want to maintain public spaces, that's just ridiculous. And I do agree that comes from a certain kind of progressive mentality.
Very well thinking.
Absolutely. Hey, thanks, Ted. Appreciate it. So yeah, we'll be going to. We've got some news coming up, but I mean, I want to talk more about this after the break, because I think one of the reasons that we had the problems that we had a few years ago, and one of the things I'm so excited about with the way the cleanup has happened for the draft, is that a lot of these hesitations about cleaning things up, a lot of these hesitations about maintaining and enforcing standards of behavior and enforcing standards of beauty and of maintenance in public spaces. We used to be like, oh well, is this mean spirit? Is this not compassionate? No, That's the wrong way to think about it. Keeping these places good and beautiful is good for everybody. We'll talk more about that after the break.
Everyone needs to have at least one person in their corner in life. When you don't, it's an extremely lonely and frightening place to be. But knowing you have that one person gives you peace and hope. I'm John Morgan of Morgan & Morgan. Since 1988, myself and my firm have been in so many corners for so many clients for so many years. We became the largest injury firm in the world for a reason, and it's not even close. We fought like hell for you. We fight the bullies, automobile insurance companies, the makers of unsafe products, medical providers who injured or killed their own patients. It has been such an honor and made my life complete. If you ever need us, it's easy. On your mobile device or computer, visit forthepeople.com. And then we get to work 24/7. Whether you're hurt in a car crash, injured on the job, or have questions about your Social Security, we're here for you. Morgan & Morgan, for the people.
Morgan & Morgan, 603 Stanwyck Street, Pittsburgh, Pennsylvania. Pennsylvania lawyer will handle Pennsylvania cases. Prior results do not guarantee a similar outcome.
I'm Bob Burke, founder and chairman of Burke America Parts Group, a family of brands that includes RepairClinic.com, an appliance and HVAC parts solution company that's grown into an international brand. Before AmericanEagle.com, we partially launched a new technology platform developed by another firm. American Eagle helped take our technology to a whole new level with digital marketing, software development, and business insights into our key markets, appliances, HVAC, and outdoor power equipment, and did so both on time and on budget. AmericanEagle.com has the resources, experience, and talent needed to produce solutions. Our new technology platform, developed by AmericanEagle.com, has produced tremendous results with higher traffic, conversion, engagement, and online revenue. If you have any home repairs you need to take care of, check us out at RepairClinic.com. If you need a world-class website or technology project, then I would highly recommend AmericanEagle.com.
Call AmericanEagle.com at 773-NETWORK. That's AmericanEagle.com, 773-NETWORK.
Ready to start thinking like Wall Street without leaving Main Street? Tune in Sunday mornings at 6:30 for a slice of advice with Kelton Burgess. Right here on the Voice of Pittsburgh, 100.1 FM at AM 1020 KDKA.
While you sleep, there are people you've never met who are working hard to make your morning. People who get up at ungodly hours to make sure you get the information you want. People who dedicate their lives to make yours better while you sleep. These people come together during the Big K Morning Show with Larry Richert, 5:30 to 10 in the morning, to make sure you have the best news, traffic, and weather to start your day. 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA. From the Aetna Medicare Studios.
Proud to be the voice of Pittsburgh. 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA.
CBS News Brief. A state court judge blocks Virginia from moving forward with the redistricting effort that passed in a referendum yesterday, a roadblock in Democrats' efforts to redraw the state's congressional maps and tilt as many as 4 House districts away from the GOP. Virginia's Attorney General says he will appeal. Multiple U.S. officials tell CBS News that half of Iran's ballistic missile stockpile and the associated launch systems are still intact. CBS Pentagon reporter Eleanor Watson.
That's not to say the military campaign, the U.S. military campaign, has not made significant progress. It certainly has, but there are gaps between the capabilities Iran retains and what the Trump administration is saying publicly.
The Pentagon says Navy Secretary John Phelan is departing the administration effective immediately. More from CBS's Cammie McCormick.
The Pentagon gave no reason for Phelan's departure. It comes just weeks after Defense Secretary Pete Hegseth fired the Army's top officer.
CBS News Brief, I'm Jennifer Kuiper.
The Carpenters Training Center is holding its annual open house on Saturday, May 2nd. Doors open from 8 a.m. to 3 p.m. Bring the whole family and enjoy food, prizes, and Kids Corner. Their 4-year apprenticeship program is tuition-free, and you will earn competitive wages and benefits while you learn. Information sessions begin at 9 a.m. and noon. Learn about a career in the union building trades, as well as the pre-apprenticeship program. Join them Saturday, May 2nd, as 4th-year apprentices from their 6 crafts participate in competitions and demonstrations. Find out more at eascarpenterstech.edu. Make 380 Auction of Murraysville your next stop for name brand furniture. Stop in and compare their quality and pricing and save. 380 Auction has name brand furniture for less. Before you buy, shop 380 and save on your next furniture purchase. 380 auction is open Tuesday through Sunday, 9 a.m. to 5 p.m. Call 724-339-3132. That's 724-339-3132 or log on to shop380.com and save.
The KDKA AccuWeather forecast is brought to you by JP Roofing and Siding, Pittsburgh's #1 Platinum Preferred Roofing Replacement Contractor. Call 412-829-7711.
Mostly clear tonight, down to 53. Partly sunny tomorrow up to 78. Looks like a warm evening for the draft. Partly cloudy tomorrow night, the low 56. And warm on Friday. Maybe an afternoon shower, the high near 80. For AccuWeather, I'm John Feerick, 100.1 FM and AM 1020, KDKA.
Okay, welcome back, Pittsburgh. This is Brandon McGinley filling in for Rob Pratt this evening. I have one eye on the hockey game, so I'm going to try not to be too distracted by it. But, I'm going to get back. I want to get back to talking about the draft and specifically talking about question of homelessness and care for the homeless in Pittsburgh. And I have Bishop from Denora on the line. I'm going to bring him on in a second. But one point I just want to make real quick off that news break. Think about this. If there were a conflict, if there were a war in some other part of the world, and you heard that the head of the armed forces was consistently firing the heads of branches of the armed forces. So Pete Hegseth has, I guess, just fired the head of the Navy. After a few weeks ago, he fired the head of the Army. If you heard that this was happening, and that career soldiers were being escorted out of the building, what would you think? Would you think that this was a well-run country? Would you think that these were the guys who had it together? Would you trust that this was the force that was prepared and with a leadership structure that was ready to go? Man, if you heard about this in any other part of the world, you'd say this is third world stuff. You'd say this is the kind of thing that you hear about in other parts of the world where countries are just, basket cases. And right now we look like a basket case. And I know I want to get back to the local, but gosh, the extent of the kind of incompetence and the dysfunction in Washington in wartime is just astounding. Just astounding. Happily, so I think it's one of the reasons, honestly, that I really think it's one of the reasons that I'm really trying to be really positive about the draft is that so many other things in the world are so discouraging. At least our city looks good. At least our city is, is in tip-top shape for a big old party. Hey, Bishop, how you doing?
All right, now let me get to something you just talked about. Listen, we're in a bad situation right now. This idiot, like you said, he's fine, top military man with experience, career veterans, etc. We're in trouble. I'm telling you, and the MAGA folks don't want to hear it, but we're in trouble and we are vulnerable.
Yes,
very vulnerable. And
100%.
Number two is with the draft. I hope it be but I want the people to be careful because there's going to be a lot of price gouging down there.
Yeah.
You can see it already with the parking and the whole 9 yards. Enjoy yourself. Have a good time. Go to the right vendors that's going to give you the right food for the price that you pay, and have fun. Now, I believe the people are going to make a lot of money. Yeah. Now, here's the thing. You talked about homelessness. Now, I did a dry run to go to Pittsburgh Sunday. There was a minimal road closures, and I'm sure there's massive now. And I'll be hanging up at the waterfront. I might try to sit down there. I don't know.
Yeah.
But what I'm saying to you is the homeless has come out a little on the outskirts.
Yeah.
Not of town. So there's a lot still going on.
Yes.
And there's a lot that they're going to do from panhandling, etc. Now, here's my thing, and I think this is a good solution. There's three things. One, tiny houses. I know this federal government will not be involved, but the state with local get land that is feasible, that no one is on, and put tiny houses that the homeless could live in. Now, that's one. Now, if they're not capable of living in a tiny house, then family is an option. and if there's a family breakdown, and a lot of them have a multiplicity of issues from drugs to you name it, then they need to be institutionalized.
Yeah.
So nobody wants to hear that word.
Yeah, I mean, I've talked with people, Bishop, who care very intimately for family members who are, who struggle to function, who really can't function outside their own homes, even struggle to function inside their own homes, and they will say candidly that that this is the kind of I don't want to lose my loved one in the sense of have this person no longer be close to me, but also only a residential institution can provide the care this person needs. And that's just how the human condition is. There are people who need that kind of care, and there are more of them than we have the institutions to care for right now.
Well, I think that those are the three viable options, in my opinion. Yeah. I don't believe that you can just have them around on the street.
Yes. Well, you might remember that a few years ago when we were just trying to throw things at the wall, try to figure out how to at least mitigate this problem in the city itself, in downtown in particular. Anthony Coghill from my neck of the woods and Deb Gross from the East End, who are in many cases quite different ideologically, came together to propose a tiny house program. And Coghill is a contractor, so he could personally build I think he did. I think he in his garage built a tiny house model, and so we could do this at scale with without too much cost. And it just never went anywhere. There were zoning issues, and the mayor didn't like it because my impression was that the mayor had his own idea for a plan. He didn't want to take up the council member's idea, and it just never went anywhere. And as you said, Bishop, there are people who also can't really function in a tiny house because they don't have that level of independence, but there are people who do and who could. So I wish we had shown more creativity back then. That being said, for all of its flaws, the Department of Human Services did make a lot of improvements, and the continuum of care has been improved substantially over the past few years.
Well, let's see what they do. And let me say this to you. Well, I hope that these social workers, that they said in the last administration and before that was budgeted, that they would be on post to do their job and dealing with the homelessness that's on the outskirts. Now, they're going to be trying to do their thing now.
Yeah.
To deal with them doing this job. All right, my friend.
Hey, thanks, Bishop. Appreciate it. Yeah, the question of the city's social worker plan, that gets complicated really quickly. That's something I worked a lot on at the Post-Gazette. It's the county's responsibility to do human services, but the city has tried to supplement, most notably through the Office of Community Health and Safety. And that was not looked very well on by the Gainey administration. Particularly, there was a planned collaboration with Allegheny Health Network, and actually, this gets complicated, but basically $10 million was set aside from the COVID money from the federal government to support that, and that money was reported to the feds that we spent it, but it was not spent on that program. It ended up, I think a lot of it ended up in the Stop the Violence Fund and has gone on to fund some OCHS programs, but it was not used to fund what we told the feds it was funding. And that was a program that was itself controversial, especially the placement of one of the kind of street medicine centers right on Smithfield Street, which I think was probably ill-conceived. But in any event, the city has tried to do some good work in this regard. But has been hamstrung by politics, basically. Got Tom in the South Side. Hey, Tom, how you doing?
Hey, I didn't know whether this or not, but Cash Patel and Pete Hegseth are old-time drinking buddies.
Yeah, it would not surprise me. I mean, the Cash Patel situation is that, and the Pete Hegseth situation. It's just there are so many things to say about it. But do you know what the number one word that comes to mind is? Embarrassing.
Incompetent or childlike?
Oh, childlike. I just said embarrassing. It's embarrassing. It's embarrassing as a country. We pride ourselves as being a serious country with serious people who are dealing with serious global concerns. And this is what we are offering to the world. We are saying this is the best we have to offer. Kash Patel and Pete Hegseth. It's so discouraging and embarrassing.
Well, I'm sure I didn't even talk about the Justice Department, but between Pam Bondi, it was her pen name, if you will, and Kash Patel, they've effectively got the Justice Department and the FBI because the serious people, not them.
Oh, that's the thing.
Quitter got fired.
Oh, totally, 100%. I mean, it's always very difficult from the outside to figure out the inside of any institution, and I'm sure there were things that needed to get fixed within all of these bureaucracies. But the way these guys have gone about it is just so unserious. And dangerous. I mean, the embarrassment is part one, but part two is we are trusting these men, and in the case of Pam Bondi, woman, with incredible power, and in the case of the FBI and the Department of Defense, we're trusting them with incredible resources, with secrets. I'm at a loss for words when I think about the risk that could come from entrusting so much to such unserious, childish people.
Fools is the word you're grasping for.
Yeah. No, I know. And I'll tell you, Tom. I don't think that I try to maintain a certain balance on talking about Trump. I don't want to just be bashing, but especially the past 2 months or so when I've started to guest host on this radio channel, this radio station, it has been absolutely the worst time, and that's saying something for Trump as a leader. It's gone from basic stuff that you kind of expected whenever he became president to levels of embarrassment and danger that are far beyond anything that I even expected, and I'm feeling very chastened by that.
Well, it was fairly obvious a year ago. It took a while for the chickens to come home to roost, and now all the incompetence and everything, all the junk, if you will, is kind of, in some cases, is coming to a head with some of these people.
Yeah, and it's one thing. And Tom, I got to go to break, but I thank you for the call. It's one thing. It's one thing when you're messing around with even tax policy or things like that, or the Department of Education. I'm not saying these things are not important; they're very important. But when you're messing around incompetently with world affairs, where there are potentially nuclear weapons involved, is just level of irresponsibility that I didn't even think was possible with these guys. But here we are. I try to bring it back to talking about happier stuff closer to home after this.
It's the little things. The information you need. People you know. The little things that make a big difference. The voice of Pittsburgh. 100.1 FM and AM 1020. KDKA.
In digital advertising, everyone talks about clicks, but clicks don't pay the bills. Sales do. Outcomes from Viant is a new way to advertise that prioritizes your bottom line. Our AI-driven technology looks past the noise to find the customers most likely to buy your product. It's smarter, faster, and designed for real-world results. It's smarter advertising made simple. Visit Viant.ai.
I've been burned before. I was just repeating the same patterns. It turns out I had a type.
Workplaces everywhere are looking for love. And by love, we mean the easy way to order food at work. Easy Cater.
I thought ordering from great restaurants at work had to be complicated, but then I met Easy Cater. So many options, so flexible, and when I ordered for 50 gluten-free vegans without going over budget, I knew I'd found the platform I wanted to do life and lunch with.
Fall in love with Easy Cater. Start an order at easycater.com.
I suffered with plantar fasciitis for almost 20 years. I would try drugstore insoles and supports.
If you suffer with plantar fasciitis, we know the search for pain relief can feel like a hopeless ordeal.
I thought foot pain was going to be with me for the rest of my life. I've been through surgeries, foot injections.
At the Good Feet store, we hear stories every day of all kinds of cheap inserts, expensive shoes, and other failed remedies people have tried that just didn't work.
I was trying all different things. Not a single one worked. And then I was driving past the Good Feet store, and I thought, why not? Give it a try. They wanted to make sure that they gave me the right arch support for my feet. Then it was like, okay, this is different. These make a difference.
Don't lose hope. Give the Good Feet store a try.
I'm so glad I met Good Feet. It changed my life.
Now open in the waterfront across from Yankee Candle next to Panera, or visit us in Robinson Town Center in Cranberry Township or in Morgantown at Suncrest Town Center.
Thanks to the Good Feet store.
Went outside, looked around, we needed a window, a bay window. Guess what? Universal Windows Direct, right now. Buy two, get two free, no payments, no interest, 24 months. Come on. And $500 off of your project. 412-545-6003. This deal is amazing. Their sales, their service, their installation, the best there is. And now's the time, folks. Universal Windows Direct. Do it.
Be prepared with CHIP. Free or low-cost healthcare for Pennsylvania kids and teens. From checkups to unexpected bumps and bruises and everything in between, CHIP has you covered. Don't wait until you need it. Be prepared with CHIP. Because every kid deserves quality healthcare and every parent deserves peace of mind knowing their kids are covered. CHIP. Free or low-cost healthcare for kids and teens under age 19. Learn more at chipcoverspakids.com.
Paid for with Pennsylvania taxpayer dollars.
The Pittsburgh Speaker Series at Heinz Hall, presented by University of Pittsburgh, announces its 26-27 season. 7 evenings to deepen your understanding of the world around you, featuring Anderson Cooper, former UK Prime Minister Boris Johnson, historian Anne Applebaum, financial journalist Andrew Ross Sorkin, and former NASA Administrator Charles Bolden. The series is sponsored by News Radio KDKA and the Spanos Group of Raymond James. Tickets on sale now at pittsburghspeakers.org.
Get connected. That's the Inside Connection this Saturday morning at 9 with your local Medicare experts from MediConnect. If you're turning 65, hear all the inside information available to seniors on the Inside Connection, presented by MediConnect. Medicare made simple.
SchultzFord.com. 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 SchultzFord.com.
The 50,000 watt voice of Pittsburgh. 100.1 FM and AM 1020. KDKA.
Hey, Pittsburgh, Brandon McGinley this evening here on KDKA Radio, filling in for Rob Pratt. And I turned off the hockey game in the studio here because every time I try to watch a hockey game, things go badly. So if things start to go better, you can credit me for having turned off the TV in the studio. But in happier news, the draft eve. The draft begins tomorrow. Hundreds of thousands of people, big crowds, people showing off the city, hopefully getting a good impression, wanting to come back. And it's got me thinking about what are the things that the city's leadership had to focus on to get the place ready for the draft. What were the things they had to do? It's not big abstract notions. It's the nitty-gritty basics of running a city. That's what they had to get right. And I think what we're seeing, especially again if you go downtown and see the improvements, or go over to the north side, or look at the Allegheny Riverfront Park and all these things, you're seeing how this is the basic foundation of municipal local governance. And if you can't get this stuff right, if you can't get basic cleanliness right, if you can't get public safety right, and by public safety, I don't mean police state, okay? I don't mean perfect security for everybody at all times, but a basic sense that you can live in peace and go where you please without having to worry about your safety, especially in big public places like downtown. Getting this stuff right, that's the foundation of everything else. If you want this to be a more equitable city, that's a perfectly good thing to want. It should be. We should want a city where more people are able to thrive, and especially one where that thriving is not contingent on race or gender or anything else or anything else like that. It should be a place where as many people as possible can thrive. And that is functionally what we mean when we talk about equity. That's a good thing to aim for. But if the city isn't clean, you can't even get to that point because people can't enjoy themselves. They can't live in a way that they feel like this is a place where they can raise a family or invite their friends or brag about to family members in other cities. You need to get that baseline of tangible governance, getting the streets handled, getting the snow plowed, all of that. That's the basic. I think we went through a phase in the city where we were focused so much on abstractions, so much on chasing kind of theoretical dreams for how the city should be better, that we forgot about the basics. The draft has been a great way to remind us that the basics matter. They aren't the only thing that matters, but they're the first thing that matter. And if you don't get the basics right, then you can't do anything else. A city that's not clean and safe can't be an equitable city. It can't be a city where greater kind of frontiers of justice are being pursued, because people aren't comfortable in it. People aren't going to stay there. They're going to move. I mean, this is. I mean, I've lived in the city now I was born and raised in the region just outside the city, but I've lived personally within the city of Pittsburgh for 10 and a half, almost 11 years. Almost 11 years, actually. Actually, it is 11 years. Wow, we just hit 11 years. Look at that. I forgot. And I'm committed to being there for the long haul. But there have been times over the past few years where we've had issues with violence at the local park, where we've had issues where the basics of city life started to degrade. The basics of feeling safe, the basics of getting services done started to feel like they were getting to the point where, can I justify this? Can I justify making this choice? I love so many things about living in the city. I love the proximity to downtown. I love the proximity to parks and a business district, so that I can send my kids out and say, hey, you want to go to the park? Go to the park. You don't need me. It's a 10-minute walk. Go. Then come home before dark. Great. You can have that independence in the city. That's a lot harder in a community that doesn't have sidewalks. It doesn't have that kind of proximity. I can send my kids to the coffee shop and say, go get a lemonade. And at a young age, because they live somewhere where they can have that independence, they can learn the social skills of ordering for yourself, paying for yourself. I love living in the city. But there did come a time over the past few years where I began to maybe doubt if this was possible, if it was prudent for me to keep my family here in the long haul. When, for instance, last spring, there was some guy fired a gun during Little League games at Brookline Park. It's a crazy, stupid situation. But that's not the call I wanted to get when I got home from work. That the park was in lockdown, basically. If you don't get safety right, if you don't get cleanliness right, if you don't get these basics right, then all these other things, they're just wispy things in the wind. And if you try only for the abstractions, if you try only for these grand plans, grand goals, and forget about the basics, you're not going to you're going to get nothing at all. You're not going to get equity. You're not going to get justice. You're not going to get anything. You'll end up with a city that people don't want to live in. And the foundation of everything is having a city that people want to live in. That's what you need. And that is what this week has shown, because this is a city that I want to live in today. It's looking great. We just got to keep it going. We'll be back after this.
The Big K Morning Show with Larry Richards.
Pittsburgh Mayor Corey O'Connor, very atypical with the NFL draft and all the things that are going on.
We're all excited. It's coming fast. But we also want Pittsburghers, and I say this wherever I go, this is also your city, this is your draft. We're going to have hundreds of thousands of people coming from across the country, but we want Pittsburghers to be ambassadors.
Weekday mornings 5:30 to 10 on the Voice of Pittsburgh, 100.1 FM and AM 1020.
KDKA.
The Village at St. Barnabas, the perfect place for mom.
My name is Christine, and I'm a widow. My husband, Ryan, was a healthy 34-year-old, and 3 months later, he was gone. Thankfully, he had life insurance. Ethos made it so easy. You can get a quote in seconds, apply in minutes, and get same-day coverage. 100% online, no medical exam. Life insurance didn't take away the loss, but it did give us the space to just grieve.
Get your free quote at ethos.com/protect. ethos.com/protect. Paid spokesperson. Time spent on application may vary. Online health questions required.
She's back. Join Dr. Bridget Shufo at 9 this Sunday morning and see how her wellness and weight loss help you get rid of excess weight and, more importantly, keep it off with a healthy lifestyle. It's Dr. Shufo's Health and Wellness Show this Sunday at 9 a.m.
Pittsburgh's very own board-certified and licensed hypnotherapist Dan Vitchoff of the PA Hypnosis Center is here to help you. He has helped train U.S. Olympic team members control their brains, stay relaxed, focused, and in control, giving them the edge for the gold. He's recognized by many organizations around the world as one of the top hypnotherapists anywhere. He has gotten over 3,000 people to give up cigarettes for good in the last 22 years. He's helped folks even who've tried gastric bypass to lose weight. He can help you and give you a 98% success guarantee. Call 724-934-8446. That's Dan Vitchoff, the PA Hypnosis Center. Mention KDKA and get $50 off any program. But call for a free consultation today, 724-934-8446. The PA Hypnosis Center with Dan Vitchoff. Make that call today, 724-934-8446.
100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA, covered by JP Roofing and Siding, Pittsburgh's #1 platinum roofing company. Listen to KDKA Radio on the Odyssey, iHeartRadio, or TuneIn apps.
KDKA and KDKA-FM HD2 Pittsburgh. W261AX Pittsburgh.
Always live on the free Odyssey app. From the Aetna Medicare studios.
Proud to be the voice of Pittsburgh. 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA.
This is CBS News on the Hour, your home for original reporting.
I'm Michael Toscano. A state judge in Virginia has blocked the state from moving forward with a redistricting effort that passed last night in a referendum election. It's part of a Democratic effort to redraw the state's congressional maps and tilt up to 4 House districts away from Republicans. CBS News analyst Thane Rosenbaum.
The judge ruled that the election violated Virginia's state constitution, largely because the referendum was held without a 90-day public notice requirement.
Democrats say they'll fight that. Iran has renewed its attacks on commercial vessels in the Strait of Hormuz today while calling the U.S. military's blockade of Iranian ports a breach of the ongoing ceasefire. CBS's Natalie Brandt has reactioned on the stalled peace talks from someone with family in Iran.
Iranians are exhausted with the repression, tyranny, the economic hardship inside Iran.
Mike Ovesi, who owns a Moose restaurant in Northern Virginia and has family inside Iran, says he does not believe the Trump administration should negotiate with the regime.
Iranians, they don't like the idea that President Trump gives them an opportunity and negotiate with them. We want them gone. We want real changes.
Ovesi also worries the current leadership is using the ceasefire to regroup.
The Department of Homeland Security has been partially shut down for more than 2 months now, and several employees tell CBS News the agency is at a breaking point. More from CBS News Homeland Security correspondent Nicole Skanga.
I think the country is entering a danger zone. And one of the most clear examples of this is within FEMA. Disaster survivors are receiving aid, but every week, approximately 45,000 emergency personnel miss training because classes at the National Fire Academy and the Center for Domestic Preparedness have been postponed.
2 people are dead and more than 30 injured after a chemical leak at a plant in Kanawha County, West Virginia this morning. County Emergency Services Director C.W. Sigmund.
Other employees drug out the affected workers using respirators. Many of them had respirators. When I got there, firefighters and EMS personnel were doing CPR on 2 of the patients, trying to revive them.
The plant is owned by a silver recovery business. Correspondent Michael George tells us the keto diet could be helpful for people who have type 2 diabetes.
A University of Alabama study showed that the high-fat, low-carb diet is more effective at reversing the negative impact of diabetes than a low-fat diet. The research found just 3 months on keto had a positive effect.
This is CBS News.
Every Sunday, moderator Margaret Brennan goes face-to-face with top leaders to make you better informed. Face the Nation, Sunday on CBS and streaming on Paramount+.
I move mountains for a living. Literally. That means I don't carry hand lotion, and when it comes to serious heartburn, I don't mess around with anything but Rolaids. Rolaids' dual-active formula has calcium carbonate and magnesium hydroxide that relieves heartburn fast. Yeah, you heard right. 2 actives for that powerful relief. And the best part? The roll fits right here in my pocket, so I can get back to moving mountains.
Rolade spells powerful relief. Read each label. Use as directed. Keep out of reach of children. Out of reach of children.
Straight Talk Wireless presents Pickup Truck Wisdom.
Trust is earned. That's why I've stuck with Straight Talk. Same price since 2009 on Verizon's 5G network. Cause shoot, anyone can make a promise. Keeping it for years, that means something.
Now plans starting at $25 a month with 4 lines. Find us at straighttalk.com and Walmart. Straight Talk Wireless. Straightforward. Always. Same price claim applies only to the base monthly price of our $45 plan from October 2009 to present.
A music icon makes room for her mini-me.
Rihanna shares the cover of W Magazine with her 7-month-old daughter, Rocky Irish. While the singer and lingerie designer stuns in a headpiece by Jonathan Anderson, Rocky wears a custom haute couture diaper from Dior. Rihanna posted the photo with the caption, "Cover Girls," came on set and shut her mama down. She shares 3 children with her partner, A$AP Rocky. Deborah Rodriguez, CBS News.
In London, Parliament has passed a bill to make cigarettes inaccessible to future generations in the UK. Children born after December 31st, 2008 will never be able to legally buy cigarettes under the new Tobacco and Vapes Bill. The legislation awaits formal approval by King Charles. It will also regulate tobacco, vaping, and nicotine products. 13% of the UK population still smokes. Michael Toscano, CBS News.
The KDKA AccuWeather forecast is brought to you by JP Roofing and Siding, Pittsburgh's #1 Platinum Preferred roofing replacement contractor. Call 412-829-7711.
Mostly clear tonight, the low 53, then partly sunny and warm tomorrow, high 78. Partly cloudy tomorrow night, low 56. Sun giving way to clouds, very warm Friday, an afternoon shower, the high near 80. For AccuWeather, I'm John Feerick, 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA.
Okay, welcome back this evening. Draft Eve in Pittsburgh. This is Brandon McGinley filling in for Rob Pratt. I'm the editorial page editor at the Post-Gazette. And, yeah, we've been mostly talking about the draft. I was just hearing that news story, though, about the UK and banning cigarettes forever. And I don't know, man. I mean, I don't smoke. I tried a cigar in college. It didn't take. I didn't get it. So I'm not coming at this from the perspective of a smoker. But banning tobacco entirely, basically phasing it out for people who are, so-and-so age and will never be able to buy it, that seems to me to be a bit much. I understand that because the UK has a national health system, all of their medical costs are socialized, so they have to be concerned about that kind of thing. But here's the thing. There are things. I know. What do they say? You don't have anything if you don't have your health or whatever. Fair enough. But there are more important things in the world than mitigating every single risk to health and safety. I mean, to me, I'll tell you. I really actually do get annoyed about, get upset about, is how there's clearly a movement right now to stigmatize tobacco, which has already been very well stigmatized, to stigmatize alcohol while destigmatizing marijuana. I've suspected for a long time that this is a PR thing. So when you see things in the New York Times about experts who say that, marijuana is safer for you than alcohol or tobacco, can almost guarantee you that there's some PR money going into all of that, an attempt to build up marijuana at the expense of intoxicants with a much longer history, and with actual social traditions around them. And it makes me pretty upset. I think banning things like tobacco outright is just, for me, way too far, and gets to a kind of safetyism or healthism where that is the most important thing, and things like moderate pleasures that are kind of part of being human are banned. Just seems way too much. But that's neither here nor there. That's not what I was planning on talking about. But it annoys me. And so there we go. Craig in West Virginia. How you doing, Craig?
Good, Brandon. How you doing tonight?
Pretty good. Yourself?
Good. I'd actually smoke in my sleep if I could find somebody to hold them for me.
I love it.
Yeah. The reason I called in was because of the draft. And here, I'm thinking that Pittsburgh is missing a big opportunity here, and here's why. Me and my friends, we heard about the draft coming, and I live about 6 blocks from a marina. I've been a bass fisherman for 40 years.
Right.
Bunch of friends with boats. We're on the river all the time.
Yeah.
And, we had about 7 people, 4 pontoons, 3 bass boats. We were all going to pull over the dam below Pittsburgh and walk up through and come up to the draft. And then all of a sudden, the river was blocked off.
Yeah.
We were not going to be allowed. Here's the thing. I'm going to ask you as a reporter, do you know who made that decision? Was it Pittsburgh or was it the NFL?
So I don't know the answer to that question, but I will say this. I can almost guarantee you that it was not the city of Pittsburgh. If it was the city of Pittsburgh, it would have been probably in collaboration with the Federal Department of Homeland Security and maybe the Coast Guard, because we have a Coast Guard station in Pittsburgh that patrols the rivers. And it could have also been an NFL request, but I can almost guarantee you that it was not initiated by the city, because the city doesn't have I don't think that the city has the power to restrict maritime travel.
Well, when's the next time you're on?
Do you know what? I don't know.
That's your home. I'm going to give you
homework. I'll figure it out. I'll try to figure it out. Everything's so damn complicated because there's the Port Authority, which obviously does transit mostly, but then there's the Port of Pittsburgh, which is its own thing, and then you got the Coast Guard. And so all of these people have some say. Oh, and the Army Corps of Engineers is involved in all the locks and dams.
It's just not to interrupt you, but I was a government contractor for a lot of my life.
Yeah, you know how complicated this all is.
I actually did all the security for the locks and dams up and down the Ohio River in my area here in West. Yeah, 9/11
Emsworth and DeShield, all that. I love it. That's great.
We did all that. So, here's the thing. Can you imagine the camera angle? And down here, we're at North Panhandle in the summertime. You got 6, 7 pontoons tied together, a couple bass boats tied in on them. Can you imagine the camera angle coming out of Pittsburgh with the 3 rivers, with all these boats floating around, just like 4th of July? I got to find out who made this decision, because this is not good.
I hear you, Craig. I think I gotta move on, but I think I agree that it's I agree that it's a missed opportunity. I'm guessing though that some kind of security considerations that nobody was allowed to overrule kind of came in on that one. That's my guess, at least. Got Andy in Butler. Hey, Andy, welcome to the show.
Hey, thank you. Didn't know about the river thing, but my guess would be if you want to know who did it, look to whoever it is that's going to be out on the river actually enforcing it.
Yeah, no, that's why I think it's probably not the city, because the city only has so much ability to do that. I'm guessing it's something to do with the Coast Guard or the feds generally, and it could also come from the NFL.
Right, but I mean, if it's only the city city police boats that are out there enforcing it, and it's on the city. If it's a Coast Guard, then it's a Coast Guard.
Yeah.
That's the easiest way to know.
Yeah.
Now, that doesn't solve the conundrum of I can't bring my boat up here.
Right.
But it'll tell you who to look for as far as asking the questions on that.
Yeah, I hear you, yeah.
And, a little while ago, you talked about cities needing to get the basics right.
Yeah.
Okay? And you also talked about how you weren't sure you wanted to stay in Pittsburgh because they were not getting the basics right.
Yeah.
Okay? So the draft is not a measure of whether or not the city can get the basics right. All right? It only matters if they continue to do the things they're supposed to do long after the draft is over.
I completely agree. Yeah, and so that's why, I think if we're here in 6 months, and we're having conversation about how Mellon Square Park downtown is needles again and intense, and then and all of the mulch that was put down in all these parks has been scattered to the winds, and there's just all the care that went into this as dissipated. I completely agree with you. Andy, that if we're having that conversation in 6 months, then it will prove that we actually didn't get the basics right, that we need Roger Goodell to put a gun to our head to get the basics right, and that's no way to live. So,
yeah, exactly. That's the point I was going to make.
Yep.
So, I mean, don't tell people, well, hey, Pittsburgh turned it around.
Yeah.
Okay? Pittsburgh cleaned it up.
Yeah.
Definitely. Pittsburgh is ready for this party. Completely agree. Pittsburgh turned it around. That's going to take 6 months.
Yeah. Yes. I wouldn't say that we've turned it around. I'd say that this experience shows the importance of the basics and how when you get the basics right, like basics sounds boring. Basics, and it is boring. It requires like mayoral employees to be on the phone with the head of the Public Works Union to tell that it's boring stuff. But the result, it was so nice to be downtown today. It was so, part of it was the weather was beautiful too. If it was raining, maybe I would have a different take. But it was, that's the kind of thing that, the basics have such transformative results for everyday people and the way they experience the city. And I'm hopeful that us as Pittsburghers seeing that will remind us to, support and elect people who understand that this is what municipal governance is about and everything else is gravy.
Okay. And to that, I will say this, and I got one other point to make, please.
Yeah. I'm going to have to go pretty soon, but give me another point.
Okay. Well, first off is we don't elect politicians to be superstars. We elect them to do boring things.
Yes.
All right? My other point is about England and banning cigarettes forever.
Yeah.
Okay?
Yeah.
If at some point in the future the population of England says, "Hey, we might like to want to have cigarettes back,"
yeah.
Okay? Should the government of England then ban voting forever so that the population can never vote to put in a government
to protect
that will bring
them? This is the thing. This is the paternalism. I mean, I'm all for. I understand now. Of course, the British system is very different from our system. And thanks, Andy. But the British system is different from our system. But there's a level of paternalism here where, I mean, yes, to some degree, governments are about kind of helping people to live well. I agree with that to some extent. But when you are outright banning something with like this that has just such a tradition and that really should be an aspect of life that people have control over themselves, what else are we going to ban for your own good? And that's, it just goes too far as far as I'm concerned. We'll be back after this. Got several more callers. Real excited.
News, weather, traffic, and business every day. Hear it on News Radio KDKA.
The amount of compensation received from a lung cancer or mesothelioma lawsuit varies. But at Pittsburgh-based Goldberg, Persky & White, the goal is simple. Maximize your recovery and ensure you receive the full compensation you deserve. Asbestos manufacturers spent decades concealing the dangers of asbestos exposure, and today, many suffering from lung cancer or mesothelioma are fighting back. You are not alone in this fight. Call GPW today at 1-800-COMPLEX to learn more.
More amazing specials for the month of April at Coons Market. Isn't that right, Frank Dentisi?
Right, Rob. In our meat department, choice flat iron steaks are $8.99 a pound. In the produce department, large Dole mangoes are 4 for $5. In the deli, Coons 8-piece fried chicken is $6.99 each. And additional savings this week, selected varieties of wishbone salad dressing, 15-ounce bottles, 2 for $5.
It's all happening now at Coons Market. Coons Market, a Pittsburgh tradition.
Beat the spring cleaning rush with Zero Res this week. Get one room of carpet cleaned, get another room cleaned for free. Unlimited rooms and whole system duct cleaning, now just $5.99. But hurry, visit ZeroResPGH.com.
Make 380 Auction of Murraysville your next stop for all your spring needs. Great prices on vegetable and flower flats. The fresh produce comes in weekly. 380 Auction has name brand furniture, tools, automotive supplies, pet supplies, lawn and garden, toys, food, and new items arriving daily. 380 Auction is open Tuesday through Sunday, 9 a.m. to 5 p.m. Call 724-339-3132. That's 724-339-3132. Or log on to shop380.com and save.
Life is a way of throwing out curveballs that can make it feel impossible to get ahead. But at Peoples, we know that sometimes a helping hand can make all the difference. If you're struggling to make ends meet or just need a little support with your natural gas bills, we're here to help. Because let's face it, you have enough on your plate. Learn more about our customer assistance programs at peoples-gas.com/help.
Listen to KDKA Radio on the Odyssey, iHeartRadio, or TuneIn apps.
Pittsburgh's 100.1 FM and AM 1020. KDKA.
Alrighty, folks, welcome back. Brandon McGinley from the Post-Gazette filling in for Rob Pratt this evening here on KDKA Radio. The phone lines are nice and lit up. I love seeing that. And I'm going to take one more call on the draft. I got some folks waiting, wanted to talk about more national stuff, but I got one more call on the draft for now from DJ in New Kensington. Hey, DJ.
Yeah, so nobody did anything with the roads down there. Like, I don't hear anything, They're all busted up. I mean, I just went through Lawrenceville, Millville, everywhere. I mean, it's horrible. And what are people going to think when they see that? It's like you don't even care.
In terms of the potholes and stuff? Yeah, I mean...
Yeah, even on the bridge, everything. I mean, it's just there's no place to go. In fact, you name me one decent road down there coming in and out of that place.
Yeah. I mean, I think some of this... No, something I noticed today, and some of, like, there are things that can't be fixed on a relatively short time frame. So there's only so much milling and paving that can be done. Now, pothole filling, that's different. You can fill potholes. But the milling and paving, making the streets look like they should, that is a problem of years, decades of underinvestment. And the city doesn't have the money to catch up. So that Hey, DJ, I agree. I mean, there are some parts of this that are still not where they should be. And I know you go to other cities and you will see, now, in fairness, you go to other cities and there are lots of parts of those cities where the roads are not great either. I forget the number. We have many, 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 many hundreds of miles of city streets. Keeping them in good order is not cheap and not easy. But yes, this is a problem of years, if not decades, of underinvestment.
There's enough good people down there care. There's your hope. So let's just see. But, hey, whatever works to start this thing going, that's all that matters. Without hope, you have nothing. And, it's so awful that it's so irritating to go down there. And it just flips me out. And guess what? Everywhere's bad.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, I'm glad that things that are subpar make you upset, because I'd rather you be upset than be apathetic about it. The upset shows that you care and that you want it to be better, because you know that this place can be excellent. And I think that having a deadline applied to us by the NFL allowed us to take good steps toward being excellent again. I see the skyline on on ESPN. There's all this, and it looks great, and I'm proud of it. And I want it to look as nice at ground level as it does in those pictures from the sky. You know what I mean?
Yeah, start with that nucleus of that and work your way out. That's all. What can you say?
Yeah.
I mean, it's got hope.
Absolutely. No, I think that the people who are in charge now, and I can tell you from conversations I've had with folks either in charge or close to those who are in charge, whether we're talking about the mayor's office or also just talking about other, private organizations, you're talking about, your Pittsburgh Downtown Partnership and even your private developers and so on. The vibe right now is really positive. I have not talked to anybody who has said, we really don't think that this mayor and this leadership is going to blow it after the draft. Will they run into problems that are hard to predict? Will there potentially be other issues that will come up that we don't know about right now? Definitely. And they are dealing with a very, very bad financial situation that they inherited. But I think the will is there, and I think the competence is there, and it's just a matter of putting it all together.
Hey, when you can't even have the main roads coming in nice, you got a real problem.
Yeah. Now, some of those main roads, by the way, if you're some of those are going to be state roads too. This is another general. I mean, this one's probably mostly unavoidable, but like all the different governments and so on that are responsible for all of these roads makes it really difficult too. So if you're driving in from the suburbs, if you're on a state road, it's the state's responsibility. You might pass some county roads. Those are the county's responsibility. If you're coming in from the suburbs on like secondary roads, you're probably going to be going through 3, 4, 5, 6 different municipalities that all have their own responsibilities. And, I'm in favor of trying to reduce that level of complexity so that you have, fewer levels of government or fewer kind of, tiny little boroughs or whatever that are responsible for things that, that affect everybody.
Start with the main roads going in and out of the place and make them perfect. I mean, at least do that.
Do that and pick up the trash too. Pick up the trash along the side of the roads too. Hey, thanks, DJ. I'm a South Hills guy, so I spent a lot of time on Route 51. Route 51 is very, very bad. And I hope not too many people, their first impression of Pittsburgh is coming in on Route 51. But some of that's just, it's impossible to really fix. It's in the valley. There's only so much you can do. Other parts of it, in terms of just getting it paved and looking like a first world country, that is fixable. Transitioning out of Pittsburgh, Daryl, Finleyville. Hey, Daryl, welcome to the show.
Oh, hi, guy. I had a question. You were criticizing Pete Hegstead and Kash Patel. I had a question on some of the people in the previous administration.
Sure.
I was just curious what you thought. Kamala Harris.
So this is where the thing, like, I don't think she's a serious person either. I mean, that's the simplest. This is the problem. Okay, so this is the problem. This is one of the reasons that I don't go too heavy on like how bad the Trump administration is, except whenever there are things that really set me off, because the alternative is really depressing. This is the thing, okay? So the alternative on the table for this was Kamala Harris in charge of the whole thing. Now, I think there's a decent chance she would have empowered some more serious people than she is. And here I would draw a comparison to the mayor's office. Like, Ed Gainey, I don't think needed to be a bad mayor, but he empowered a lot of people who had no idea what the hell they were doing, which made him look really bad when he could have been at least adequate. Whereas Corey O'Connor has empowered a lot of people who know what they're doing, which makes him look really good. I think Harris would have empowered people who, at the very least, are more serious, which would have made her, who I don't think is very serious, look better. Whereas Trump, that's my take on that, Daryl.
Okay, Joe Biden. I mean, he seemed to be asleep at the switch.
Yes.
You're a big fan of his?
No, I'm not a big fan of his.
Okay, all right.
This is the thing. Hey, Daryl, all the options. This is when I talk about. I know I was hitting the Trump administration people hard just now, but here's the really depressing thing. The options on the table are all unserious. Do I think that the last administration was deeply serious? Not really. I do think that he did. I think that Biden, did hire and empower people who were generally knew the system. And I think that that's better than empowering people who are kind of ostentatiously don't know the system and luxuriate in not knowing the system. I think that's stupid. But no, like, This is where I just get really, really depressed, because I like to think of this as a serious country that elevates serious people. And the options on the table were Kamala Harris and Donald Trump, neither of whom are serious people.
Okay, well, let me make an observation about Pete Hegseth as a veteran.
Yeah.
And I know a lot of veterans, and we like him. He's with the troops, and you were saying he was an embarrassment, and this and that, and I don't agree with you.
Yeah.
Do you know who the previous Secretary of War or Defense was?
Yeah, Austin.
I mean, I can't. He was a third string guy to me.
Yeah,
and
I get the appeal of Pete Hegseth, and I was willing to withhold judgment about that one, at least about that appointment for a while, because here's the thing. I thought that Pete Hegseth was picked to whip the military into shape with a kind of like machismo, which, it's for the military. Okay, fine. I'm not going to complain about that. I'm not going to complain about that. But I also thought that part of the whole point of him was he was not going to go along with the kind of foreign policy consensus of constant conflicts. I thought he was going to get the military ready, but not use the military. Instead, he has this kind of machismo thing where he's whipping the military into shape ostensibly and also using it willy-nilly. And this is the thing. I do not think this man is strategic one bit. I don't mind him trying to rework the bureaucracy, but I do not like this man in charge of a military at war. That's my concern.
Okay, as a veteran,
I'm gonna get yelled at in 10 seconds. So, Daryl, I appreciate the call. I gotta go because I got a hard break. But thanks for the call. Yeah, nobody's serious. We're not a serious country anymore. That's my real concern. Back after this.
Insurance companies often have a basic strategy: delay, deny, defend. Some try to grind you down, but they have another tremendous weapon: a software called Colossus. They know which attorneys are great and which are not so great. They know who is likely to take the last offer and who will take them by their scalp, kicking and screaming to trial. They know that they have to pay some firms early and fairly. I'm John Morgan of Morgan & Morgan. The insurance companies have done their homework. Before you hire a lawyer for your injury case, do yours. Visit forthepeople.com and see our settlements and verdicts for cases like yours. We became the largest injury firm in the world for a reason. When you hire the wrong firm, you may be beat before you start. All law firms are not the same. Morgan & Morgan, forthepeople.com.
Morgan & Morgan, 603 Stanwyck Street, Pittsburgh, Pennsylvania. Pennsylvania lawyer will handle Pennsylvania cases. Prior results do not guarantee a similar outcome.
Because of you, families across our region don't have to wonder where their next meal is coming from. Thank you for your support of the 7th annual Feed the Need Radiothon. You're helping provide our neighbors food for today, stability for tomorrow, and opportunity for a lifetime. Visit PittsburghFoodBank.org.
For generations, you've listened to us in your kitchen, catching baseball games on your front porch, and ending your day as your bedtime buddy. Now, you can watch us every day on your TV with our new KDKA Radio YouTube page or by clicking on KDKARadio.com. It's presented by Metropolitan Windows. Same great content, more live visuals. The voice of Pittsburgh, 100.1 FM and AM 1020. KDKA.
From the Aetna Medicare Studios.
Proud to be the voice of Pittsburgh. 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA.
CBS News Brief. A judge ruled Virginia cannot certify yesterday's election where voters approved new congressional districts favoring Democrats. CBS legal analyst Thane Rosenbaum.
Take your pick. This is either the separation of powers in action or a judge usurping the democratic process.
Iran fired on ships in the Strait of Hormuz today, and CBS's Charlie Daggett says the U.S. continues to blockade Iran's ports and ships at sea.
U.S. officials we spoke with said they are continuing to hunt down oil tankers as far away as the Indian Ocean, while south of the Strait of Hormuz, they've turned back more than 24 vessels headed to or from Iran.
A chemical leak at a West Virginia silver recovery plant killed 2 people and sent dozens to hospitals today.
The plant's about 10 miles from Charleston, the state capital. Among the injured were 7 ambulance workers. Others were taken to hospitals in private cars, even a garbage truck in one case.
Correspondent Cammie McCormick, CBS News Brief. I'm Michael Toscano.
Honey,
I found the perfect place for my parents and us.
Where?
St. Barnabas. For us, the Woodlands Carriage Home Community. And for my parents, condominium-style living at the Village. My folks will love the Village. There's an indoor mall with shops, restaurants, and more. And we can relax, knowing they're safe and secure.
That's what I plan to do when we move to St. Barnabas. Relax.
Call 724-444-5568 or visit stbarnabascommunities.com.
Planning for retirement isn't easy. If you don't know where to start, join Beth Andrews of Net Worth Advisors every Saturday at 1 for the Net Worth Financial Hour. Beth shares helpful tips and strategies that just might change the course of your retirement. Listen every Saturday at 1 to the Net Worth Financial Hour with Beth Andrews of Net Worth Advisors. Net Worth Advisors, LLC, is a registered investment advisor.
Finding great candidates to hire can be like, well, trying to find a needle in a haystack. Sure, you can post your job to some job board, but then all you can do is hope the right person comes along. Which is why you should try ZipRecruiter for free at ziprecruiter.com/free. ZipRecruiter doesn't depend on candidates finding you. It finds them for you. Its powerful technology identifies people with the right experience and actively invites them to apply to your job. You get qualified candidates fast. So while other companies might deliver a lot of hay, ZipRecruiter finds you what you're looking for. The needle in the haystack.
See why 4 out of 5 employers who post a job on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate within the first day. ZipRecruiter, the smartest way to hire. And right now, you can try ZipRecruiter for free. That's right, free at ziprecruiter.com/free. That's ziprecruiter.com/free. ziprecruiter.com/free.
ZipRecruiter. The KDKA AccuWeather forecast is brought to you by JP Roofing and Siding, Pittsburgh's #1 Platinum Preferred Roofing Replacement Contractor. Call 412-829-7711.
Mostly clear tonight, down to 53. Partly sunny tomorrow up to 78. Looks like a warm evening for the draft. Partly cloudy tomorrow night, the low 56. And warm on Friday. Maybe an afternoon shower, the high near 80. For AccuWeather, I'm John Feerick, 100.1 FM and AM 1020, KDKA.
Hi, this is Larry Richard. Join us day one of the NFL Draft on the Big K Morning Show, 5:30 until 10. We'll talk to former Steelers GM, two-time Super Bowl champ Kevin Colbert in our 7 o'clock hour.
Welcome back this evening, Pittsburgh. Brandon McGinley filling in for Rob Pratt. How about this weather for the draft? Could not have ordered it in any better. I assume this is because the NFL has, serious pull with Mother Nature, and the last thing the climate wants to do is disappoint Roger Goodell. So we're lucky we get the benefits of the NFL's power to order in good weather. That was a concern, especially in the springtime. We can get big storms, and the last thing we needed was a big storm blowing through during the draft, and, man, just the opposite. I want to make sure I don't leave Cynthia from Florida hanging. So, hey, Cynthia, welcome to the show again.
Hi. How are you? I called to talk about the Navy secretary who was, okay, I'll get to that. But you were talking about Pittsburgh. I look at all this and I think it's bread and circuses. I haven't read an Army Corps of Engineers report in a while, but I remember D's and F's. You talked about the ping of the bridge. Well, what's the condition of the bridge? We spend our money on things that don't enhance our lives. And you talked about Vice President Harris.
Yeah.
This weekend, I had dinner with a friend, one of my best friends, who was one of her best friends.
Mm-hmm.
She's still very upset with me that I didn't vote for her. She was not. I told her, I said her husband sabotaged her campaign.
Yeah.
Anyway, but I called somebody that I know who knows. The Navy secretary was fired.
Yeah.
He is a huge Trump supporter.
Yeah, wouldn't surprise me.
They know that, and this guy that called in before and said Austin was third tier, he was a 4-star general. Yeah. Hegseth was an Army captain.
Yeah.
Come on, man.
But Hegseth, as we know, Hegseth was a TV star, and that really appeals to the president.
Of course.
Yeah.
No, But people know. how bad this is when you're firing a major, and I talked to somebody who knows.
Yeah.
I'm not going to tell you who it was,
yeah.
but he said he was a major Trump supporter. He huge MAGA, and they fired him.
Mm-hmm.
This is how bad this is.
Oh, yeah, and that goes to show that it's not just about supporting Trump. I think it's probably a lot about supporting Trump in the things that Trump wants to do right now. And this is where you're getting to, like, civilian control of the military is absolutely essential to our form of government.
Yep.
But that's also why it's absolutely essential that you put competent people in charge.
Absolutely. And
yeah, and I
what's
just
happening in Iran, they have these ghost ships. We can't even detect them. And they're firing on ships coming. Again, this general who was just fired knows his job.
If again, to repeat what I said earlier, Cynthia, and I know that you'll agree. If you were to see these headlines, if we were, let's say China was going after Taiwan, okay? Let's say China was finally going out. They were going to go to reunite Taiwan, blah, 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 blah. And then there were headlines about how Xi Jinping keeps firing the heads of their armed forces. What would we think? We would think they were a shambles. We would think, oh, man, they really botched this. And we're the one who looks like a shambles. Not to say, by the way, not to say that Iran isn't. Iran very well might be a shambles too. I mean, I read something the other day that they like some of their leaders are under house arrest. So, like, everyone's in bad shape, but we're supposed to be the serious ones. We're supposed to be the ones you can count on. And I just, man.
But Xi Jinping just met with the Prime Minister of Taiwan. They are repairing their relationship because they see the craziness that's happening here.
Yeah.
We can't be depended on. And again, you let the huge MAGA supporter of Trump in the Navy was fired.
Yeah.
This is how bad.
Something's not right. Something's not right. No, I hear you. I hear you. I don't like it at all.
Thank you for taking my call.
Yeah, no worries, Cynthia. Appreciate it. Yeah. No, I don't like it at all. It doesn't feel, historically, war fighting is a complicated thing, and people get fired. And Abraham Lincoln fired General McClellan. I mean that comes with the territory. But we are just a few weeks into this conflict, and we're tossing out generals left and right. It does not make me certainly feel like there is a steady hand at the wheel, and the stakes are so high. The stakes are so high. This conflict could very well determine America's place in the world for a generation at least. And the people who are in charge of it, I just don't think we can trust their strategic sensibilities whatsoever. Back to Pittsburgh, Cynthia described the draft as bread and circuses. That's an interpretation I am absolutely sympathetic to. So much of life in America today is that bread and circuses. As I keep one eye on the deteriorating hockey game, we are this NFL is maybe the best example of it. I mean, I have a whole thing about the way NFL has commandeered Sundays so that in a country where it used to be that the thing most people were doing on Sunday was go to church, now the thing most people do on Sundays, at least between September and January, is watch NFL football. These things absolutely do distract us in ways that are sometimes helpful to distract us from things that, to give us a chance to catch our breath, but they also can distract us from important things in our own lives and in our own country and in our own cities. And to the extent that this NFL draft big party in Pittsburgh is a distraction from bigger problems, and an opportunity, and is being used as an opportunity to paper over those problems rather than address them, Cynthia's right. It would be bread and circuses. It would be just a big old show that doesn't actually do much of anything for anybody. My hope, though, is that in cleaning up, tidying up, fixing up a city for this big party, we are being reminded that clean, safe public spaces, which is what this event is all about, are a public good that helps everybody in this city thrive better. And that needs to be the focus, the top thing. Now, of course, again, there's, you got your financial difficulties. You got to do all the stuff under the hood. But the basic focus of any mayoral administration, of any municipal government, has to be getting that part right. Has to be, and this event is an opportunity, and has already been shown to be an opportunity, to remind us of the importance of getting that stuff right. And I hope that Corey O'Connor, in fact, I strongly suspect that he is, that Corey O'Connor will take to heart, and for that matter, Sarah Innamorato, will take to heart that what is going to make the people of this city want to keep them in office is not grand abstractions, is not impressing, European bureaucrats or something like that. It is serving the people of this city in a way that makes other people want to have what we have. And that way, you can have a way of doing right by the people who are already here, and in so doing, help to encourage growing this place that we love so that more people can enjoy it too. As much, and these things can work together. These things can and do and must work together. That's how real economic growth happens. People come here, and then now, of course, you also need to have jobs and so on too for people to work. This is a long-term problem. If you have a family here, are your kids going to be able to get jobs and stay here? But also, the draft can hopefully be good for that too, because there are going to be tons of CEOs and other executives in town for the draft who are brought here by the spectacle, who are brought here because, just like actually when the U.S. Open was at Oakmont. Yeah, sure. I mean, yeah, big traffic problems up the Allegheny Valley. It's just golf. I'm a golfer. I loved it. But maybe you don't love golf. Who cares? Who cares about the U.S. Open? Those hospitality tents at Oakmont Country Club, so many of the most powerful, wealthiest people in the country and in the world were hobnobbing in those hospitality tents. And there were Pittsburghers there trying to make deals. That's how things actually happen. That's how things actually happen. So big events like this, yeah, they can be a hassle. And, is a risk. It is a risk. Maybe nothing will come of it. But there's a chance something will. There's a chance big things could come from it, and I think it's worth it. I think it's worth taking that risk because we've been so risk averse in this town. Everything always focusing on the negative. Oh, is this gonna, are the costs gonna outweigh the benefits? Maybe we should just do nothing at all. Maybe we should just be passive and let ourselves stagnate and decline and go back to the way things were in the 80s and 90s, and we just accept that we're just never gonna be. It's never going to be 600,000 people in the city again. I get that. But it can be a place that is more than a memory of how things used to be. And the events like this, I think, should remind us of that. Finish up after this break. We'll be back to talk, to polish off Draft Eve.
Concerned about traveling during the upcoming draft? Don't be. KDKA Radio and AAA Traffic have you covered. We'll expand our draft coverage with all-day traffic reports on your radio and your social media feeds. It's brought to you by AAA Travel. Travel with someone you trust. And by 100.1 FM and AM 1020. KDKA.
The Carpenters Training Center is holding its annual open house on Saturday, May 2nd. Doors open from 8 a.m. to 3 p.m. Bring the whole family and enjoy food, prizes, and Kids Corner. Their 4-year apprenticeship program is tuition-free, and you will earn competitive wages and benefits while you learn. Information sessions begin at 9 a.m. and noon. Learn about a career in the union building trades, as well as the pre-apprenticeship program. Join them Saturday, May 2nd, as 4th-year apprentices from their 6 crafts participate in competitions and demonstrations. Find out more at eascarpenterstech.edu.
Editorial.
Hello, KDKA listeners. This is Carlos, owner of Greater Pitt Tree Service. If you have any concerns about any trees on your property, call Greater Pitt Tree Service, 412-884-TREE. We have an A-plus rating on the Better Business Bureau. To serve your needs best, we have an ISA-certified arborist on staff. We have 32 years experience, 412-884-TREE. We will be your best choice for tree work. Greater Pitt Tree Service, 412-884-TREE. And remember, we did your neighbor's tree.
The Pittsburgh Speaker Series at Heinz Hall, presented by University of Pittsburgh, announces its 26-27 season. 7 evenings to deepen your understanding of the world around you, featuring Anderson Cooper, former UK Prime Minister Boris Johnson, financial journalist Andrew Ross Sorkin, former NASA Administrator Charles Bolden, and the former U.S. Ambassador to China Nicholas Burns. The series is sponsored by News Radio KDKA and the Spanos Group of Raymond James. Tickets on sale now at pittsburghspeakers.org.
There is treatment for neuropathy. I'm Dr. Dawn Spalla. At Allegheny Health and Physical Medicine, we treat neuropathy patients daily. No drugs, no surgery, just relief. Call 724-224-2224 for a free consultation in our Sarver or Brackenridge locations.
Injured? Call the expert personal injury attorneys at Shenderovich & Fishman. They handle all types of injury cases. Their fee is only 25%, not 40% like other law firms. They're smart, aggressive, experienced, and have a 99.7% success rate. They win for you. Car accidents, motorcycle wrecks, tractor-trailer crashes, dog bites, any accident, only 25%. Shenderovich & Fishman, 888-98-TWINS. They've got your back, not your wallet.
SchultzFord.com. 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 SchultzFord.com.
Hear about it. Then talk about it. 100.1 FM and AM 1020. KDKA.
Alrighty, Pittsburgh. Brandon McGinley filling in for Rob Pratt this evening. Draft Eve is finally here. Almost 2 years. I think it was spring of 24 when they announced this. When then Mayor Ed Gainey and Roger Goodell and Art Rooney announced this. Man, it doesn't. It's amazing. It's amazing it's been that long. I think I think the city's really come together for it. I know there's been a lot of complaining. I have made my views of the complaining pretty clear. I'm pretty tired of the complaining. But I think most people are, even if they're annoyed about the traffic, even if they're annoyed about the road closures, I think you have to be a little bit excited to see so many people coming here. You have to be a little bit excited to see Pittsburgh on national and international media and how great it looks. This is something that I've tried to write about at the Post-Gazette and that, and talk about a little bit here. I think we take for granted just how beautiful this place is. Not to get all, I don't know, emotional about it, but when you see an image of the city on television, around the country, you can't mistake it for anything else. Nobody sees the Three Rivers and thinks, "Oh, that's St. Louis," or "Oh, that's Indianapolis." It's such a distinctive place, and anytime we can get kind of the spotlight in the national, international media, and especially, of course, with football, I think it's a good thing. I've seen so many people on social media, even during this appalling Penguins Flyers series, where lots of Flyers fans have said really unkind things on the internet. So I've seen so many people say, I'm from Philly. I hate Pittsburgh sports, but I love the city. I love visiting. It's a great place to be. And it's true. And so I think we should be excited about showing it off. I think we should try to tamp down the negativity for at least a little while, because nobody likes a whiner. Nobody likes somebody who's constantly complaining. And we should embrace the good things about all of this. Embrace the fact that this did spur the city to invest, or the city and in various other foundations and so on, and state, Governor Shapiro, to invest in a refurbished Market Square. We should be celebrating that this event encouraged us to create this new Arts Landing thing over on 8th Street downtown. We should be celebrating that this event encouraged us, spurred us on to get some of our most iconic pieces of infrastructure, the Three Sisters Bridges, a nice new fresh coat of paint. We should be celebrating that that there's going to be so many people who are going to see this place for the first time and see it in pretty darn good shape and with great weather at a great time of year. The rivers look great. The trees look great. The flowers look great. It'd be hard to imagine somebody coming away with a really, really bad impression. And so we should be happy for all those things. At the same time, I totally get that, it does. I get that it doesn't feel great that we put all these time and effort and resources into getting Pittsburgh looking the way it should look all the time for a bunch of visitors. But rather than dwelling on the negative, rather than dwelling on the past, rather than saying, oh, well, it should have always been this way, which, fair enough. Let's turn that energy into pressure to keep it this way. Let's turn that energy into a real push to hold our leaders accountable for carrying forward the momentum from this draft. I've heard things even today about development that, if not related to the draft, at the very least would represent continued momentum out of the draft. I've heard things about just the overall sense of optimism, of drive, of willpower in this mayoral administration and in Pittsburgh's leaders generally that are just really encouraging. And I'm not saying that it wouldn't have happened without the draft, but the draft is clearly the catalyst. This event has brought people together. It's brought institutions together. It's forced institutions that should work together more frequently to make them work together. There's a sense of common cause, a sense of opportunity that we haven't had since, well, at least since COVID. And I would say, this will be as important a potential turning point as the G20 was back in 2009. Not because, and that was a huge pain in the butt too. I mean, if anything, that was worse in terms of just the entire downtown being closed off. We had international leaders and, nobody could get within 1,000 feet of them, or a lot farther away than that, actually. And our entire Golden Triangle was locked down, basically. The effects of that and there was protests, but who can look back on that and say, oh, this was a turning point towards something bad? No, that was a turning point towards something good. So many national and international journalists, media figures were in town and said, this place is great. They were expecting the smoky hell with the lid off stuff. Instead, which is stupid, I know, but that's what they thought. That's still what they thought. Instead, they found a green, clean, glassy, modern, great city that still has some good, still has some good, old-fashioned stuff going on too, which is great. A little bit of everything. That's what they found. And I think that this is another opportunity to show off the city, to reintroduce Pittsburgh to the media, to reintroduce Pittsburgh to the rest of the country, and in a way that, even if it is a bit of a pain for a few days, the effects on us as on Pittsburgh's economy, on Pittsburgh's leadership, on Pittsburgh's reputation as a place to visit, as a place to live in, will be all for the good. And so, stop complaining. Let yourself enjoy seeing Pittsburgh take the spotlight. Enjoy taking pride in your city. And then once it's all over, if you haven't been downtown in a while, head downtown. If you haven't been to the North Shore for a while, head to the North Shore. Come down. Take a look. Enjoy what the city put together for all of us. And I think